HarperCollins presents South by Java Head by Alistair MacLean. Read by Jonathan Oliver. Chapter 1. Choking, dense, impenetrable. The black smoke lay pall-like over the dying city. Every building, every office block and house, the intact and the bomb-shattered alike, was invested by it, swathed in the dark anonymity of its gently swirling cocoon. Every street, every alley, every dockside basin was full of it, drowned by it. It lay everywhere, sulphurous and evil, scarcely moving in the soft airs of the tropical night. Earlier in the evening, when the smoke had come only from the burning buildings in the city, there had been wide, irregular gaps overhead, and the stars had shone in the empty sky. But a slight change of wind had obliterated these gaps, had brought with it the rolling, blinding oil smoke from ruptured fuel tanks outside the city. Where the smoke came from, no one knew. Perhaps from the Kelang airport. Perhaps from the power station. Perhaps clear across the island from the naval base in the north. Perhaps from the oil islands, from Pulau Sambo and Pulau Sebarok, 4 or 5 miles away. No one knew. All one could know was what one saw, and the blackness of that midnight was almost complete. There was hardly any light now, even from the burning buildings, for these were burnt out and utterly destroyed. The last embers, the last tiny flames flickering to extinction, like the life of Singapore itself. A dying city, and already the silence of death seemed to have enveloped it. Every now and then a shell would whistle eerily overhead, to splash harmlessly into the water, or to erupt in a brief roar of sound and flash of light as it smashed into a building. But the sound and the light, extinguished and smothered in an instant by the all-enveloping smoke, had a peculiarly evanescent quality, seemed a natural and integral part of the strangeness and the remote unreality of the night, and left the silence even deeper and more intense than it had been before. Now and again, out beyond Fort Canning and Pearl's Hill, beyond the northwest limits of the city, came the irregular crackle of rifle and machine gun fire. But that too was distant and unreal, a far-off echo in a dream. Everything that night had the same dreamlike quality, shadowy and unsubstantial. Even those few who still moved slowly through the rubble-strewn and almost deserted streets of Singapore were like the aimless wanderers of a dream, hesitant, listless and unsure, stumbling blindly through the swirling banks of smoke. Little figures, lost and hopelessly groping through the fog of a nightmare. Moving slowly, uncertainly through the darkened streets, the small group of soldiers, perhaps 24 in all, made their way down towards the waterfront like very old, very tired men. They looked like old men. They walked with the faltering steps and the bowed head and shoulders of old men. But they weren't old men. The eldest of them was not more than 30. But they were tired, terribly tired. Tired to that point of uncaring exhaustion when nothing matters any more, and it is easier to keep stumbling along than it is to stop. Tired and sick, wounded and ravaged by disease. Their every action was now unthinking, automatic. Their conscious minds had all but ceased to function. But complete mental and physical exhaustion carries with it its own blessing, its own drug and anodyne. And the dull, lacklustre eyes staring emptily down at the ground beneath their trudging feet showed this beyond all doubt. Whatever sufferings of the body they still endured, they had at least stopped remembering. For the moment, at least, they no longer remembered the waking nightmare of the past 2 months. The privations, the hunger, the thirst, the wounds, the sickness and the fear, as the Japanese had driven them down the endless length of the Malayan Peninsula, over the now destroyed Johor Causeway, into the illusory safety of the island of Singapore. They no longer remembered their vanished comrades. The screams as some unsuspecting sentry was butchered in the hostile dark of the jungle. The diabolical yells of the Japanese as they overran hastily prepared defensive positions in that black hour before dawn. They no longer remembered these desperate, suicidal counterattacks that achieved nothing but a few square yards of land, bitterly, uselessly re-won for only a moment of time, afforded them nothing but the sight of the horribly maimed and tortured bodies of their captured friends, and the civilians, who had been just that little bit too slow in cooperating with the enemy. They no longer remembered their anger and bewilderment and despair as the last of the Brewster fighters, and latterly the Hurricanes, had been driven from the skies, leaving them completely at the mercy of the Japanese Air Force. Even their utter disbelief at the news, 5 days ago, of the landing of the Japanese troops on the island itself. Their bitterness as the carefully nurtured legend, the myth of the impregnability of Singapore, collapsed before their eyes. These, too, had vanished from their memories. They no longer remembered. They were too dazed and sick and wounded and weak to remember. But one day, soon, if they lived, they would remember, and then none of them would ever be the same again. But meantime, they just trudged wearily on, eyes down, heads down, not looking where they were going, not caring where they would arrive. But one man looked, and one man cared. He walked along slowly at the head of the double column of men, flicking a torch on and off as he picked a clear way through the debris that littered the street, and checked their direction of progress from time to time. He was a small, slightly built man, the only one in the company who wore a kilt and a balmoral on his head. Where the kilt had come from only Corporal Fraser knew. He certainly hadn't been wearing it during the retreat south through Malaya. Corporal Fraser was as tired as any of the others. His eyes, too, were red-rimmed and bloodshot, and his face grey and wasted, with what might have been malaria or dysentery, or both. He walked with his left shoulder far higher than the other, hunched up near his ear, as if he suffered from some physical deformity. But it was no deformity, just a rough gauze pad and bandage that a medical orderly had hurriedly stuffed under his shirt earlier in the day, in a token attempt to staunch the bleeding from an ugly shrapnel wound. In his right hand he carried a Bren gun, and its weight of 23 pounds was almost more than his weakened body could carry. It had the effect of pulling down his right arm and dragging his left shoulder upwards, even nearer his ear. The one-sided hunch, the balmoral askew on his head, the kilt flapping loosely about his wasted legs, made the little man appear grotesque and ridiculous. But there was nothing grotesque and ridiculous about Corporal Fraser. A Cairngorm shepherd, to whom privations and gruelling exertions were of the very stuff of existence, he had yet to tap the last reserves of his willpower and endurance. Corporal Fraser was still very much a going concern as a soldier, the very best type of soldier. Duty and responsibility weighed heavily with him. His own pain and weakness didn't exist. His thoughts were only for the men who stumbled along behind, following him blindly. 2 hours ago, the officer commanding their confused and disorganized company on the northern city limits had ordered Fraser to lead all the walking wounded, and those whom they could carry, out of the firing line, and back to some place of relative safety and quiet. Only a token gesture, the officer had known, and Fraser had known it also. for the last defences were caving in, and Singapore was finished. Before the next day was through, every single man on Singapore Island would be dead, wounded, or prisoner. But orders were orders, and Corporal Fraser trudged resolutely on, heading down for the Kalang Creek. Every now and then, when he came to a clear stretch of street, he stepped to one side and let his men file slowly past him. It was doubtful whether any of them as much as saw him, either the very ill men on the stretchers, or the less ill but still sick and wounded men who carried them. And every time, Corporal Fraser would have to wait for the last of the party. A tall, thin youngster, whose head swayed loosely from side to side as he muttered to himself continuously in a rambling and incoherent voice. The young soldier suffered from neither malaria nor dysentery, nor had he been wounded in any way. But he was the sickest of them all. Every time Fraser would seize his arm and hustle him on to catch up with the main party, the boy quickened his pace without protesting, just looked at Corporal Fraser out of incurious eyes that were empty of all recognition. And every time Fraser would look at him hesitantly, shake his head, then hurry forwards again, until he reached the head of the column. In a winding, smoke-filled alley, a little boy cried in the darkness. He was only a very little boy, perhaps 2.5 years old. He had blue eyes, blonde hair, and a fair skin all streaked with dirt and tears. He was clad only in a thin shirt and khaki-coloured haltered shorts. His feet were bare, and he was shivering all the time. He cried and cried, a lost, anguished wailing in the night, but there was no one there to hear or heed. And no one could have heard him who was more than a few yards away, for he cried very softly, short, muffled sobs, punctuated by long, quivering, indrawn breaths. From time to time he rubbed his eyes with the knuckles of small and grubby fists, as little children will when they are tired or weeping. And with the backs of his hands he tried to rub the pain away, from the black smoke constantly lacing a smarting path across the tear-filled eyes. The little boy cried because he was very, very tired, and it was hours past his normal bedtime. He cried because he was hungry and thirsty and shaking with the cold. Even a tropical night can be cold. He cried because he was confused and afraid, because he did not know where his home was or where his mother was. He had been with his old Amma, his Malayan nurse, at a nearby bazaar a fortnight previously, and had been too young and unknowing to appreciate the significance of the bombed and burnt-out rubble that awaited their return. And he and his mother had been due to sail out on the Wakefield, the last big ship from Singapore, on the same night of that 29th of January. But he cried most of all because he was alone. His old nurse, Anna, was half sitting, half lying on a pile of rubble beside him, like one lost in sleep. She had been wandering with him for hours through the darkened streets, carrying him in her arms for the last hour or two, when she had suddenly placed him on the ground, clasped both hands above her heart, and sunk to the ground, saying that she must rest. For half an hour now she had been there, motionless, her head resting far over on one shoulder, her eyes wide and unblinking. Once or twice, earlier, the little boy had stooped to touch her, but only once or twice. Now he kept away, afraid to look and afraid to touch, vaguely knowing, without knowing why, that the old nurse's rest would be for a long, long time. He was afraid to go, and afraid to stay. And then he stole another glance through latticed fingers at the old woman, and he was suddenly more afraid to stay than go. He moved off down the alley, not looking where he was going, stumbling and falling over loose bricks and stones, picking himself up and running on again, all the time sobbing and shivering in the cool night. Near the end of the alley, a tall, emaciated figure wearing a tattered straw hat eased himself off the shafts of his rickshaw and reached out to stop the child. The man meant no harm. A sick man himself, most of the consumption-ridden rickshaw coolies of Singapore usually died after 5 years, he could still feel pity for others, especially little children. But all the little boy saw was a tall, menacing figure reaching down out of the gloom. His fear changed to terror. He eluded the outstretched hands and ran out through the mouth of the alley into the deserted street and the darkness beyond. The man made no further movement, just wrapped his night blanket more tightly around himself and leaned back again against the shafts of his rickshaw. Like the little boy, 2 of the nurses were sobbing quietly as they stumbled along. They were passing by the only building still burning in the business quarter of the town, and they kept their heads averted from the flames. But even so, it was possible to see the smooth, broad-boned faces and upcurving eyes of their lowered faces. Both were Chinese, people who do not lightly give way to emotion. But both were very young, and both had been sitting very close to the explosion when the shell had blown their Red Cross truck into the ditch near the southern exit of the Bukit Timur Road. They were badly shocked and still very sick and dazed. 2 of the others were Malays. One was young as the 2 Chinese nurses, and the other was well past middle age. The young one's great sooty eyes were wide with fear, and she kept glancing nervously over her shoulder as they hurried along. The face of the elderly one was a mask of almost complete indifference. From time to time she tried to protest at the speed with which they were being hurried along, but she was incapable of making herself understood. She, too, had been sitting very close to the blast of the explosion, and the shock had blocked her speech centres, probably only temporarily, although it was too soon to say yet. Once or twice, she reached up a hand to try to stop the nurse in the lead, the one who was setting the pace. But the other just removed her hand, gently but firmly enough, and hurried on again. The 5th nurse, the one in the lead, was tall, slender, and in her middle 20s. She had lost her cap when the explosion had blown her over the tailboard of the truck, and the thick blue-black hair kept falling down over her eyes. From time to time, she swept it back with an impatient gesture, and it was then that one could see that she was neither Malayan nor Chinese, not with those startlingly blue eyes. Eurasian, perhaps, but still definitely not European. In the flickering yellow light, it was impossible to see her complexion, the colour of her skin, which was streaked with mud and dust anyway. Even under the caked dust, it was possible to see some kind of long scratch on her left cheek. She was the leader of the party, and she was lost. She knew Singapore, and knew it well. But in the enveloping smoke and darkness, she was a stranger lost in a strange city. Somewhere down there on the waterfront, she had been told, there was a party of soldiers, many of whom urgently required attention. And if they didn't get it that night, they would most certainly never get it inside a Japanese prison camp. But with every minute that passed, it looked more and more as if the Japanese would get to them first. The more they twisted and turned through the deserted streets, the more hopelessly lost she became. Somewhere opposite Cape Roo, on the Kalang Creek, she might expect to find them, she had been told. But as it was, she couldn't even find the waterfront, far less have any idea where Cape Roo lay in the darkness. Half an hour passed. An hour, and even her own steps began to flag as despair touched her for the first time. They could never find the soldiers, never, not in this endless confusion and darkness. It was desperately unfair of their doctor, Major Blackley, to have expected it of them. And even with the thought, the girl knew that it was not Blackley who was unfair, but herself. When dawn came on the outskirts of Singapore, the life of neither man nor woman would be worth a moment's purchase. It all depended on what kind of mood the Japanese had been in. She had met them before, and had bitter cause to remember the meeting, and scars that would bear witness of that meeting for the rest of her life. The further away from the Japs' immediate bloodlust, the better. Besides, as the Major had pointed out, none of them was in a fit state to remain any longer where they were. Unknowingly, almost, the girl shook her head, quickened her pace again, and turned off down another dark and empty street. Fear and dismay, sickness and despair. Such were the things that coloured and dominated the entire existences of the wandering band of soldiers, the little boy, and the nurses, and tens of thousands of others on that midnight of the 14th of February, 1942, as the exultant, all-conquering Japanese crouched outside the last defences of the city, waiting for the dawn, waiting for the assault, the bloodbath, and the victory that must inevitably come. But for one man at least, fear and hurt and despair did not exist. The tall, elderly man in the candle-lit waiting room of the officers some way south of Fort Canning was conscious of none of these things. He was conscious only of the rapid passage of time, of the most overwhelming urgency he had ever known, of the almost inhuman burden of responsibility that lay in his hands alone. He was conscious of these things, consumed by them to the exclusion of all else, yet no trace of them showed in the expressionless calm of the lined, brick-red face beneath the shock of thick white hair. Perhaps the tip of the Burma cheroot that jutted up jauntily past the bristling white moustache and aquiline nose glowed just a little too brightly. Perhaps he sat just that little too relaxed in his cane-bottomed armchair. But that was all. To all outward appearances, Foster Farnham, Brigadier General, retired, was at peace with the world. The door behind him opened, and a young, tired-looking sergeant came into the room. Farnham removed the cheroot from his mouth, turned his head slowly, and raised one tufted eyebrow in mute interrogation. "I've delivered your message, sir." The sergeant sounded as tired as he looked. "Captain Bryceland says he'll be along right away." "Bryceland?" The white eyebrows met in a bar-straight line across the deep-set eyes. "Who the devil's Captain Bryceland? Look, Sonny, I asked specifically to see your colonel, and I must see him immediately. At once, you understand?" "Perhaps I can be of some help?" Another man stood in the doorway now, behind the sergeant. Even in the flickering candlelight, it was possible to see the badly bloodshot eyes, the fever flush that stained the yellow cheeks. But his soft Welsh voice was civil enough. "Bryceland?" The young officer nodded, said nothing. "You certainly can help." Farnham nodded. "Your colonel, please, and right away. I haven't a moment to lose." "I can't do it." Bryceland shook his head. "He's having his first sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, and God only knows we're going to need him with us tomorrow morning." "I know. Nevertheless, I must see him." Farnham paused, waited until the frenetic hammering of a nearby heavy machine gun had died away, then went on very quietly, very earnestly. "Captain Bryceland, you can't even begin to guess how vitally important it is that I see your colonel. Singapore is nothing, not compared to my business." He slid a hand beneath his shirt, brought out a black Colt automatic, the heavy .45. "If I have to find him myself, I'll use this, and I'll find him." but I don't think I'll need it. Tell your colonel that Brigadier Farnhome is here. He'll come." Bryceland looked at him for a long moment, hesitated, nodded, then turned away without a word. He was back inside 3 minutes and stood aside at the doorway to let the man following him precede him into the room. The colonel, Farnhome guessed, must have been a man of about 45, 50 at the most. He looked about 70, and walked with the swaying, half-inebriated gait of a man who has lived too long with exhaustion. He had difficulty in keeping his eyes open, but he managed to smile as he walked slowly across the room and extended a courteous hand. "Good evening, sir. Where in the world have you come from?" "Evening, Colonel." On his feet now, Farnhome ignored the question. "You know of me, then?" "I know of you. I heard about you for the first time, sir, just 3 nights ago." "Good, good." Farnhome nodded in satisfaction. "That will save a lot of explaining, and I've no time for explanations. I'll come to the point right away." He half-turned, as the explosion of a shell landing very close shook the room, the shock wave of displaced air almost blowing the candles out. Then looked back at the colonel. "I want a plane out of Singapore, Colonel. I don't care what kind of plane. I don't care who you've got to shove off to get me on board. I don't care where it's going, Burma, India, Ceylon, Australia. It's all the same to me. I want a plane out of Singapore immediately." "You want a plane out of Singapore." The colonel echoed the words tonelessly, his voice as wooden as the expression on his face. Then he suddenly smiled, tiredly, as if the effort had cost him a great deal. "Don't we all, Brigadier?" "You don't understand." Slowly, with a gesture of infinitely controlled patience, Farnhome ground out his cheroot on an ashtray. "I know there are hundreds of wounded and sick, women and children—" "The last plane has already gone," the colonel interrupted flatly. He rubbed a bare forearm across exhausted eyes. "A day, 2 days ago, I'm not sure." "The 11th of February, Bryceland supplied. "The hurricanes, sir. They left for Palembang." "That's right," the colonel remembered. "The hurricanes. They left in a great hurry." "The last plane." Farnhome's voice was empty of all emotion. "The last plane. But there were others, I know. Brewster fighters, wildebeests, all gone, all destroyed." The colonel was watching Farnhome now with some vague curiosity in his eyes. "Even if they weren't, it would make no difference. Seletar, Simbawang, Tenga. The Japs have all these aerodromes. I don't know about Kalang Airport, but I do know it's useless." "I see. I see, indeed." Farnhome stared down at the Gladstone bag beside his feet, then looked up again. "The flying boats, Colonel. The Catalinas?" The colonel shook his head in slow finality. Farnhome gazed at him for long seconds with unwinking eyes, nodded his head in understanding and acceptance, then glanced at his watch. "May I see you alone, Colonel?" "Certainly." The colonel didn't even hesitate. He waited until the door had closed softly behind Bryceland and the sergeant, then smiled faintly at Farnhome. "I'm afraid the last plane has still gone, sir." "I never doubted it." Farnhome, busy unbuttoning his shirt, paused and glanced up. "You know who I am, Colonel? Not just my name, I mean." "I've known for 3 days. utmost secrecy and all that. It was thought you might be in the area. For the first time, the Colonel regarded his visitor with open curiosity. 17 years counter-espionage chief in Southeast Asia. Speak more Asiatic languages than any other. Spare my blushes. His shirt unbuttoned, Farnham was unfastening a wide, flat, rubber-covered belt that encircled his waist. I don't suppose you speak any Eastern languages yourself, Colonel? For my sins, yes. That's why I'm here. Japanese. The Colonel grinned mirthlessly. It'll come in very handy in the concentration camps, I should think. Japanese, eh? That's a help. Farnham unzipped 2 pouches on the belt, placed their contents on the table before him. See what you make of these, will you, Colonel? The Colonel glanced sharply at him, glanced down at the photostats and rolls of film that lay on the table, nodded, went out of the room and returned with a pair of spectacles, a magnifying glass and a torch. For 3 minutes he sat at the table without looking up or speaking. From outside came the occasional crump of an exploding shell, the staccato chattering of a distant machine gun, and the evil whine of some misshapen ricochet whistling blindly through the smoke-filled night. But no noise whatsoever came from inside the room itself. The Colonel sat at his table like a man carved from stone, only his eyes alive. Farnham, a fresh cheroot in his mouth, was stretched out in his wicker chair, lost in a seeming vast indifference. By and by the Colonel stirred and looked across at Farnham. When he spoke, both his voice and the hands that held the photostats were unsteady. I don't need Japanese to understand these. My God, sir, where did you get them? Borneo. 2 of our best men, and 2 Dutchmen, died to get these. But that's not important now, and quite irrelevant. Farnham puffed at his cheroot. All that matters is that I have them, and the Japs don't know it. The Colonel didn't seem to have heard him. He was staring down at the papers in his hands, shaking his head slowly from side to side. Finally, he laid the papers down on the desk, folded his spectacles away into their case, and lit a cigarette. His hands were still trembling. This is fantastic, he muttered. This is quite fantastic. There can only be a few of these in existence. All Northern Australia. Blueprints for invasion. Complete in every relevant detail, Farnham assented. The invasion ports and airfields, the times to the last minute, the forces to be used down to the last battalion of infantry. Yes. The Colonel stared down at the photostats, his brows wrinkling. But there's something that... I know, Farnham interrupted bitterly. We haven't got the key. It was inevitable. The dates and primary and secondary objectives are in code. They couldn't take the risk of having these in plain language. And Japanese codes are unbreakable. All of them. All of them, that is, except to a little old man in London who looks as if he couldn't write his own name. He paused and puffed some more blue smoke into the air. Still, it's quite something, isn't it, Colonel? But how did you happen to get... That's quite irrelevant, I've told you. The steel below was beginning to show through the camouflage of lazy indifference. He shook his head, then laughed softly. Sorry, Colonel. Must be getting edgy. There was no happen about it, I assure you. I've worked for 5 years on one thing and one thing only. To get these delivered to me at the right time and the right place. The Japanese are not incorruptible. I managed to get them at the right time, not at the right place. That's why I'm here." The Colonel hadn't even been listening. He'd been staring down at the papers, shaking his head slowly from side to side. But now he looked up again. All at once his face was haggard and defeated, and very old. These papers are priceless, sir." He lifted the photostats in his hand and stared unseeingly at Farnham. "God above! All the fortunes that ever were are nothing compared to these. It's all the difference between life and death, victory and defeat. Oh, great heavens, sir, think of Australia. Our people must have these. They must have them." "Exactly," Farnham agreed. "They must have them." The Colonel stared at him in silence, the tired eyes slowly widening in shocked understanding, then slumped back into his chair, his head resting on his chest. The spiralling cigarette smoke laced painfully across his eyes, but he didn't even seem to notice it. "Exactly, once again," Farnham said dryly. He reached out for the films and photostats and began to replace them carefully in the waterproof pouches of his belt. "You begin to understand, perhaps, my earlier anxiety for, aerial transport out of Singapore." He zipped the pouches shut. "I'm still as anxious as ever, I assure you." The Colonel nodded dully, but said nothing. "No plane at all?" Farnham persisted. "Not even the most dilapidated, broken down—" He stopped abruptly at the sight of the expression on the Colonel's face, then tried again. "Submarine?" "No." Farnham's mouth tightened. "Destroyer? Frigate? Any naval vessel at all?" "No." The Colonel stirred. "And not even a merchant ship? The last of them, the Grasshopper, Tien Kwang, Katydid, Koala, Dragonfly, and a few other small coastal vessels like these, pulled out of Singapore last night. They won't be back. They wouldn't get 100 miles, even. The Jap Air Force is everywhere around the archipelago. Wounded, women and children aboard all these vessels, Brigadier. Most of them will finish up at the bottom of the sea." "A kindly alternative to a Japanese prison camp. Believe me, Colonel, I know." Farnham was buckling on the heavy belt again. He sighed. "This is all very handy, Colonel. Where do we go from here?" "Why in God's name did you ever come here?" the Colonel demanded bitterly. "Of all places, of all times, you had to come to Singapore now. And how in the world did you manage to get here, anyway?" "Boat from Banjarmasin," Farnham replied briefly. "The Kerry Dancer, the most dilapidated floating death trap that was ever refused a certificate of seaworthiness. Operated by a smooth, dangerous character by the name of Siran. Hard to say, but I'd almost swear he was a renegade Englishman of some kind, and on more than nodding terms with the Japs. He stated he was heading for Kota Baru, Lord knows why, but he changed his mind and came here." "He changed his mind?" "I paid him well. Not my money, so I could afford it. I thought Singapore would be safe enough. I was in North Borneo when I heard on my own receiver that Hong Kong and Guam and Wake had fallen, but I had to move in a considerable hurry. A long time passed before I heard the next item of news, and that was on board the Kerry Dancer. We waited 10 days in Banjarmasin before Siran condescended to sail. Farnham went on bitterly. The only respectable piece of equipment and the only respectable man on that ship were both to be found in the radio room. Siran must have considered them both necessary for his nefarious activities. And I was in the radio room with this lad Loon on our second day aboard the ship. 29th of January it was, when we picked up this BBC broadcast that Ipoh was being bombarded. So, naturally, I thought the Japs were advancing very slowly, and that we'd plenty of time to go to Singapore and pick up a plane. The Colonel nodded in understanding. I heard that communique too. Heaven only knows who was responsible for that appalling claptrap. Ipoh had actually fallen to the Japs more than a month before that, sir. The Japs were only a few miles north of the causeway at the time. My God, what a damnable mess. He shook his head slowly. A damnable, damnable mess. You put things very mildly, Farnham agreed. How long have we got? We're surrendering tomorrow. The Colonel stared down at his hands. Tomorrow? We're all washed up, sir. Nothing more we can do. And we've no water left. When we blew up the causeway, we blew up the only water pipe from the mainland. Very clever, far-seeing chaps who designed our defences here, Farnham muttered. And 30 million quid spent on it. Impregnable fortress, bigger and better than Jib, blah, blah, blah. God, it all makes you sick. He snorted in disgust, rose to his feet and sighed. Ah, well, nothing else for it. Back to the dear old Kerry Dancer. God help Australia. The Kerry Dancer? The Colonel was astonished. Well, she'll be gone an hour after dawn, sir. I tell you, the straits are swarming with Japanese planes. What alternative can you offer? Farnham asked wearily. I know. But even if you are lucky, what guarantee have you that the captain will go where you want him to? None, Farnham admitted. But there's a rather handy Dutchman aboard by the name of Van Effen. Together we may be able to persuade our worthy captain where the path of duty lies. Perhaps. A sudden thought occurred to the Colonel. Besides, what guarantee have you that he'll even be waiting when you get back down to the waterfront? Here it is. Farnham prodded the shabby valise lying by his feet. My guarantee and insurance policy, I hope. Siran thinks this thing's stuffed full of diamonds. I used some of them to bribe him to come here. And he's not so far out. Just so long as he thinks there's a chance of separating me from these, he'll hang on to me like a blood brother. He doesn't suspect. Not a chance. He thinks I'm a drunken old reprobate on the run with ill-gotten gains. I have been at some pains to, maintain the impersonation. I see, sir. The Colonel came to a decision and reached out for a bell. When the sergeant appeared, he said, Ask Captain Bryceland to come here. Farnham lifted an eyebrow in silent interrogation. It's the least I can do, sir, the Colonel explained. I can't provide a plane. I can't guarantee you won't all be sunk before noon tomorrow. But I can guarantee that the captain of the Kerry Dancer will follow your instructions implicitly. I'm going to detail a subaltern and a couple of dozen men from a Highland regiment to accompany you on the Kerry Dancer. He smiled. They're a tough bunch at the best of times, but they're in an especially savage mood just now. I don't think Captain Siran will give you very much trouble. I'm sure he won't, Damned grateful to you, Colonel. It should help a lot. He buttoned his shirt, picked up his Gladstone, and extended his hand. Thanks for everything, Colonel. It sounds silly, knowing a concentration camp is awaiting you, but, well, all the best. Thank you, sir. And all the luck to you. God knows you're going to need it. He glanced down in the region of the concealed belt that held the photostats, then finished somberly. We've at least got a chance. The smoke was slowly clearing when Brigadier Farnham went out again into the darkness of the night. But the air still held that curious, unpleasant amalgam of cordite and death and corruption that the old soldier knows so well. A subaltern and a company of men were lined up outside waiting for him. Musketry and machine-gun fire had increased now. Visibility was far better. But the shell fire had ceased altogether. Probably the Japanese saw no sense in inflicting too much damage on a city which would be theirs on the following day anyway. Farnham and his escort moved quickly through the deserted streets, through the now gently falling rain, the sound of gunfire in their ears all the time, and had reached the waterfront within a few minutes. Here the smoke, lifted by a gentle breeze from the east, was almost entirely gone. The smoke was gone, and almost at once Farnham realized something that made him clutch the handle of the Gladstone until his knuckles shone white and his forearms ached with the strain. The small lifeboat from the Kerry Dancer, which he had left rubbing gently against the wharf, was gone also. And the sick apprehension that had once flooded through his mind made him lift his head swiftly and stare out into the roads. But there was nothing there for him to see. The Kerry Dancer was gone, as if she had never existed. There was only the falling rain, the gentle breeze in his face, and, away to his left, the quiet, heartbroken sobs of a little boy crying alone in the darkness. Chapter 2. The subaltern in charge of the soldiers touched Farnham on the arm and nodded out to sea. "The boat, sir. She's gone." Farnham restrained himself with an effort. His voice, when he spoke, was as calm and as matter-of-fact as ever. "So it would appear, Lieutenant. In the words of the old song, they've left us standing on the shore. Deuced inconvenient, to say the least of it." "Yes, sir." Farnham's reaction to the urgency of the situation, Lieutenant Parker felt, was hardly impressive. "What's to be done now, sir?" "You may well ask, my boy." Farnham stood still for several moments, a hand rubbing his chin, an abstracted expression on his face. "Do you hear a child crying there, along the waterfront?" he asked suddenly. "Yes, sir." "Have one of your men bring him here. Preferably," Farnham added, "a kindly, fatherly type that won't scare the living daylights out of him." "Bring him here, sir?" The subaltern was astonished. "But there are hundreds of these little street Arabs—" He broke off suddenly as Farnham towered over him, his eyes cold and still beneath the jutting brows. "I trust you are not deaf, Lieutenant Parker?" he inquired solicitously. The low-pitched voice was for the lieutenant's ears alone, as it had been throughout. "Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir." Parker hastily revised his earlier impression of Farnham. "I'll send a man right away, sir." "Thank you. Then send a few men in either direction along the waterfront, maybe half a mile or so. Have them bring back here any person or persons they find. They may be able to throw some light on the missing boat. Let them use persuasion if necessary." "Persuasion, sir?" "In any form. We're not playing for pennies tonight, Lieutenant. And when you've given the necessary orders, I'd like a private little talk with you." Farnham strolled off some yards into the gloom. Lieutenant Parker rejoined him within a minute. Farnham lit a fresh cheroot and looked speculatively at the young officer before him. "Do you know who I am, young man?" he asked abruptly. "No, sir." "Brigadier Farnham." Farnham grinned in the darkness as he saw the perceptible stiffening of the lieutenant's shoulders. "Now that you've heard it, forget it. You've never heard of me, understand?" "No, sir," Parker said politely. "But I understand the order well enough." "That's all you need to understand, and cut out the sirs from now on. Do you know my business?" "No, sir, "No, sirs, I said," Farnham interrupted. "If you cut them out in private, there's no chance of your using them in public." "I'm sorry. No, I don't know your business, but the Colonel impressed upon me that it was a matter of the utmost importance and gravity." The Colonel was in no way exaggerating, Farnham murmured feelingly. "It is better, much better, that you don't know my business. If we ever reach safety, I promise you I'll tell you what it's all about. Meantime, the less you and your men know, the safer for all of us." He paused, drew heavily on the cheroot, and watched the tip glow redly in the night. "Do you know what a beachcomber is, Lieutenant?" "A beachcomber?" The sudden switch caught Parker off balance, but he recovered quickly. "Naturally." "Good. That's what I am from now on, and you will kindly treat me as such, an elderly, alcoholic, and somewhat no-account beachcomber, hell-bent on saving his own skin. Good-natured and tolerant contempt, that's your line. Firm, even severe when you've got to be. You found me wandering about the streets, searching for some form of transport out of Singapore. You heard from me that I'd arrived on a little inter-island steamer, and decided that you would commandeer it for your own uses." "But the ship's gone," Parker objected. "You have a point," Farnham admitted. "We may find it yet. There may be others, though I very much doubt it. The point is that you must have your story and your attitude ready, no matter what happens. Incidentally, our objective is Australia." "Australia?" Parker was startled into momentary forgetfulness. "Good Lord, sir! That's thousands of miles away." "It's a fairish bit," Farnham conceded. "Our destination, nevertheless, even if we can't lay hands on anything larger than a rowing boat." He broke off and swung round. "One of your men returning, I think, Lieutenant." It was. A soldier emerged out of the darkness, the 3 white chevrons on his arms easy to see. A very big man, over 6 feet tall and broad in proportion, he made the childish figure in his arms tiny by comparison. The little boy, face buried in the soldier's sunburnt neck, was still sobbing, but quietly now. "Here he is, sir." The burly sergeant patted the child's back. "The little duffer's had a bad fright, I think, but he'll get over it." "I'm sure he will, Sergeant." Farnham touched the child's shoulder. "And what's your name, my little man, eh?" The little man took one quick look, flung his arms round the sergeant's neck, and burst into a fresh torrent of tears. Farnham stepped back hastily. "Ah, well," he shook his head philosophically. "Never had much of a way with children, I'm afraid. Crusty old bachelors and what have you. His name can wait." "His name is Peter," the sergeant said woodenly. "Peter Talon. He's 2 years and 3 months old. He lives in Mysore Road in North Singapore, And he's a member of the Church of England." "He told you all that?" Farnham asked incredulously. "He hasn't spoken a word, sir. There's an identity disc tied round his neck." "Quite," Farnham murmured. It seemed the only appropriate remark in the circumstances. He waited until the sergeant had rejoined his men, then looked speculatively at Parker. "My apologies." The lieutenant's tone was sincere. "How the devil did you know?" "Be damned funny if I didn't know after 23 years in the East. Sure, you'll find Malay and Chinese waifs, but waifs only of their own choice. You don't find them crying. If they did, they wouldn't be crying long. These people always look after their own. Not just their own children, but their own kind." He paused and looked quizzically at Parker. "Any guesses as to what Brother Jap would have done to that kid, Lieutenant?" "I can guess," Parker said somberly. "I've seen a little, and I've heard a lot." "Believe it all, then double it. They're an inhuman bunch of fiends." He changed the subject abruptly. "Let's rejoin your men. Berate me as we go. It'll create no end of a good impression. From my point of view, that is." 5 minutes passed. Then 10. The men moved about restlessly. Some smoked, some sat on their packs, but no one spoke. Even the little boy had stopped crying. The intermittent crackle of gunfire carried clearly from the northwest of the town, but mostly the night was very still. The wind had shifted, and the last of the smoke was clearing slowly away. The rain was still falling, more heavily than before, and the night was growing cold. By and by, from the northeast, the direction of Callang Creek, came the sound of approaching footsteps. The measured paces of 3 soldiers marching in step, and the quicker, more erratic click of feminine heels. Parker stared as they emerged out of the darkness, then turned to the soldier who had been leading the party. "What's all this? Who are these people?" "Nurses, sir. We found them wandering a little way along the front." The soldier sounded apologetic. "I think they were lost, sir." "Lost?" Parker peered at the tall girl nearest him. "What the dickens are you people doing wandering about the town in the middle of the night?" "We are looking for some wounded soldiers, sir." The voice was soft and husky. "Wounded and sick. We don't seem able to find them." "So I gather," Parker agreed dryly. "You in charge of this party?" "Yes, sir." "What's your name, please?" The lieutenant's tone was a shade less peremptory now. The girl had a pleasant voice, and he could see that she was very tired, and shivering in the cold rain. "Drachman, sir." "Well, Miss Drachman, have you seen or heard anything of a small motorboat or a coastal steamer anywhere offshore?" "No, sir." Her tone held tired surprise. "All the ships have left Singapore." "I hope to heaven you're wrong," Parker muttered. Aloud, he said, "Know anything about kids, Miss Drachman?" "What?" She sounded startled. "The sergeant there has found a little boy." Parker nodded to the child, still in the sergeant's arms, but wrapped now in a waterproof cape against the cold and rain. "He's lost, tired, lonely, and his name is Peter. Will you look after him for the present?" "Why, of course I will." Even as she was stretching out her hands for the child, more footsteps were heard approaching from the left, not the measured steps of soldiers, nor the crisp clickety-clack of women's heels, but a shambling, shuffling sound such as very old men might make, or very sick men. Gradually there emerged out of the rain and the darkness a long, uncertain line of men, weaving and stumbling in token column of twos. They were led by a little man with a high, hunched left shoulder, with a Bren gun dangling heavily from his right hand. He wore a balmoral, set jauntily on his head, and a wet kilt that flapped about his bare, thin knees. 2 yards away from Parker, he stopped, shouted out a command to halt, turned round to supervise the lowering of the stretchers. It was then that Parker saw for the first time that 3 of his own men were helping to carry the stretchers, then ran backwards to intercept the straggler who brought up the end of the column, and was now angling off aimlessly into the darkness. Farnham stared after him, then at the sick, maimed, and exhausted men who stood there in the rain, each man lost in his suffering and silent exhaustion. "My God!" Farnham shook his head in wonder. "The Pied Piper never had anything on this bunch." The little man in the kilt was back at the head of the column now. Awkwardly, painfully, he lowered his Bren to the wet ground, straightened and brought his hand up to his balmoral in a salute that would have done credit to a guard's parade ground. "Corporal Fraser reporting, sir." His voice had the soft burr of the northeast Highlands. "At ease, Corporal." Parker stared at him. Wouldn't it have been easier if you just transferred that gun to your left hand?" A stupid question, he knew, but the sight of that long line of haggard, half-alive zombies materializing out of the darkness had had a curiously upsetting effect on him. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir, I think my left shoulder is kind of broken, sir." "Kind of broken," Parker echoed. With a conscious effort of will, he shook off the growing sense of unreality. "What regiment, Corporal?" "Argyll and Sutherland, sir." "Of course," Parker nodded. "I thought I recognized you." "Yes, sir. Lieutenant Parker, isn't it, sir?" "That's right." Parker gestured at the line of men standing patiently in the rain. "You in charge, Corporal?" "Yes, sir." "Why?" "Why?" The corporal's fever-wasted face creased in puzzlement. "Dunno, sir. Suppose it's because I'm the only fit man here." "The only fit—" Parker broke off in mid-sentence, lost in incredulity. He took a deep breath. "That's not what I meant, Corporal. What are you doing with these men? Where are you going with them?" "I don't rightly know, sir," Fraser confessed. "I was told to lead them back out of the line to a place of safety. Get them some medical attention if I could." He jerked a thumb in the direction of the intermittent firing. "Things are a little bit confused up there, sir," he finished apologetically. "They're all of that," Parker agreed. "But what are you doing down here at the waterfront?" "Looking for a boat, a ship, anything." The little corporal was still apologetic. "Place of safety was my order, sir. I thought I'd have a real go at it." A real go at it. The feeling of unreality was back with Parker once again. "Aren't you aware, Corporal, that by the time you get anywhere, the nearest place of safety would be Australia? Or India?" "Yes, sir." There was no change of expression on the little man's face. "Heaven give me strength." It was Farnham speaking for the first time, and he sounded slightly dazed. "You were going to set out for Australia in a rowing boat with that... He gestured at the line of patient, sick men, but words failed him. "Certainly I was," Fraser said doggedly. "I've got a job to do." "My God, you don't give up easy, do you, Corporal?" Farnham stared at him. "You'd have 100 times more chance in a Jap prison camp. You can thank your lucky stars that there isn't a boat left in Singapore." "Maybe there is, and maybe there isn't," the corporal said calmly. But there's a ship lying out there in the roads. He looked at Parker. I was just planning how to get out to it when your men came along, sir. What? Farnham stepped forward and gripped him by his good shoulder. There's a ship out there. Are you sure, man? Sure, I'm sure. Fraser disengaged his shoulder with slow dignity. I heard its anchor going down not 10 minutes ago. How do you know? Farnham demanded. Perhaps the anchor was coming up, and— Look, pal, Fraser interrupted. I may look stupid. I may even be stupid. But I know the bloody difference between— That'll do, Corporal, that'll do. Parker cut him off hastily. Where's this ship lying? Out behind the dock, sir. About a mile out, I should say. Bit difficult to be sure. Still some smoke around out there? The docks? In the Keppel Harbour? No, sir, we haven't been near there tonight. Only a mile or so away, just beyond Malay Point. Even in the darkness, the journey didn't take long. 15 minutes at the most. Parker's men had taken over the stretchers, and others of them helped the walking wounded along. And all of them, men and women, wounded and well, were now possessed of the same overwhelming sense of urgency. Normally, no one among them would have placed much hope on any evidence so tenuous as the rattle of what might or might not have been an anchor going down. But so much had their minds been affected by the continuous retreats and losses of the past weeks, so certain had they been of capture before that day was through, capture and God only knew how many years of oblivion, so complete was their sense of hopelessness, that even this tiny ray of hope was a blazing beacon in the dark despair of their minds. Even so, the spirit of the sick men far exceeded their strength, and most of them were spent and gasping, and glad to cling to their comrades for support, by the time Corporal Fraser came to a halt. Here, sir. It was just about here that I heard it. What direction? Farnham demanded. He followed the line indicated by the barrel of the corporal's bren, but could see nothing. As Fraser had said, smoke still lay over the dark waters. He became aware that Parker was close behind him, his mouth almost touching his ear. Torch? Signal? He could barely catch the lieutenant's soft murmur. For a moment, Farnham hesitated, but only a moment. They had nothing to lose. Parker sensed, rather than saw, the nod, and turned to his sergeant. Use your torch, Sergeant. Out there. Keep flashing until you get an answer, or until we can see or hear something approaching. 2 or 3 of you have a look around the docks. Maybe you might find some kind of boat. 5 minutes passed, then 10. The sergeant's torch clicked on and off monotonously, but nothing moved out on the dark sea. Another 5 minutes, then the searchers had returned to report that they were unable to find anything. Another 5 minutes passed, 5 minutes during which the rain changed from a gentle shower to a torrential downpour that bounced high off the metal roadway. Then Corporal Fraser cleared his throat. I can hear something coming, he said conversationally. What? Where? Farnham barked at him. A rowing boat of some sorts. I can hear the rowlocks. Coming straight at us, I think. Are you sure? Farnham tried to listen over the drumming of the rain on the road, the hissing it made as it churned the surface of the sea to a white foam. Are you sure, man? He repeated. I can't hear a damn thing. Aye, I'm sure. Heard it plain as anything. He's right. It was the big sergeant who spoke, his voice excited. By God, he's right, sir. I can hear it too. Soon everybody could hear it. The slow, grinding creak of rowlocks as men pulled heavily on their oars. The tense expectancy raised by Fraser's first words collapsed and vanished in the almost palpable wave of indescribable relief that swept over them and left them all chattering together in low, ecstatic voices. Lieutenant Parker took advantage of the noise to move closer to Farnham. "What about the others? The nurses and the wounded?" "Let them come, Parker, if they want to. The odds are high against us. Make that plain, and make it plain that it must be their own choice. Then tell them to keep quiet and move back out of sight. Whoever it is, and it must be the Kerry dancer, we don't want to scare them away. As soon as you hear the boat rubbing alongside, move forward and take over." Parker nodded and turned away, his low, urgent tones cutting through the babble of voices. "Right. Take up these stretchers. Move back, all of you, to the other side of the road, and keep quiet. Keep very quiet if you ever want to see home again. Corporal Fraser." "Sir?" "You and your men, do you wish to come with us? If we go aboard that ship, it's highly probable that we'll be sunk within 12 hours. I must make that clear." "I understand, sir." "And you'll come, then?" "Yes, sir." "Have you asked the others?" "No, sir." The corporal's injured tone left no doubt about his contempt for such ridiculously democratic procedures in the modern army, and Farnham grinned in the darkness. "They'll come too, sir." "Very well. On your head be it. Miss Drachman?" "I'll come, sir," she said quietly. She lifted her left hand to her face in a strange gesture. "Of course I'll come." "And the others?" "We've discussed it." She indicated the young Malayan girl by her side. "Lena here wants to go too. The other 3 don't care much, sir, one way or another. Shock, sir. A shell hit our lorry tonight. Better if they come, I think." Parker made to answer, but Farnham gestured him to silence, took the torch from the sergeant, and advanced to the edge of the dock. The boat could be seen now, less than 100 yards away, vaguely silhouetted by the distant beam of the torch. Even as Farnham peered through the heavy rain, he could see the flurry of white foam as someone in the stern sheets gave an order, and the oars dug into the sea, backwatering strongly, until the boat came to a stop and lay silently without moving, a half-seen blur in the darkness. "Ahoy there!" Farnham called. "The Kerry dancer?" "Yes." The deep voice carried clearly through the falling rain. "Who's there?" "Farnham, of course." He could hear the man in the stern sheets giving an order, could see the rowers starting to pull strongly again. "Van Effen?" "Yes, Van Effen." "Good man." There was no questioning the genuineness of the warmth in Farnham's voice. "Never been so glad to see anyone in all my life. What happened?" The boat was only 20 feet away now, and they could talk in normal tones. "Not much." The Dutchman spoke perfect colloquial English, with a scarcely discoverable trace of accent. "Our worthy captain changed his mind about waiting for you, and had actually got under way before I persuaded him to change his mind." But how do you know the Kerry dancer won't sail before you get back? Good God, Van Effen! You should have sent someone else. You can't trust that devil an inch." "I know." Hands steady on the tiller, Van Effen was edging in towards the stonework. "If she sails without a master. He's sitting in the bottom of the boat here, hands tied and with my gun in his back. Captain Siran is not very happy, I think." Farnham peered down along the beam of the torch. It was impossible to tell whether Captain Siran was happy or not, but it was undoubtedly Captain Siran. His smooth brown face was as expressionless as ever. "And just to make certain," Van Effen continued, "I've got the 2 engineers tied in Miss Plenderleith's room. Tied hand and foot by myself, I may say. They won't get away. The door's locked, and Miss Plenderleith's in there with them, with a gun in her hand. She's never fired a gun in her life, but she's perfectly willing to try, she says. She is a wonderful old lady, Farnholm." "You think of everything," Farnholm said admiringly. "If only—" "All right, that'll do. Stand aside, Farnholm." Parker was by his side, a powerful torch shining down onto the upturned faces below. "Don't be a bloody fool," he said sharply, as Van Effen made to bring up his pistol. "Put that thing away. There's a dozen machine guns and rifles lined up on you." Slowly, Van Effen lowered his gun and looked up bleakly at Farnholm. "That was beautifully done, Farnholm," he said slowly. "Captain Siran here would have been proud to claim such a masterpiece of treachery." "It wasn't treachery," Farnholm protested. "They're British troops, our friends. But I'd no option. I can explain—" "Shut up," Parker cut in brusquely. "You can do all your explaining later." He looked down at Van Effen. "We're coming with you, whether you like it or not. That's a motor lifeboat you have there. Why were you using your oars?" "For silence, obviously. Much good it did us," Van Effen added bitterly. "Start the motor," Parker ordered. "I'll be damned if I will." "Perhaps. You'll probably be dead if you don't," Parker said coldly. "You look an intelligent man, Van Effen. You've got eyes and ears and should realize we're desperate men. What's to be gained by childish obstinacy at this stage?" Van Effen looked at him for a long moment in silence, nodded, jammed his gun hard into Siran's ribs, and gave an order. Within a minute, the engine had come to life and was put-putting evenly away as the first of the wounded soldiers was lowered onto the thwarts. Within half an hour, the last of the men and women who had been standing on the dockside were safely aboard the Kerry Dancer. It had taken 2 trips, but short ones. Corporal Fraser had been about right in his estimate of distance, and the ship was anchored just outside the 3-fathom shoal line of the Pagar Spit. The Kerry Dancer got under way just before 2:30 in the morning, the last ship out of the city of Singapore, before she fell into the hands of the Japanese later on that same day of the 15th of February, 1942. The wind had dropped away now. The rain fined to a gentle drizzle, and a brooding hush lay over the darkened city as it faded swiftly into the gloom of the night. There were no fires to be seen now, no lights at all, and even the crackle of desultory gunfire had died away completely. Everything was unnaturally, uncannily silent, silent as death itself. But the storm would break when the first light of day touched the rooftops of Singapore. Farnholm was in the bleak, damp aftercastle of the Kerry Dancer, helping 2 of the nurses and Miss Plenderleith to attend to the bandaging and care of the wounded soldiers, when a knock came to the door. The only door, the one that led out into the deep after well. He switched out the light, stepped outside, and closed the door carefully behind him. He turned to look at the shadowy figure standing in the gloom. "Lieutenant Parker?" "Yes." Parker gestured in the darkness. "Perhaps we'd better go up on the poop deck here. We can't be overheard there." Together they climbed the iron ladder and walked right aft to the taffrail. The rain had quite stopped now, and the sea was very calm. Farnholm leaned over the rail, gazed down at the phosphorescence bubbling in the Kerry Dancer's creaming wake, and wished he could smoke. It was Parker who broke the silence. "I've a rather curious item of news for you, sir. Sorry, no, sir. Did the corporal tell you?" "He told me nothing. He only came into the aftercastle a couple of minutes ago. What is it?" It appears that this wasn't the only ship in the Singapore roads tonight. While we were coming out to the Kerry Dancer with the first boatload, it seems that another motorboat came in and tied up less than a quarter of a mile away. A British crew. Well, I'll be damned. Farnham whistled softly in the darkness. Who were they? What the hell were they doing there anyway? And who saw them? Corporal Fraser and one of my own men. They heard the engine of the motorboat. We never heard it, obviously, because the sound of our own drowned it, and went across to investigate. Only 2 men in it, both armed with rifles. The only man who spoke was a Highlander. Chap from the Western Isles, Fraser says, and he'd know. Very uncommunicative indeed, Fraser says, although he asked plenty of questions himself. Then Fraser heard the Kerry Dancer's boat coming back, and they had to go. He thinks one of the men followed him, but he can't be sure. Curious is hardly the word to describe it, Lieutenant. Farnham bit his lower lip thoughtfully and stared out to sea. And Fraser has no idea where they came from, or what kind of ship they had, or where they were going. He knows nothing, Parker said positively. They might have come straight from the moon, for all Fraser knows. They talked about it for a few minutes. Then Farnham dismissed the matter. No good talking about it, Parker, so let's forget it. It's over and done with, and no harm to anyone. We got cleared away, which is all that matters. Deliberately, he changed the subject. Got everything organised? Yes, more or less. Siran's going to cooperate. No doubt about that. His own neck's at stake just as much as ours, and he's fully aware of it. The bomb or torpedo that gets us isn't very likely to miss him. Have a man watching him, one watching the quartermaster, and one keeping an eye on the duty engineer. Most of the rest of my men are asleep in the forecastle, and heaven knows they need all the sleep they can get. I've got 4 of them asleep in the midships cabin. Very handy in emergency. Good. Good. Farnham nodded his head in approval. And the 2 Chinese nurses, and the elderly Malayan one, also in one of the midships cabins. They're pretty sick and dazed, all 3 of them. And Van Effen? Asleep on deck, under a boat, just outside the wheelhouse, not 10 feet from the captain. Parker grinned. He's no longer mad at you, but his knife is still pretty deep in Siran. It seemed a good place to have Van Effen sleep. A reliable sort of chap. He's all of that. How about food? Lousy, but plenty of it. Enough for a week or 10 days. I hope we get the chance to eat it all, Farnham said grimly. One more thing. Have you impressed on everyone, especially Siran, that I'm now pretty small beer around these parts, and that there's only one man that matters? Yourself? I don't think you're as well thought of as you were previously, Parker said modestly. Excellent. Unconsciously almost, Farnham touched the belt under his shirt. But don't overdo it, just ignore me whenever possible. By the way, there's something you can do for me on your way forward. You know the radio shack? Behind the wheelhouse, yes, I've seen it. The operator, Willie Loon or something like that, sleeps in it. I think he's a pretty decent sort of lad. God knows what he's doing aboard this floating coffin. But I don't want to approach him myself. Find out from him what his set's transmitting radius is, and let me know before dawn. I'll probably have a call to make round about that time. Yes, sir. Parker hesitated, made to speak, then changed his mind about the question he'd been going to ask. No time like the present. I'll go and find out now. Good night. Good night, Lieutenant. Farnham remained leaning over the taffrail for a few more minutes, listening to the asthmatic clanking of the Kerry Dancer's superannuated engine, as she throbbed her way steadily east-southeast through the calm and oily sea. By and by he straightened up with a sigh, turned and went below. The whiskey bottles were in one of his bags in the after-castle, and he had his reputation to sustain. Most men would have objected strongly to being waked at 3:30 in the morning and asked a purely technical question about their work. But not Willie Loon. He merely sat up in his bunk, smiled at Lieutenant Parker, told him that the effective range of his transmitter was barely 500 miles, and smiled again. The smile on his round, pleasant face was the essence of goodwill and cheerfulness, and Parker had no doubt but that Farnham had been 100% correct in his assessment of Willie Loon's character. He didn't belong here. Parker thanked him and turned to go. On his way out, he noticed on the transmitting table something he had never expected to see on a ship such as the Kerry Dancer. A round, iced cake. Not too expertly made, its top liberally beskewered with tiny candles. Parker blinked, then looked at Willie Loon. "What on earth is this for?" "A birthday cake." Willie Loon beamed proudly at him. "My wife, that's her picture there, made it. 2 months ago now. To be sure I would have it. It is very pretty, is it not?" "It's beautiful," Lieutenant Parker said carefully. He looked at the picture again. "Beautiful as the girl who made it. You must be a very lucky man." "I am." Again he smiled blissfully. "I am very lucky indeed, sir." "And when's the birthday?" "Today. That is why the cake is out. I am 24 years old today." "Today?" Parker shook his head. "You've certainly picked a wonderful day to have a birthday on, by all the signs. But it's got to be some time, I suppose. Good luck, and many happy returns of the day." He turned, stepped over the storm combing, and closed the door softly behind him. Chapter 3. Willie Loon died when he was 24 years of age. He died on his 24th birthday, at the high noon of day, with the harsh glare of the equatorial sunlight striking savagely through the barred skylight above his head. A white light, a bright, merciless light that mocked the smoking flame from the solitary candle still burning on the birthday cake. A yellow flame that bloomed and faded regularly, monotonously, as the ship rolled and the black bar of shadow from the skylight passed and repassed across it, across the candle, across the cake, and across the picture of Anna May, the shy, smiling Batavian girl who had baked it. But Willie Loon could not see the candle or the cake or the picture of his young wife, for he was blind. He could not understand why this should be so, for the last of these hammer blows of just 10 seconds ago had struck the back of his head, not the front. He could not even see his radio transmitting key, but that did not matter, for Mr. Johnson of the Marconi School had always insisted that no one could be a real Marconi man until he was as good in pitch darkness as he was in the light of day. And Mr. Johnson had also said that the Marconi man should be the last to leave his post, that he should leave the ship together with his captain. And so Willie Loon's hand moved up and down, in the staccato, offbeat rhythm of the trained operator, triggering off the key, sending the same call over and over again. SOS, enemy air attack, 0.45 north, 104.24 east, on fire. SOS, enemy air attack, 0.45 north, 104.24 east, on fire. SOS. His back hurt abominably. Machine gun bullets. He did not know how many, but they hurt badly. But better that, he thought tiredly, than the transmitter. If his back hadn't been there, the transmitter would have been smashed. There would have been no distress signal, no hope at all. A fine Marconi man he would have been, with the most important message of his life to send and no way of sending it. But he was sending that message. the most important message of his life, although already his hand was becoming terribly heavy, and the transmitting key was starting to jump around from side to side, eluding the fumbling, sightless fingers. There was a strange, muted thunder in his ears. He wondered vaguely if it was the sound of aero engines, or if the flames that enveloped the foredeck were bearing down on him, or if it was just the roaring of his own blood in his head. Most likely it was his own blood, for the bombers should have gone by now, their work done, and there was no wind to fan the flames. It didn't matter. Nothing really mattered, except that his hand should keep bearing down on that transmitting key, keep sending out the message. And the message went out, time and time again, but it was now only a jumbled, meaningless blur of dots and dashes. Willie Loon did not know this. Nothing was very clear to him any longer. Everything was dark and confused, and he seemed to be falling. But he could feel the edge of his chair catching him behind the knees, and he knew he was still there, still sitting at his transmitter. And he smiled at his own foolishness. He thought again of Mr. Johnson, and he thought that perhaps Mr. Johnson would not be ashamed of him if he could see him then. He thought of his dark and gentle Anna May, and smiled again without bitterness. And then there was the cake. Such a lovely cake, made as only she could make it. And he hadn't even tasted it. He shook his head sadly, cried out once as the sharp scalpel of agony sliced through his shattered head and reached the unseeing eyes. For a moment, just for a moment, consciousness returned. His right hand had slipped off the transmitting key. He knew it was desperately urgent that he should move his hand back, but all the power seemed to have gone from his right arm. He moved his left hand across, caught his right wrist, and tried to lift it. But it was far too heavy. It might have been nailed to the table. He thought again, dimly, briefly, of Mr. Johnson, and he hoped he had done his best. Then, silently, without even a sigh, he slid forward wearily onto the table, his head cradling on his crossed hands, his left elbow crushing down on the cake until the candle leaned over horizontally, the dripping wax pooling on the polished table. The smoke, thick now and very black, spiralling lazily upwards until it flattened against the deckhead and spread across the tiny cabin. A dark, oily smoke. But it could do nothing to soften the cruel shafts of sunshine, or hide the 3 little neat, red-ringed holes in the back of Willie Loon's shirt, as he lay sprawled tiredly across the table. By and by the candle flickered feebly, flared up once, and died. Captain Francis Findhorn, OBE, Commodore of the British Arabian Tanker Company, and master of the 12,000-ton motorship Veroma, gave the barometer a last 2 taps with his fingernail, looked at it with that expression for a moment, then walked back quietly to his seat in the port corner of the wheelhouse. Unthinkingly, he reached up to direct the overhead ventilation louver onto his face, winced as the blast of hot, humid air struck at him, then pushed it away again, quickly, but without haste. Captain Findhorn never did anything with haste. Even the next simple gesture of taking off his gold-braided white cap and rubbing the dark, thinning hair with his handkerchief was made with an unhurried speed, with so complete a lack of unnecessary and wasted movement that one instinctively knew this calm deliberation, this unstudied economy of motion, to be an inseparable part of the man's nature. There was a soft padding behind him. Footsteps crossing the iron-hard teak deck. Captain Findhorn replaced his cap, slewed round in his chair, and looked at his chief officer, who was standing where he himself had been seconds before, gazing thoughtfully at the barometer. For a few moments, Captain Findhorn studied him in silence. Thoughts that his chief officer was a classic refutation of the widely held belief that light-haired, light-skinned people cannot sunburn well. Between the white shirt and the fair flaxen hair, sun-bleached almost to a platinum blonde. The back of the neck was a strip of old, dark oak. Then the chief officer had turned round and caught his eye, and Findhorn smiled briefly. "Well, Mr. Nicholson, what do you make of it?" The quartermaster was only feet away. With members of the crew within earshot, the captain was always punctiliousness itself towards his senior officers. Nicholson shrugged his shoulders and walked across to the screen door. He had a peculiarly soft-footed, almost cat-like gait, as if he was stepping on old dry sticks and feared he might break them. He looked at the brassy oven of the sky, at the oily copper sheen of the water, at the far horizon to the east, where the two met in a shimmer of metallic blue, and finally at the glassy swell that was building up to the northeast, pushing up on their port quarter. He shrugged again, turned and looked at the captain, and for the 100th time Findhorn found himself marvelling at the clear ice blue of his officer's eyes, doubly striking in the sunburnt darkness of the face. He had never seen eyes like them, remotely like them, anywhere. They always reminded Captain Findhorn of alpine lakes, and this irritated the captain, for he had a precise logical mind, and he had never been in the Alps in his life. "Not much doubt about it, sir, is there?" The voice was soft, controlled, effortless, the perfect complement to the way he walked and carried himself. But it had a deep resonant quality that enabled him to be heard through a roomful of talking people, or in a high wind, with an abnormal ease and clarity. He gestured through the open screen door. "All the signs. The glass is only 28.5, but it was 0.75 hardly an hour ago. It's falling like a stone. The wrong time of the year, and I've never heard of a tropical storm in these latitudes, but we're in for a bit of a blow, I'm afraid." "You have a genius for understatement, Mr. Nicholson," Findhorn said dryly. "And don't refer disrespectfully to a typhoon as a bit of a blow. It might hear you." He paused a moment, smiled, and went on softly, "I hope it does, Mr. Nicholson. It's a godsend." "It would be all of that," Nicholson murmured. "And rain. There'll be plenty of rain?" "Buckets of it," Captain Findhorn said with satisfaction. "Rain, high seas, and a 10 or 11 wind, and there's nary a sun in the Nipponese army or navy will see us this night. What's our course, Mr. Nicholson?" 1:30, sir." "We'll keep it there. The Caramata Straits for us by noon tomorrow, and then there's always a chance. We'll turn aside only for their grand fleet, and we'll turn back for nothing." Captain Findhorn's eyes were calm, untroubled. "Think there'll be anyone out looking for us, Mr. Nicholson?" "Apart from a couple of 100 aircraft pilots and every ship in the China Sea, no." Nicholson smiled briefly, and the smile touched and whitened the wrinkles at his eyes, and was gone. "I doubt if there's any of our little yellow pals within 500 miles who doesn't know that we broke out of Singapore last night. We must be the juiciest titbit since the Prince of Wales went down, and the size of the flap will be corresponding. They'll have combed every exit, Macassar, Singapore, Durian, and Rio, and the High Command will be throwing blue fits and chucking themselves onto their swords by the dozen. But they never thought to check the Chombol Straits and Temyang. I suppose they're reasonably sane, and do us the compliment of thinking we are also," Nicholson said thoughtfully. "No sane man would take a big tanker through these waters at night, not with the draught we've got, and not a light in sight." Captain Findhorn inclined his head, half nod, half bow. "You have rather a pretty line in compliments yourself, Mr. Nicholson." Nicholson said nothing. He turned away and walked to the other side of the bridge, past the quartermaster and Vanier, the fourth officer. His feet on the deck made no more sound, almost, than the whisper of falling leaves. At the far end of the bridge he stopped, looked through the starboard wheelhouse door at the haze-blurred silhouette of Linga Island, melting softly into the purple distance, then turned back again, Vanier and the quartermaster watched him silently, tired speculation in tired eyes. From above their heads came the occasional murmur of voices or the shuffling of aimless, wandering feet. Up there were the gunners who manned the 2 wheelhouse-top Hotchkisses, 5s, well spaced on each side of the starboard compass platform teak screen. Old guns, these, very old and feeble and inaccurate, good only for boosting the morale of those who had never had to use them against an enemy. The suicide seats, these 2 gun positions were called. The exposed wheelhouse top, highest point of the bridge superstructure, always held priority for strafing attacks on tankers. The gunners knew this, and they were only human. They had been unhappy, increasingly restless for days now. But the fidgety unease of the gunners, the quartermaster's hands moving gently on the spokes of the wheel, these were only small, insignificant sounds that punctuated the strange, hushed silence that lay over the Veroma. An enveloping, encompassing silence, thick, cocoon-like, almost tangible. And the little sounds came and went and left the silence deeper, more oppressive than before. It was the silence that comes with great heat, and the climbing humidity that spills out sweat over a man's arms and body with every mouthful of liquid he drinks. It was the dead, flat silence that lies over the China Sea, while the gathering storm bides its time beyond the horizon. It was the silence that comes upon men when they have not slept for a long, long time, and they are very tired. But above all, it was the silence that comes with waiting. That kind of waiting where a man's nerves are stretched out on a rack, and every hour more of waiting is another turn of the rack. And if the waiting doesn't end soon, the rack will turn too far, and the nerves tear and sunder with the strain. But if the waiting does end, then that will be even worse, for it will be the end not only of the waiting, it will almost certainly be the end of everything. The men of the Veroma had been waiting for a long time now. Or perhaps not such a long time. It was only a week since the Veroma, with a false funnel, dummy ventilators, the newly painted name of Resistencia, and flying the flag of the Argentine Republic, had rounded the northern tip of Sumatra and steamed into the Malacca Straits in broad daylight. But a week has 7 days, every day 24 hours, and every hour 60 minutes. Even a minute can be a long time when you're waiting for something which must inevitably happen, when you know that the laws of chance are operating more and more inexorably against you, that the end cannot be much longer delayed. Even a minute can be a long, long time when the first bomb or the first torpedo may be only seconds away, and you have 10,400 tons of fuel oil and high-octane gasoline beneath your feet. The telephone above the flag locker shrilled jarringly, insistently, cutting knife-like through the leaden silence on the bridge. Vanier, slight, brown-haired, an officer of only 10 weeks' standing, was nearest to it. He whirled round, startled, knocked over the binoculars on the locker top behind him, and fumbled the receiver off its hook. Even through the tan, the red flush could be seen creeping up through neck and face. "Bridge here? What is it?" The voice was meant to be crisp, authoritative. It didn't quite come off. He listened for a few moments, said thank you, hung up, and turned round to find Nicholson standing beside him. "Another distress signal?" he said quickly. Nicholson's cold blue eyes always made him feel flustered. "Up north somewhere." Up north somewhere. Nicholson repeated the words, his tone almost conversational, but carrying an undertone that made Vanier squirm. "What position? What ship?" There was a sharp edge to Nicholson's voice now. I don't know. I didn't ask." Nicholson looked at him for a long second, turned away, reached down the phone and began to crank the generator handle. Captain Findhorn beckoned to Vanier and waited until the boy had walked hesitantly across to his corner of the bridge. "You should have asked, you know," the captain said pleasantly. "Why didn't you?" I didn't think it necessary, sir." Vanya was uncomfortable, on the defensive. "It's our fourth call today. You ignored the others, so I—" "True enough," Findhorn agreed. "It's a question of priorities, boy. I'm not going to risk a valuable ship, a priceless cargo, and the lives of 50 men on the off chance of picking up a couple of survivors from an inter-island steamer. But this might have been a troop ship or a cruiser. I know it's not, but it might have been. And it might have been in a position where we could have given some help without sticking our necks out too far. All improbable ifs and mights, but we must know where she is and what she is before we make a decision." Findhorn smiled and touched the gold-braided epaulets on his shoulders. "You know what these are for?" "You make the decisions," Vanya said stiffly. "I'm sorry, sir." "Forget it, boy. But one thing you might remember, to call Mr. Nicholson sir once in a while, it's, expected." Vanya flushed and turned away. "Sorry again, sir. I don't usually forget. I think I'm just a little bit tired and edgy, sir." "We all are," Findhorn said quietly. "And not a little bit either. But Mr. Nicholson isn't. He never is." He raised his voice. "Well, Mr. Nicholson?" Nicholson hung up the receiver and turned round. "Vessel bombed, burning, possibly sinking," he said briefly. 0.45 north, 104.24 east. That makes it the southern entrance to the Rio Channel. Name of the vessel uncertain. Walters says the message came through very fast, very clear at first, but quickly deteriorated into crazy nonsense. He thinks the operator was seriously injured and finally collapsed over his table and key, for he finished up with a continuous send. It's still coming through. Name of the ship, as far as Walters could make out, was the Kenny Danker. Never heard of it. Strange he didn't send his international call sign. Nothing big, anyway. Mean anything to you? Not a thing, sir. Nicholson shook his head, turned to Vanya. Look it up in the register anyway, please. Then look through the K's, obviously the wrong name. He paused for a moment, the cold blue eyes remote, distant, then turned again to Vanya. Look up the Kerry Dancer. I think it must be that. Vanya riffled through the pages. Findhorn looked at his chief officer, eyebrows raised a fraction. Nicholson shrugged. Fair chance, sir, and it makes sense. N and R are very close in Morse. So are C and K. A sick man could easily trade them, even a trained man, if he was sick enough. You're right, sir. Vanya smoothed out a page of the directory. The Kerry Dancer, 540 tons, is listed here. Clyde, 1922. Sulamaya Trading Company. I know them, Findhorn interrupted. An Arab company. Chinese-backed, sailing out of Macassar. They've 7 or 8 of these small steamers. 20 years ago, they had only a couple of dhows. That was about the time they gave up legitimate trading as a bad business and went in for the fancy stuff. Guns, opium, pearls, diamonds, and little of that legally come by. Plus a fair amount of piracy on the side. No tears over the Kerry Dancer. No tears over the Kerry Dancer, Mr. Nicholson. Course 130 and hold it there. Captain Findhorn moved through the screen door onto the port wing of the door. The incident was closed. Captain! Findhorn halted, turned round unhurriedly and looked curiously at Evans. Evans was the duty quartermaster, dark, wiry, thin-faced, and with tobacco-stained teeth. His hands rested lightly on the wheel, and he was looking straight ahead. Something on your mind, Evans? Yes, sir. The Kerry Dancer was lying in the roads last night. Evans glanced at him for a moment, then stared ahead again. A blue ensign boat, sir. What? Findhorn was jerked out of his normal equanimity. A government ship? You saw her? I didn't see her, sir. The boatswain did, I think. Anyway, I heard him talking about it last night, just after you come back from shore. Are you quite certain, man? He said that? No mistake, sir. The high-pitched Welsh voice was very definite. Get the boatswain up here at once, Findhorn ordered. He went over to his chair, sat down, easy and relaxed, and thought back to the night just gone. He remembered his surprise and relief when he had gone over the side and found the boatswain and carpenter manning the motor lifeboat that was to take him ashore. His surprise and relief when he had seen the butts of a couple of short Lee Enfields protruding beneath a piece of canvas thrown carelessly over them. He had said nothing about these. He remembered the distant sound of guns, the pall of smoke lying over Singapore from the last bombing raid. One could set a watch by the appearance of Japanese bombers over Singapore every morning. The weird, unnatural hush that had lain over city and roads. The roads themselves had been empty, deserted, as he'd never known them, and he couldn't remember seeing the Kerry Dancer or any other ship flying the blue ensign as they went in. It had been too dark, and he had had too much on his mind. And he had had even more to worry about on the way out. He had learnt that the oil islands of Poco Bucom, Pulo Sambo and Pulo Sebarok had been fired, or were to be fired. He had been unable to find out or even see for himself. The pall of smoke obscured everything. The last of the naval units had pulled out, and there was no one to take his fuel oil. Nor his aviation spirit. The Catalinas were gone, and the only Brewster Buffaloes and wildebeest torpedo bombers that remained were charred skeletons on the Selengar airfield. 10,400 tons of explosive fuel, trapped in the harbour of Singapore. And, "McKinnon, sir, you sent for me?" 20 years that hadn't missed out a sea or port in the world worth looking at had turned McKinnon from a raw, shy, unknowing Lewis boy to a byword among the 60-odd ships of the British Arabian Company for toughness, shrewdness, and unvarying competence. But they hadn't altered a single inflection in his slow, soft-spoken Highland voice. "About the Kerry Dancer?" Findhorn nodded, said nothing, just continued looking at the dark, stocky figure before him. A Commodore, he thought dryly, inconsequentially, has his privileges. The best first mate and the best boatswain in the company. "I saw her lifeboat yesterday evening, sir," McKinnon said quietly. "She left before us, with a full complement of passengers." He looked speculatively at the captain. "A hospital ship, Captain." Findhorn climbed down off his chair and stood in front of McKinnon without moving. The two men were of a height, eye to eye. No one else moved. It was as if each one feared to break the sudden, utter stillness that had fallen on the bridge. The Veroma wandered 1 degree off course, then 2, then 3, and Evans made no move to correct it. "A hospital ship," Findhorn repeated tonelessly. "A hospital ship? Boatswain? She's only a little inter-island tramp, 500 tons or so." "That's right. But she's been commandeered, sir. I was talking to some of the wounded soldiers while Ferris and myself were at the jetty, waiting for you. Her captain's been given the option of losing his ship or sailing her to Darwin. There's a company of soldiers aboard to see that he does." "Go on." "That's all there is, sir. They filled up the second boatload before you came back. Most of the cases were walking wounded, but there were a few on stretchers. I believe there are 5 or 6 nurses, non-British, and a little boy. Women, children, and sick men. And they stick them aboard one of the Sulamaya Company's floating death traps, and the whole archipelago swarming with Jap aircraft." Findhorn swore, quietly, savagely. I wonder what mutton-headed genius in Singapore thought that one up. I don't know, sir, Mackinnon said woodenly. Findhorn looked at him sharply, then looked away again. The question was purely rhetorical, Mackinnon, he said coldly. His voice dropped almost an octave, and he went on quietly, musingly, speaking to no one in particular, a man thinking aloud and not liking his thoughts at all. If we go north, the chances of our getting as far as Rio and back again are less than remote. They do not exist. Let us not deceive ourselves about that. It may be a trap. Probably is. The Kerry dancer left before us, and she should have been through Rio 6 hours ago. If it's not a trap, the probability is that the Kerry dancer is at this moment sinking, or has sunk. Even if she is still afloat, fire will have forced passengers and crew to abandon ship. If they're just swimming around, most of them wounded men, there'll be mighty few of them left in the 6 or 7 hours it would take us to get there. Findhorn paused for some moments, lit a cigarette in defiance of the company's and his own regulations, and went on in the same flat monotone. They may have taken to their boats if they had any boats left after bombs, machine guns, and fire had all had a go at them. Within a few hours, all the survivors can land on any one of a score of islands. What chance have we got of finding the right island in total darkness in the middle of a storm, assuming that we were crazy enough, suicidal enough, to move into the Rio Straits and throw away all the sea room we must have in the middle of a typhoon? He grunted in irritation, as spiralling smoke laced his tired eyes. Captain Findhorn hadn't left the bridge all night. Gazed down with mild surprise, as if seeing for the first time, at the cigarette clipped between his fingers. Dropped it, and ground it out with the heel of his white canvas shoe. He stared down at the crushed stub for long seconds after it had gone out, then looked up, his gaze travelling slowly round the 4 men in the wheelhouse. The gaze meant nothing. Findhorn would never have included the quartermaster, boatswain, or the 4th officer in his counsels. I can see no justification whatsoever for jeopardizing the ship, the cargo, and our lives on a wild goose chase. No one said anything. No one moved. The silence was back again, heavy, foreboding, impenetrable. The air was still and very airless, the approaching storm, perhaps. Nicholson was leaning against the flag locker, hooded eyes looking down at his hands clasped before him. The others were looking at the captain, and not blinking. The Veroma had now slewed yet further off course, 10, perhaps 12 degrees, and still swinging steadily. Captain Findhorn's wandering gaze finally settled on Nicholson. The remoteness had gone from the captain's eyes now, when he looked at his first mate. "Well, Mr. Nicholson?" he asked. "You're perfectly right, sir, of course." Nicholson looked up, gazed out the window at the foremast swaying slowly, gently, under the lift of the deepening swell. 1,000 to 1 that it's a trap, or if it isn't, ship, crew, and passengers will all be gone by now, one way or another. He looked gravely at the quartermaster, at the compass, then back at Findhorn again. "But, as I see we're already 10 degrees off course, and still slewing to starboard, we might as well save trouble and just keep on going round to starboard. The course would be about 3:20, sir." "Thank you, Mr. Nicholson." Findhorn let his breath escape in a long, almost inaudible sigh. He crossed over towards Nicholson, his cigarette case open. "For this once only, to hell with the rules. Mr. Vernier, you have the Kerry dancer's position. A course for the quartermaster, if you please." Slowly, steadily, the big tanker swung round, struck off to the northwest, back in the direction of Singapore, into the heart of the gathering storm. 1,000 to 1 were the odds that Nicholson would have offered, and the captain would have backed him in that and gone even further. And they would both have been wrong. There was no trap. The Kerry Dancer was still afloat, and she hadn't been abandoned. Not entirely. Still afloat, at 2 o'clock on that sultry, breathless mid-February afternoon in 1942, but not looking as if she would be afloat much longer. She was deep in the water, down by the head, and listing over so heavily to starboard that the well-deck guardrail was dipping into the sea, now lost in it, now showing clear, as the long, low swell surged up the sloping deck and receded, like waves breaking on a beach. The forward mast was gone, broken off about 6 feet above the deck. A dark, gaping hole, still smouldering, showed where the funnel had been, and the bridge was unrecognisable. A scrapyard shambles of buckled steel plates and fractured angle irons, outlined in crazy, surrealist silhouette against a brazen sky. The forecastle, the crew's quarters just forward of the well deck, looked as if it had been opened up by a gigantic can-opener. The scuttles on the ship's side had disappeared completely, and there was no trace of anchors, windlass, or forward derrick winch. All this forecastle damage the result, obviously, of a bomb that had penetrated the thin steel deck plating and failed to explode until it was deep inside the ship. No one there at the time could have known anything about it, for the lethal blast would have been far faster than realization. Abaft the well deck, the wood-lined accommodation quarters on the main and upper decks had been completely burnt out, gutted as far as the after well, sky and sea clearly visible through the gaunt and twisted framework. It was impossible that human beings could have survived the bludgeoning, the consuming, metal-melting white heat that had reduced the Kerry Dancer to the charred, dead wreck, drifting imperceptibly southwestwards, towards the Abang Straits and faraway Sumatra. And indeed, there was no life to be seen on what was left of the decks of the Kerry Dancer. No life to be seen anywhere, above or below. A deserted, silent skeleton, a dead hulk adrift on the China Sea. But there were 23 people still alive in the aftercastle of the Kerry Dancer. 23 people. But some of them had not much longer to live. These were the wounded soldiers, the stretcher cases that had been close enough to death already before the ship had pulled out from Singapore, and the conclusive impact of the bombs and the gasping heat of the fires that had stopped short at the break of the after well deck had destroyed what feeble resources and hold of life were left to most of them, and tipped the scales against recovery. There might have been hope for them, some slender hope, had they been brought out of that panting suffocation while there was yet time and lowered to the rafts and boats. But there had been no time. Within seconds of the first bomb falling, someone outside had sledge-hammered tight the 8 clips that secured the only door, the watertight door that gave access to the upper deck. Through this smoke-blackened door, a man cried out from time to time, a cry not of pain but of anguished memory, lacerating a darkening mind. There were whimpers, too, from other badly wounded men, again not moans of pain. The Eurasian nursing sister had with her all the drugs and sedatives she required. Not pain, but just the feeble, aimless murmur of dying men. Now and again a woman's voice could be heard, soothing, consoling, the soft sound of it punctuated from time to time by the deep, angry rumble of a man. But mostly it was just the husky undertones of sick men, and very occasionally the quivering, indrawn breaths, the lost and lonely wailing of a little child. Twilight. The brief tropical twilight, and the sea was milky white from horizon to horizon. Not close at hand, there it was green and white, great steep-sided walls of green, broken-topped and parallel-streaked with the wind-blown spume. Waves that collapsed in a boiling, seething cauldron of rushing phosphorescence and foamed whitely across the low, wide decks of the Veroma, burying hatch covers, pipelines and valves. burying at times even the catwalks, the gangways that stretched fore and aft 8 feet above the deck. But further away from the ship, as far as the eye could see in the darkening night, there was nothing but the eerie, glistening whiteness of wind-flattened wave tops and driving spray. The Veroma, her big single screw thrusting under maximum power, lurched and staggered northwards through the storm. Northwest should have been her course, but the 50-knot wind at a titter on the starboard beam, almost without warning, and with the typical typhoon impact of a tidal wave moving at express speed, had pushed her far off course to the south and west, close into Sabanga. She was far round into the sea now, corkscrewing violently and pitching steeply, monotonously, as the big quartering seas bore down on her starboard bow and passed over and below her. She shuddered every time her bows crashed into a trough, then quivered and strained throughout every inch of her 460-foot length when the bows lifted and fought their way clear of the press of cascading white water. The Veroma was taking punishment, severe punishment, but that was what she had been built for. Up on the starboard wing of the bridge, muffled in oilskins, crouched down behind the negligible shelter of the canvas dodger, and with his eyes screwed almost shut against the lash of the driving rain, Captain Findhorn peered out into the gathering dusk. He didn't look worried. His chubby face was as composed, as impassive as ever. But he was worried, badly, and not about the storm. The wild staggering of the Veroma, the explosive, shuddering impact of plummeting bows burying themselves to the hawse pipes in a massive head sea, would have been a terrifying experience for any landsman. Captain Findhorn barely noticed it. A deep-laden tanker has a remarkably low centre of gravity, with corresponding stability, which doesn't make it roll any less, but what matters is not the extent of the roll, but whether or not a ship will recover from a roll, and a tanker always does. Its system of watertight cross bulkheads gives it enormous strength, and with the tiny access hatches securely battened down, the smooth, unbroken sweep of steel decks makes it the nearest thing afloat to a submarine. Where wind and weather are concerned, a tanker is virtually indestructible. Captain Findhorn knew that only too well, and he had sailed tankers through typhoons far worse than this, and not only across the rim, where he was now, but through the heart. Captain Findhorn was not worried about the Veroma, nor was he worried about himself. Captain Findhorn had nothing left to worry about. Literally. He had a great deal to look back upon, but nothing to look forward to. The senior captain of the British Arabian Tanker Company, neither the sea nor his employers had anything more to offer him than 2 more years of command, retirement, and a sufficient pension. He had nowhere to go when he retired. His home for the past 8 years, a modest bungalow off the Bukit Timur Road, just outside the town of Singapore, had been destroyed by bombs in mid-January. His twin sons, who had always maintained that anyone who went to sea for a livelihood wanted his head examined, had joined the RAF at the outbreak of war and died in their hurricanes, one over Flanders, one over the English Channel. His wife, Ellen, had survived the second son for only a few weeks. Cardiac failure, the doctor had said, which was a neat enough medical equivalent for a broken heart. Captain Findhorn had nothing to worry about, just nothing in the world, as far as he himself was concerned. But selfishness had no root, no hold in Captain Findhorn's nature, and the emptiness of all that lay ahead had not robbed him of his concern for those for whom life still held much. He thought of the men under his command, men not like himself, but men with parents and children, wives and sweethearts. And he wondered what moral justification, if any, he had had for risking the life of non-combatants and turning back towards the enemy. He wondered, too, about the oil beneath his feet again, about his justification, if any, for hazarding a priceless cargo so desperately needed by his country. The thought of the loss to his company he dismissed with the mental equivalent of an indifferent shrug. Lastly, and most deeply of all, he thought about his chief officer of the past 3 years, John Nicholson. He did not know, and he did not understand John Nicholson. Some woman might, some day, but he doubted whether any man ever would. Nicholson was a man with 2 personalities, neither of them in any way directly connected with his professional duties, or the manner of the performance of them, which was exceptional. Next in line for command in the Anglo-Arabian fleet, Nicholson was regarded by Captain Findhorn as the finest officer he had had serve under him in his 33 years as master. Unvaryingly competent when competence was called for, brilliant when competence was not enough. John Nicholson never made a mistake. His efficiency was almost inhuman. Inhuman, Findhorn thought. That was it. That was the other side of his character. Nicholson normally was courteous, considerate, even humorously affable. And then some strange sea change would come over him, and he became aloof, remote, cold, and above all, ruthless. There had to be a link, a meeting point between the 2 Nicholsons, something that triggered off the transition from one personality to another. What it was, Captain Findhorn did not know. He did not even know the nature of the slender bond between Nicholson and himself. He was not close to Nicholson, but he believed he was closer than anyone he knew. It could have been the fact that they were both widowers, but it was not that. It should have been that, for the parallels were striking. Both wives had lived in Singapore, Nicholson's on her first and his on her second 5-year tour of duty in the Far East. Both had died within a week of each other, and within 100 yards of each other. Mrs. Findhorn had died at home, grieving. Caroline Nicholson had died in a high-speed car smash almost outside the white-painted gates of Captain Findhorn's bungalow, victim of a drunken maniac who had escaped without as much as a single scratch. Captain Findhorn straightened up, tightened the towel round his neck, wiped some salt from his eyes and lips, and glanced at Nicholson, farther out on the wing of the bridge. He was quite upright, seeking no shelter behind the Venturi Dodger. Hands resting lightly on the side of the bridge, the intense blue eyes slowly quartering the dusk-blurred horizon. His face impassive, indifferent. Wind and rain, the crippling heat of the Persian Gulf, or the bitter sleet storms of the Scheldt in January, were all the same to John Nicholson. He was immune to them. He remained always indifferent, impassive. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. The wind was backing now, slowly, very slowly, and as steadily increasing in strength. The brief tropical twilight was almost over, but the seas were as milky white as ever, stretching away into the gloom. Findhorn could see their gleaming phosphorescence off to port and starboard, curving in a great heaving horseshoe round the stern. But he could see nothing forward. The Veroma was now thrusting north, dead in the eye of the gale-force wind, and the heavy driving rain, strangely cold after the heat of the day, was sweeping almost horizontally fore and aft across the decks and the bridge, numbing his face with 1,000 little answers, filling his eyes with pain and tears. Even with eyes screwed tight to the narrowest slits, the rain still stung and blinded. They were blind men groping in a blind world, and the end of the world was where they stood. Captain Findhorn shook his head impatiently, an impatience compounded equally of anxiety and exasperation, and called to Nicholson. There was no sign that he had been heard. Findhorn cupped his hands to his mouth and called again, realized that what little of his voice was not being swept away by the wind was being drowned by the crash of the plunging bows and the thin high whine in the halyards and rigging. He moved across to where Nicholson stood, tapped him on the shoulder, jerked his head towards the wheelhouse, and made for there himself. Nicholson followed him. As soon as he was inside, Findhorn waited for a convenient trough in the sea, eased forward the sliding door with the downward pitch of the ship, and secured it. The change from driving rain, wind, and the roaring of the sea to dryness, warmth, and an almost miraculous quiet was so abrupt, so complete, that it took mind and body seconds to accustom themselves to the change. Findhorn towelled his head dry, moved across to the port-forward window and peered through the clear-view screen, a circular inset plate or glass span driven at high speed by an electric motor. Under normal conditions of wind and rain, centrifugal force is enough to keep the screen clear and provide reasonable visibility. There was nothing normal about the conditions that night, and the worn driving belt, for which they had no spare, was slipping badly. Findhorn grunted in disgust and turned away. "Well, Mr. Nicholson, what do you make of it?" "The same as you, sir." He wore no hat, and the blonde hair was plastered over head and forehead. "Can't see a thing ahead." "That wasn't what I meant." "I know." Nicholson smiled, braced himself against a sudden vicious pitch, against the jarring shock that shook the windows of the wheelhouse. "This is the first time we've been safe in the past week." Findhorn nodded. "You're probably right. Not even a maniac would come out looking for us on a night like this." "Valuable hours of safety, Johnny," he murmured quietly. "And we will be better employed putting even more valuable miles between ourselves and Brother Jap." Nicholson looked at him, looked away again. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but Findhorn knew something at least of what he must be thinking, and swore quietly to himself. He was making it as easy as possible. Nicholson had only to agree with him. "The chances of there being any survivors around are remote," Findhorn went on. "Look at the night. Our chances of picking anybody up are even more remote. Again, look at the night. And as you say yourself, we can't see a damn thing ahead. And the chances of piling ourselves up on a reef, or even a fair-sized island, are pretty high." He looked out a side window at the driving fury of the rain and the low, scudding cloud. "We haven't a hope of a star sight while this lot lasts." "Our chances are pretty thin," Nicholson agreed. He lit a cigarette, automatically returned the spent match to its box, watched the blue smoke eddying lazily in the soft light of the binnacle, then looked up at Findhorn. "How much do you give for the chances of any survivors on the Kerry Dancer, sir?" Findhorn looked into the ice-cold blue of the eyes, looked away again, said nothing. "If they took to the boats before the weather broke down, they'll be on an island now," Nicholson went on quietly. "There are dozens of them around. If they took to the boats later, they're gone long ago. A dozen of these coasters couldn't muster one regulation lifeboat between them. If there are any survivors we can save, they'll still be on the Kerry Dancer. A needle in a haystack. I know, but a bigger needle than a raft or a balk of wood." Captain Findhorn cleared his throat. "I appreciate all this, Mr. Nicholson." "She'll be drifting more or less due south," Nicholson interrupted. He looked up from the chart on the table. 2 knots, maybe 3, heading for the Merodong Straits. Bound to pile up later tonight. "We could come round to port a bit, still give Messana Island a good offing and have a quick look-see." "You're assuming an awful lot," Findhorn said slowly. "I know. I'm assuming that she wasn't sunk hours ago." Nicholson smiled briefly, or maybe it was only a grimace. It was very dark in the wheelhouse now. "Perhaps I'm feeling fey tonight, sir. Perhaps it's my Scandinavian ancestry coming out. An hour and a half should get us there, even in this head sea, not more than 2. "All right, damn you," Findhorn said irritably. 2 hours, and then we turn back." He glanced at the luminous figures on his wristwatch. 6:25 now. The deadline is 8:30. He spoke briefly to the helmsman, turned and followed Nicholson, who was holding the screen door open for him against the wild lurching of the Veroma. Outside, the howling wind was a rushing, irresistible wall that pinned them helplessly for seconds on end against the after end of the bridge, fighting for their breath. The rain was no longer rain, but a deluge, driving horizontally, sleet-cold, razor-edged, that seemed to lay exposed foreheads and cheeks open to the bone. The wind in the rigging was no longer a whine, but an ululating scream, climbing off the register, hurtful to the ear. The Veroma was moving in on the heart of the typhoon. Chapter 4. 2 hours, Captain Findhorn had given them. 2 hours at the outside limit. But it might as well have been 2 minutes or 2 days, for all the hope that remained. Everyone knew that it was just a gesture, maybe to their own consciences, maybe to the memory of a few wounded soldiers, a handful of nurses, and a radio operator who had leaned over his transmitting key and died. But still only a hopeless gesture. They found the Kerry dancer at 27 minutes past 8, 3 minutes before the deadline. They found her primarily because Nicholson's predictions had been uncannily correct. The Kerry dancer was almost exactly where he had guessed they would find her, and a long, jagged fork of lightning had, for a brief, dazzling moment, illuminated the gaunt, burnt-out scarecrow as brightly as the noonday sun. Even then, they would never have found her, had not the hurricane force of the wind dropped away to the merest whisper, and the blinding rain vanished as suddenly as if someone had turned off a gigantic tap in the heavens. That there was no miracle about the almost instantaneous transition from the clamour of the storm to this incredible quiet, Captain Findhorn was grimly aware. Always, at the heart of a typhoon, lies this oasis of peace. This breathless, brooding hush was no stranger to him. But on the 2 or 3 previous occasions, he had had plenty of sea room, could turn where he wished when the going became too bad. But not this time. To the north, to the west, and to the southwest, their escape route was blocked off by islands of the archipelago. They couldn't have entered the heart of the typhoon at a worse time. And they couldn't have done it at a better time. If anyone lived on the Kerry dancer, conditions for rescue would never be more favourable than this. If anyone lived. And from what they could see of her in the light of their canal searchlights and the port signalling lamp as they bore slowly down on her, it seemed unlikely. More, it seemed impossible. In the harsh glare of the searchlights, she seemed more forlorn, more abandoned than ever, so deep now by the head that the forward well-deck had vanished, and the forecastle, like some lonely rock, now awash, now buried deep as the big seas rolled it under. The wind had gone, the rain had gone, but the seas were almost as high as ever, and even more confused. Captain Findhorn gazed out silently at the Kerry dancer, his eyes bleak. Caught in a cone of light, broached to and broadside on to the waves, she was rolling sluggishly in the troughs, her centre of gravity pulled right down by the weight of hundreds of tons of water. Dead, he thought to himself, dead if ever a ship was dead, but she just won't go. Dead, and that's her ghost, he thought inconsequentially, and ghost-like she seemed, eerie and foreboding, with the searchlight shining through the twisted rectangular gaps in her burnt-out upper works. She reminded him vaguely, tantalizingly of something, and then all of a sudden he had it. The death ship of the ancient mariner, with the red barred sun shining through the skeleton of her timbers. No deader than this one here, he thought grimly. Nothing could have been emptier of life than this. He became aware that the chief officer was standing just behind his shoulder. "Well, there she is, Johnny," he murmured. Candidate-elect for the Sargasso Sea, or wherever dead ships go. It's been a nice trip. Let's be getting back. Yes, sir. Nicholson didn't seem to have heard him. Permission to take a boat across, sir? No! Findhorn's refusal was flat, emphatic. We've seen all we want to see. We've come back a long way for this. There was no particular inflection in Nicholson's voice. Vanier, the boatswain, Ferris, myself, and a couple of others, we could make it. Maybe you could. Bracing himself against the heavy rolling of the Varoma, Findhorn made his way to the outer edge of the port wing and stared down at the sea. Even in the lee of the ship, there were still 10 or 15 feet between troughs and wave crests. The short, steep seas confused and treacherous. And maybe you couldn't. I don't propose to risk anyone's life just to find that out. Nicholson said nothing. Seconds passed. Then Findhorn turned to him again, the faintest edge of irritation in his voice. Well, what's the matter? Still feeling, fey? Is that it? He flung out an impatient arm in the direction of the Kerry dancer. Damn it all, man, she's obviously abandoned. Burnt out and hammered till she looks like a floating colander. Do you honestly think there will be any survivors after she'd been through that little lot? And even if there were, they're bound to see our lights. Why aren't they all dancing about the upper deck, if there's any deck left, waving their shirts above their heads? Can you tell me that? Captain Findhorn was being heavily sarcastic. No idea, sir. Though I should imagine a badly wounded soldier, Mackinnon said there were a few stretcher cases aboard, would find it difficult, far too difficult, even to get out of bed and take his shirt off, far less wave it all over the upper deck, Nicholson said dryly. A favour, sir. Switch our searchlights off and on. A few 12-pounder ack-ack shots. Half a dozen rockets. If there's anyone left alive, that'll attract their attention. Findhorn considered for a moment, then nodded his head. It's the least I can do, and I don't suppose there's a Jap within 50 miles. Go ahead, Mr. Nicholson. But the flicking on and off of the searchlights, the flat, sharp crack of the 12-pounder echoing emptily over the sea, had no effect. Just no effect at all. The Kerry dancer looked even more lifeless than before. A floating, burnt-out skeleton, deeper than ever in the water, the forecastle only awash now in the deepest troughs. And then came the rockets, 7 or 8 of them, dazzling white in the pitchy darkness, curving away in shallow arcs to the west. One of them landed on the poop of the Kerry dancer, lay there for long seconds, bathing the heaving deck in a fierce white glare, then sputtering to extinction. And still nothing moved aboard the Kerry dancer. No sign of life at all. Well, that's it. Captain Findhorn sounded a little weary. Even with no hope in the first place, he was still disappointed. More than he would have cared to admit. Satisfied, Mr. Nicholson? Captain, sir? It was Vanier speaking before Nicholson could answer, his voice high-pitched, excited. Over there, sir. Look! Findhorn had steadied himself on the handrail and had his night-glasses to his eyes before Vanier had finished talking. For a few seconds he stood motionless. Then he swore softly, lowered his glasses and turned to Nicholson. Nicholson forestalled him. I can see it, sir. Breakers. Less than a mile south of the Kerry dancer. She'll pile up there in 20 minutes, half an hour. Metsana, it must be. It's not just a reef. Metsana it is, Findhorn growled. Good God! I never dreamed we were so close. That settles it. Cut the lights. Full ahead, hard a starboard, and keep a 090. Biggest possible offing in the shortest possible time. We're about due to move out of the eye of the typhoon any minute now, and heaven only knows how the wind is going to break. What the devil? Nicholson's hand was on his upper arm, the lean fingers digging hard into his flesh. His left arm was stretched out, finger pointing towards the stern of the sinking ship. "I saw a light just now, just after ours went out." His voice was very quiet, almost hushed. "A very faint light, a candle, or maybe even a match. The porthole nearest the well deck." Findhorn looked at him, stared out at the dark, tenebrous silhouette of the steamer, then shook his head. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Nicholson. Some optical trick, nothing else. The retina can hold some queer after-images. Or maybe it was just the scuttle, reflecting the dying glow from one of our—" "I don't make mistakes of that kind," Nicholson interrupted flatly. A few seconds passed, seconds of complete silence. Then Findhorn spoke again. "Anybody else see that light?" The voice was calm, impersonal enough, the faint edge of anger just showing through. Again the silence, longer this time. Then Findhorn turned abruptly on his heel. "Full ahead, quartermaster, and Mr. Nicholson, what are you doing?" Nicholson replaced the phone he had been using without any sign of haste. "Just asking for a little light on the subject," he murmured laconically. He turned his back to the captain and gazed out over the sea. Findhorn's mouth tightened. He took a few quick steps forward, but slowed up suddenly as the port light switched on, wavered uncertainly, then settled on the aftercastle of the Kerry Dancer. More slowly still, the captain came alongside Nicholson, shoulder to shoulder, both hands reaching out for the dodger rail to steady himself. But seeking balance alone could not have accounted for the strength of his grip on the rail, a grip that tightened and tightened until the straining knuckles were burnished ivory in the washback of light from the beam pinned on the Kerry Dancer. The Kerry Dancer was barely 300 yards away now, and there could be no doubt about it. None at all. Everybody saw it clearly. The narrow scuttle swinging in, then the long, bare arm stretching out and frantically waving a white towel or sheet, an arm that withdrew suddenly, thrust out a flaming bundle either of paper or rags, held onto it until the flames began to lick and twist around the wrist, then dropped it hissing and smoking into the sea. Captain Findhorn sighed a long, heavy sigh and unclamped his aching fingers from the dodger rail. His shoulders sagged, the tired, dispirited droop of a man no longer young, a man who has been carrying too heavy a burden for too long a time. Beneath the dark tan, his face was almost drained of colour. "I'm sorry, my boy." It was only a whisper. He spoke without turning round, his head shaking slowly from side to side. "Thank God you saw it in time." No one heard him, for he was talking only to himself. Nicholson was already gone, sliding on his forearms down the teak ladder rails without his feet touching one step, before the captain had started speaking. And even before he was finished, Nicholson had knocked off the Gripes release links on the port lifeboat, and was already easing off the handbrake, shouting for the boatswain to muster the emergency crew at the double. Fireman's axe in one hand, a heavy rubber-sheathed torch in the other, Nicholson made his way quickly along the fore and aft passage through the Kerry Dancer's gutted midship superstructure. The steel deck beneath his feet had been buckled and twisted into fantastic shapes by the intense heat, and pieces of charred wood were still smouldering in sheltered corners. Once or twice, the heavy, jerky rolling of the ship threw him against the walls of the passage, and the fierce heat struck at him even through the canvas gloves on his outflung hands. That the metal should still be so hot after hours of gale-force winds and torrential rain gave him a very vivid idea of the tremendous heat that must have been generated by the fire. He wondered vaguely what sort of cargo she had been carrying. Probably contraband of some sort. 2/3 of the way along the passage, on the right-hand side, he noticed a door still intact, still locked. He leaned back and smashed at the lock, straight-legged with the sole of his shoe. The door gave half an inch, but held. He swung his axe viciously against the lock, kicked the door open with his foot, pressed the button of his torch, and stepped over the combing. 2 charred, shapeless bundles lay on the floor at his feet. They might have been human beings once. They might not. The stench was evil, intolerable, striking at his wrinkling nostrils like a physical blow. Nicholson was back in the passage within 3 seconds, hooking the door shut with the blade of the axe. Vanier was standing there now, the big red fire extinguisher under his arm, and Nicholson knew that even in those brief moments Vanier had had time to look inside. His eyes were wide and sick, his face like paper. Nicholson turned abruptly, continued down the passage, Vanier behind him, followed by the boatswain with a sledge and Ferris with a crowbar. He kicked open 2 more doors, shone his torch inside. Empty. He came to the break of the after well deck, and here he could see better, for all the lights of the Raroma were trained there. Quickly he looked round for a ladder or companionway. As quickly found it, a few charred sticks of wood lying on the steel deck 8 feet below. A wooden companionway, completely destroyed by the fire. Nicholson turned swiftly to the carpenter. Ferris, get back to the boat and tell Ames and Docherty to work it aft as far as the well deck here. I don't care how they do it, or how much damage is done to the boat. We can't get sick and wounded men up here. Leave your crowbar. Nicholson had swung down on his hands and dropped lightly to the deck below before he had finished speaking. In 10 paces he had crossed the deck, rung the haft of his axe hard against the steel door of the after castle. "Anyone inside there?" he shouted. For 2 or 3 seconds there was complete silence. Then there came a confused, excited babble of voices, all calling to him at once. Nicholson turned quickly to Mackinnon, saw his own smile reflected in the wide grin on the boatswain's face, stepped back a pace and played his torch over the steel door. 1 clip was hanging loose, swinging pendulum-like with the heavy, waterlogged rolling of the Kerry dancer. The other 7 jammed hard in position. The 7-pound sledgehammer was a toy in Mackinnon's hands. He struck 7 times in all, once for each clip, the metallic clangs reverberating hollowly throughout the sinking ship. And then the door had swung open of its own accord, and they were inside. Nicholson flashed his torch over the back of the steel door, and his mouth tightened. Only 1 clip, the one that had been hanging loose, was continued through the door. The rest just ended in smooth rivet heads. And then he was facing aft again, the beam circling slowly round the after castle. It was dark and cold, a dank, dripping dungeon of a place, with no covering at all on the slippery steel deck plates, and barely enough headroom for a tall man to stand upright. 3-tiered metal bunks, innocent of either mattresses or blankets, were ranged round both sides, and about a foot or so above each bunk, a heavy iron ring was welded to the bulkheads. A long, narrow table ran fore and aft the length of the compartment, with wooden stools on either side. There were maybe 20 people in the room, Nicholson estimated. Some sitting on the bottom bunks, 1 or 2 standing, hanging onto the uprights of the bunks to brace themselves, but most of them still lying down. Soldiers they were, those who were lying on the bunks, and some of them looked as if they would never get up again. Nicholson had seen too many dead men. The waxen cheek, the empty, lustreless eye, the boneless relaxation that inhabits a shapeless bundle of clothes. There were also a few nurses in khaki skirts and belted tunics, and 2 or 3 civilians. Everyone, even the dusky-skinned nurses, seemed white and strained and sick. The Kerry dancer must have lain in the trough since early afternoon, rolling wickedly, continuously, for endless hours. "Who's in charge here?" Nicholson's voice beat back at him hollowly from the iron walls of the after castle. "I think he is. Rather, I think he thinks he is." Slim, short, very erect, with silver hair drawn back in a tight bun beneath a liberally beskewered straw hat. The elderly lady by Nicholson's side still had the fire of authority in the washed-out blue of her eyes. There was disgust in them now, too, as she pointed down at the man huddled over a half-empty whisky bottle on the table. "But he's drunk, of course." "Drunk, madam? Did I hear you say I was drunk?" Here was one man who wasn't pale and sick, Nicholson realised. Face, neck, even the ears were burnt brick in colour, a dramatic background for the snow-white hair and bristling white eyebrows. "You have the effrontery to... He rose, spluttering to his feet, hands pulling down the jacket of his white linen suit. "By heaven, madam, if you were a man—" "I know," Nicholson interrupted. "You'd horsewhip her within an inch of her life. Shut up and sit down." He turned to the woman again. "What is your name, please?" "Miss Plenderleith. Constance Plenderleith." "The ship is sinking, Miss Plenderleith," Nicholson said rapidly. "She's lower by the head every minute. We'll be on the rocks in about half an hour, and the typhoon is going to hit us again any moment." 2 or 3 torches were on now, and he looked round the silent half-circle of faces. "We must hurry. Most of you look like death, and I'm quite sure you feel that way, but we must hurry. We have a lifeboat waiting on the port side, not 30 feet away. Miss Plenderleith, how many can't walk that far?" "Ask Miss Drachman. She's the sister in charge." Miss Plenderleith's quite different tone left no doubt that she thoroughly approved of Miss Drachman. "Miss Drachman?" A girl in a faraway corner turned to look at him. Her face was in shadow. "Only 2, I'm afraid, sir." Beneath the overtones of strain, the voice was soft and low and musical. "You're afraid?" "All the other stretcher cases died this evening," she said quietly. 5 of them, sir. They were very sick, and the weather was very bad." Her voice was not quite steady. 5 of them, Nicholson repeated. He shook his head slowly, wonderingly. "Yes, sir." Her arm tightened around the child standing on the seat beside her, while her free hand pulled a blanket more tightly around him. "And this little one is just very hungry and very tired." Gently, she tried to remove a grubby thumb from his mouth, but he resisted her efforts and continued to inspect Nicholson with a certain grave detachment. "He'll feed and sleep well tonight," Nicholson promised. "Right, all those who can, walk into the boat. Fittest first. You can help steady the boat and guide the wounded into it. How many arm or leg wounds, apart from the stretcher cases, nurse?" 5, sir. "No need to call me sir. You 5 wait until there's someone down there to help you." He tapped the whiskey drinker on the shoulder. "You lead the way." "Me?" He was outraged. "I am in charge here, sir. The captain, in effect. And a captain is always last to—" "Lead the way," Nicholson repeated patiently. "Tell him who you are, Foster," Miss Plenderleith suggested acidly. "I certainly shall." He was on his feet now, a black Gladstone bag in one hand, the half-empty bottle in the other. "Farnham is the name, sir. Brigadier Foster Farnham." He bowed ironically. "At your service, sir." "Delighted to hear it," Nicholson smiled coldly. "On your way." Behind him, Miss Plenderleith's low chuckle of amusement came unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. "By God, you shall pay for this, you insolent young—" He broke off hurriedly and took a step backwards as Nicholson advanced on him. "Oh, damn it all, sir," he spluttered. "The traditions of the sea! Women and children first." "I know. Then we'll all line up on the deck and die like little gentlemen while the band plays asunder. I won't tell you again, Farnham." "Brigadier Farnham to you, you—" "You'll get a 17-gun salute as you go aboard," Nicholson promised. His stiff-armed push sent Farnham, still clutching his bag, reeling back into the arms of the expectant boatswain. Mackinnon had him outside in less than 4 seconds. Nicholson's torch probed round the aftercastle and came to rest on a cloaked figure sitting huddled on a bunk. "How about you?" Nicholson asked. "You hurt?" "Allah is good to those who love Allah." The voice was deep, almost sepulchral, the dark eyes deep-set above an eagle nose. He stood up, tall, dignified, pulling his black cap tightly over his head. "I am unhurt." "Good. You next, then." Nicholson swivelled the torch round, picked out a corporal and 2 soldiers. "How do you boys feel?" We're fine." The thin, dark corporal withdrew his puzzled, suspicious stare from the doorway through which Farnham had just vanished, and grinned at Nicholson. It was a grin that belied the bloodshot eyes, the yellow, fever-ridden face. "Britain's hardy sons, we're just in splendid form." "You're a liar," Nicholson said pleasantly. "But thanks very much. Off you go. Mr. Vanier, will you see them into the boat, please? Have them jump every time the lifeboat rides up near the well deck. It should come within a couple of feet. And a bowline round each person, just in case. The boatswain will give you a hand." He waited until the broad, retreating back of the cloaked man had vanished through the door, then looked curiously at the little lady by his side. "Who's the boyfriend, Miss Plenderleith?" "He's a Muslim priest from Borneo." She pursed her lips in disapproval. "I spent 4 years in Borneo once. Every river bandit I ever heard of was a Muslim." "He should have a wealthy congregation," Nicholson murmured. "Right, Miss Plenderleith, you next, then the nurses. Perhaps you wouldn't mind staying a bit longer, Miss Drachman. You can see to it that we don't do too much damage to your stretcher cases when we start carrying them out." He turned without waiting for a reply and hurried through the door on the heels of the last of the nurses. On the well deck, he stood blinking for a few seconds, unaccustomed eyes adjusting themselves to the fierce glare of light from the Veroma that threw everything into harsh relief. A merciless whiteness broken by black, impenetrable blocks of shadow. The Veroma couldn't be more than 150 yards away. With seas like these, Captain Findhorn was gambling, and gambling high. Less than 10 minutes had elapsed since they had come on board, but the Kerry Dancer was already appreciably lower in the water. The seas were beginning to break over the starboard side of the after well deck. The lifeboat was on the port side, one moment plunging a dozen feet down into the depths of a trough, the next riding up almost to the level of the well deck rail. The men in the boat screwing shut their eyes and averting their heads as they were caught in the glare of the searchlights. Even as Nicholson watched, the corporal released his grip on the rail, stepped into the lifeboat, was grabbed by Docherty and Ames, and dropped from sight like a stone. Already Mackinnon had swung one of the nurses over the rail and was holding her in readiness for the next upward surge of the boat. Nicholson stepped to the rail, switched on his torch, and peered down over the side. The lifeboat was down in the trough, smashed jarringly into the side of the Kerry Dancer, despite all the crew could do to fend her off, as opposing seas flung the lifeboat and ship together. The 2 upper planks of the lifeboat were stove in and broken, but the gunwale of tough American elm still held. Fore and aft, Farnham and the Muslim priest clung desperately to the ropes that held them alongside, doing their best to keep the boat in position and to ease it against the shocks of the sea and the hull of the Kerry Dancer. As far as Nicholson could judge in the confusion and near darkness, their best was surprisingly good. "Sir!" Vanier was by his side, his voice agitated, his arm pointing out into the darkness. "We're almost on the rocks." Nicholson straightened up and stared along the line of the pointing arm. The sheet lightning was still playing around the horizon, but even in the intervals of darkness there was no difficulty in seeing it. A long, irregular line of seething white, blooming and fading, creaming and dying, as the heavy seas broke over the outlying rocks of the coastline. 200 yards away now, Nicholson estimated. 250 at the most. The Kerry Dancer had been drifting south at almost twice the speed he'd estimated. For a moment he stood there immobile, racing mind calculating his chances. Then he staggered and almost fell as the Kerry Dancer struck heavily, with a grinding, tearing screech of metal, on an underground reef, the decks canting far over on the port side. Nicholson caught a glimpse of Mackinnon, feet wide-braced on the deck, an arm crooked tightly round the nurse outside the rail, bared teeth white, and deep-set eyes screwed almost shut as he twisted round and stared into the searchlight. And he knew that Mackinnon was thinking the same thing as himself. "Fannia!" Nicholson's voice was quick, urgent. "Get the Aldous out of the boat. Signal the captain to stand well off. Tell him it's shoal ground with rocks, and we're fast. Ferris, take the boatswain's place. Heave him in any old how, we're pinned forward, and if she slews round head into the sea, we'll never get anybody off. Right, Mackinnon, come with me." He was back inside the aftercastle in 5 seconds, Mackinnon close behind him. He swept his torch once, quickly, round the metal bunks. 8 left in all, the 5 walking wounded, Miss Drachman, and the 2 seriously injured men lying stretched out at full length on the lowest bunks. One was breathing stertorously through his open mouth, moaning and twisting from side to side in deep drugged sleep. The other lay very still, his breathing so shallow as to be almost imperceptible, his face a waxen ivory. Only the slow, aimless wandering of pain-filled eyes showed that he was still alive. "Right, you 5. Nicholson gestured at the soldiers. "Outside as fast as you can." "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He reached out, tore a knapsack from the hands of a soldier who was struggling to slip his arms through the straps, flung it into a corner. "You'll be lucky to get out of this with your life, far less your damned luggage. Hurry up and get outside." 4 of the soldiers, urged on by Mackinnon, stumbled quickly through the door. The 5th, a pale-faced boy of about 20, had made no move to rise from his seat. His eyes were wide, his mouth working continuously, and his hands were clasped tightly in front of him. Nicholson bent over him. "Did you hear what I said?" he asked softly. "He's my pal." He didn't look at Nicholson, gestured to one of the bunks behind him. "He's my best friend. I'm staying with him." "My God," Nicholson murmured, "what a time for heroics." He raised his voice, nodded to the door. "Get going." The boy swore at him, softly, continuously, but broke off as a dull booming sound echoed and vibrated throughout the ship, the noise accompanied by a sharp, sickening lurch even farther to port. "Watertight bulkhead abaft the engine room gone, I'm thinking, sir." Mackinnon's soft-spoken Highland voice was calm, almost conversational. "And she's filling up aft," Nicholson nodded. He wasted no further time. He stooped over the soldier, twisted his left hand in his shirt, jerked him savagely to his feet, then stiffened in sudden surprise as the nurse threw herself forward and caught his free right arm in both her hands. She was tall, taller than he had thought. Her hair brushed his eyes, and he could smell the faint fragrance of sandalwood. What caught and held his almost shocked attention, however, was her eyes, or rather her eye, for the beam from Mackinnon's torch lit up only the right-hand side of her face. It was an eye of a colour and an intensity that he had seen only once before, in his own mirror. A clear, Arctic blue, It was very Arctic right then, and hostile. "Wait! Don't hit him! There are other ways, you know." The voice was still the same, soft, well modulated, but the earlier respect had given way to something edged with near contempt. "You do not understand. He is not well." She turned away from Nicholson and touched the boy lightly on the shoulder. "Come on, Alex. You must go, you know. I'll look after your friends. You know I will. Please, Alex." The boy stirred uncertainly and looked over his shoulder at the man lying in the bunk behind him. The girl caught his hand, smiled at him, and urged him gently to his feet. He muttered something, hesitated, then stumbled past Nicholson out onto the well-deck. "Congratulations." Nicholson nodded towards the open door. "You next, Miss Strachman." "No." She shook her head. "You heard me promise him, and you asked me to stay behind a little time ago." "That was then, not now," Nicholson said impatiently. "We've no time to fool around with stretchers now. Not with a slippery deck canted over at 20 degrees. Surely you can see that?" She stood irresolute a moment, then nodded without speaking, and turned round to grope in the shadowed darkness of a bunk behind her. Nicholson said roughly, "Hurry up! Never mind your precious belongings. You heard what I said to that soldier." "Not my belongings," she said quietly. She turned round and pulled a wrap more tightly round the sleeping child in her arms. "But very precious to someone, I'm sure." Nicholson stared at the child for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "Call me what you like, Miss Strachman. I just plain forgot. And you can call that what you like. Criminal negligence will do for a start." "Our lives are all with you." The tone was no longer hostile. "You cannot think of everything." She walked past him along the sharply sloping deck, propping herself against the line of bunks with her free hand. Again the faint smell of the sandalwood drifted past him, a scent so faint that it was just a fleeting memory lost in the dank airlessness of the after castle. Near the door she slipped and almost fell, and Mackinnon put out his hand to help her. She took it without any hesitation, and they went out on deck together. Within a minute, both the seriously injured men had been brought out on deck, Nicholson carrying the one and Mackinnon the other. The Kerry Dancer, already settling deep by the stern, was still pinned fast forward, working jerkily round with every pounding wave that smashed along its starboard length, the bows coming slowly, inexorably head-on to the seas. A minute at the most, Nicholson estimated, and the lifeboat would have lost the last of its shelter and would be exposed, head-on, to the heavy combers, shorter and steeper than ever, as they raced in over the shoaling seabed. Already the lifeboat, now plunging, now rolling in short, vicious arcs, was corkscrewing, almost uncontrollably in the quartering seas, shipping gallons of water at a time over the port gunwale. Not even a minute left, Nicholson felt sure. He jumped over the rail, waited for the boatswain to hand him the first of the two injured men. Seconds only, just seconds, and any more embarkation would be quite impossible. The lifeboat would have to cast off to save itself. Seconds. And the devil of it was that they had to work with sick men, maybe even dying men, in almost total darkness. The Kerry Dancer was so far round now that her superstructure completely blocked off the searchlights of the Viroma. Nicholson, leaning inboard against the slope of the deck, took the first man from Mackinnon, waited until the boatswain had hooked his fingers in his belt, twisted round, and leaned far out as the lifeboat came surging up out of the darkness into the thin beam of Vanya's torch. Docherty and Ames, each securely anchored by a couple of soldiers sitting on the side benches, rowed up almost level with Nicholson. With the stern of the Kerry Dancer settling in the water, the lifeboat was now riding comparatively higher. Caught the wounded man neatly at the first attempt, had him lowered to the thwarts just as the lifeboat dropped from sight and fell heavily into the next trough in a welter of spray and phosphorescent foam. Only 6 or 7 seconds later, the other wounded man had joined his companion in the bottom of the boat. Inevitably, their handling had been hurried, rough, and must have been agonizing, but neither man had uttered even a whimper. Nicholson called to Miss Drachman, but she pushed forward 2 of the walking wounded. They jumped together, landed safely in the boat. One more soldier to come. Even with all speed, it was going to be touch and go, Nicholson thought grimly. The Kerry Dancer was far round into the sea already. But the last soldier didn't come. In the darkness, Nicholson couldn't see him, but he could hear his voice, high-pitched and fearful, at least 15 feet away. He could hear the nurse talking too, urgency in the soft, persuasive voice, but her arguments didn't seem to be getting her anywhere. "What the hell's the matter there?" Nicholson shouted savagely. There was a confused murmur of voices, and then the girl called, "Just a minute, please." Nicholson twisted round, looked forward along the port side of the Kerry Dancer, then flung up a forearm in instinctive defence as the searchlights of the Viroma cleared the slowly swinging superstructure of the Kerry Dancer and struck at his dark-accustomed eyes. The Kerry Dancer was right round now, heading straight into the seas, and the lifeboat with all protection gone. He could see the first of the steep-walled, spume-veined waves racing smoothly, silently down the listing side of the ship, the next not far behind. How big they were, Nicholson couldn't tell. The searchlights, paralleling the surface of the sea, high-lit the broken white of the wave-tops, but left the troughs in impenetrable blackness. But they were big enough, too big and too steep. 6 of these, and the lifeboat would fill right up and overturn. At the very least, they would flood the engine air intake, and then the results would be just as disastrous. Nicholson wheeled round, vaulted over the rail, shouted at Vanier and Ferris to get into the lifeboat, called to Mackinnon to cast off aft, and half ran, half stumbled up the heeling, slippery deck to where the girl and the soldier stood halfway between the aftercastle screen door and the ladder leading to the poop deck above. He wasted no time on ceremony, but caught the girl by the shoulders, twisted her round, and propelled her none too gently towards the ship's side. Turned round again, grabbed the soldier, and started to drag him across the deck. The boy resisted, and, as Nicholson sought for a better grip, struck out viciously, catching Nicholson squarely between the eyes. Nicholson stumbled and half fell on the wet, sloping deck, got to his feet again like a cat, and jumped towards the soldier, then swore softly, bitterly, as his swinging arm was caught and held from behind. Before he could free it, the soldier had turned and flung himself up the poop ladder, his studded soles scrabbling frantically on the metal steps. "You fool," Nicholson said quietly. "You crazy little fool." Roughly he freed his arm, made to speak again, saw the boatswain in sharp silhouette against the glare of the searchlight, beckoning frantically from where he stood outside the well-deck rail. Nicholson waited no longer. He turned the nurse round, hustled her across the deck, swung her across the rail. Mackinnon caught her arm, stared down at the lifeboat, 2/3 lost in the shrouded gloom of a trough, and waited for his chance to jump. Just for a moment he looked round, and Nicholson could tell from the anger and exasperation on his face that he knew what had happened. "Do you need me, sir?" "No." Nicholson shook his head decisively. "The lifeboat's more important." He stared down at the boat as she came surging up sluggishly into the light, water from a high-breaking wave crest cascading into her bows. "My God, Mackinnon, she's filling right up already. Get her away from here as fast as you can. I'll cast off forward." "Aye, aye, sir." Mackinnon nodded matter-of-fact acknowledgement, judged his time perfectly, stepped off the side onto the mast thwart, taking the girl with him. Ready hands caught and steadied them as the boat dropped down again into the darkness of a trough. A second later, the forward rope went snaking down into the lifeboat, Nicholson bending over the rail and staring down after it. "Everything all right, bo'sun?" he called. "Aye, no bother, sir. I'm going under the stern in the lee." Nicholson turned away without waiting to see what happened. The chances of a waterlogged lifeboat broaching to in the initial moments of getting under way in those heavy seas were no better than even. But if Mackinnon said everything was under control, then everything was. And if he said he'd heave to under the stern, he would be waiting there. Nicholson shared Captain Findhorn's implicit faith in Mackinnon's initiative, reliability, and outstanding seamanship. He reached the top of the poop deck ladder and stood there with his hand on the rail, looking slowly round him. Ahead was the superstructure, and in the distance, beyond it and on either side of it, stretched the long, lean shadow of the tanker, a dark smudge on the water, half seen, half imagined behind the white brilliance of its searchlights. But the lights, Nicholson suddenly realised, weren't nearly as brilliant or intense as they had been, even 10 minutes earlier. For a fleeting moment, he thought that the Viroma must be standing out to sea, working her way clear of the shoal water. Then, almost instantly realised, from the size and unaltered fore and aft position of the vague silhouette, that it hadn't moved at all. The ship hadn't changed. The searchlights hadn't changed. But the beams from the searchlights were no longer the same. They seemed to have lost their power, to be swallowed up, dissipated in the blackness of the sea. And there was something else too. The sea was black, a darkness unrelieved by the slightest patch of white, by even one breaking whitecap on a wave. And then, all of a sudden, Nicholson had it. Oil. There could be no doubt about it. The sea between the two ships was covered in a wide, thick film of oil. The Viroma must have been pumping it overboard for the past 5 minutes or so. Hundreds of gallons of it, enough to draw the teeth of all but the wildest storm. Captain Findhorn must have seen the Kerry Dancer swinging head-on to the sea, and quickly realised the danger of the lifeboat being swamped by inboard breaking seas. Nicholson smiled to himself, an empty smile, and turned away. Admitted the oil all but guaranteed the safety of the lifeboat, he still didn't relish the prospect of having his eyes burnt, ears, nostrils and mouth clogged, and being fouled from head to foot when he went overboard in just a few seconds. He and young Alex, the soldier. Nicholson walked easily aft across the poop deck towards the stern. The soldier was standing there, pressed against the taffrail in a stiff, unnatural fashion, his back to it, and his hands grasping the stanchions on either side. Nicholson went close up to him, saw the wide, fixed eyes, the trembling of a body that had been tensed far too long. A leap into the water with young Alex, Nicholson thought dryly, was an invitation to suicide, either by drowning or strangulation. Terror lent inhuman strength, and a grip that eased only with death. Nicholson sighed, looked over the taffrail, and switched on the torch in his hand. Mackinnon was exactly where he had said he would be, hove to in the lee of the stern, and not 15 feet away. The torch snapped off, and quietly, without haste, Nicholson turned away from the rail and stood in front of the young soldier. Alex hadn't moved. His breath came in short, shallow gasps. Nicholson transferred the torch to his left hand, lined it up, snapped it on, caught a brief glimpse of a white, strained face, bloodless lips drawn back over bared teeth, and staring eyes that screwed tight shut as the light struck at them. Then hit him once, accurately and very hard, under the corner of the jawbone. He caught the boy before he had started falling, heaved him over the taffrail, slid across himself, stood there for a second, sharply limned in a cone of light from a torch new lit in the boat. Mackinnon had prudently bided his time until he had heard the sharp thud of the blow. crooked an arm round the young soldier's waist, and jumped. They hit the water within 5 feet of the boat, vanished almost silently beneath the oil-bound sea, surfaced, were caught at once by waiting hands, and dragged inside the lifeboat. Nicholson cursing and coughing, trying to clear gummed-up eyes, nose, and ears. The young soldier lying motionless along the starboard side bench. Vanya and Miss Strachman working over him with strips torn from Vanya's shirt. The passage back to the Viroma was not dangerous, just very brief and very rough indeed, with almost all the passengers so seasick and so weak that they had to be helped out of the boat when they finally came alongside the tanker. Within 15 minutes of his jump into the water with the young soldier, Nicholson had the lifeboat safely heaved home on her housing on the patent gravity davits, the last of the gripes in position, and had turned for a final look at the Kerry dancer. But there was no sign of her anywhere. She had vanished, as if she had never been. She had filled up, slid off the reef, and gone to the bottom. For a moment or two, Nicholson stood staring out over the dark waters, then turned to the ladder at his side and climbed slowly up to the bridge. Chapter 5. Half an hour later, the Viroma was rolling steadily to the southwest under maximum power, the long, low blur of Metsana falling away off the starboard quarter and vanishing into the gloom. Strangely, the typhoon still held off. The hurricane winds had not returned. It could only be that they were moving with the track of the storm. But they had to move out, to break through it sometime. Nicholson, showered, violently scrubbed and almost free from oil, was standing by the screen window on the bridge, talking quietly to the second mate when Captain Findhorn joined them. He tapped Nicholson lightly on the shoulder. "A word with you in my cabin, if you please, Mr. Nicholson." "You'll be all right, Mr. Barrett?" "Yes, sir, of course. I'll call you if anything happens." It was half question, half statement, and thoroughly typical of Barrett. A good many years older than Nicholson, stolid and unimaginative, Barrett was reliable enough, but had no taste at all for responsibility, which was why he was still only a second officer. "Do that." Findhorn led the way through the chart room to his day cabin. It was on the same deck as the bridge. Closed the door, checked that the blackout scuttles were shut, switched on the light, and waved Nicholson to a settee. He stooped to open a cupboard, and when he stood up, he had a couple of glasses and an unopened bottle of Standfast in his hand. He broke the seal, poured 3 fingers into each glass, and pushed one across to Nicholson. "Help yourself to water, Johnny. Lord only knows you've earned it. And a few hours' sleep, just as soon as you leave here." "Delighted," Nicholson murmured. "Just as soon as you wake up, I'll be off to my bunk. You didn't leave the bridge all last night, remember?" All right. Findhorn held up a hand in mock defence. "We'll argue later." He drank some whiskey, then looked thoughtfully at Nicholson over the rim of his glass. "Well, Johnny, what did you make of her?" "The Kerry dancer?" Findhorn nodded, waiting. "A slaver," Nicholson said quietly. "Remember that Arabian steamer the Navy stopped off Ras Al Had last year?" "Yes, I remember." "Identical, as near as makes no difference. Steel doors all over the shop, main and upper decks. Most of them could only be opened from one side. 8-inch scuttles, where there were scuttles, ring bolts beside every bunk. Based on the islands, I suppose, and no lack of trade up around Amoy and Macau." "The 20th century, eh?" Findhorn said softly. "Buying and selling in human lives." "Yes," Nicholson said dryly. "But at least they keep 'em alive. Wait till they catch up with the civilized nations of the West and start on the wholesale stuff. Poison gas, concentration camps, the bombing of open cities, and what have you. Give 'em time. They're only amateurs yet. Cynicism, young man, cynicism. Findhorn shook his head reprovingly. Anyway, what you say about the Kerry dancer bears out Brigadier Farnhome's statements. So, you've been talking to his lordship? Nicholson grinned. Court-martialling me at dawn tomorrow? What's that? He didn't approve of me, Nicholson explained. He wasn't backward about saying so either. Must have changed his mind. Findhorn refilled their glasses. Able young man, that. Very able, but, impetuous. Something like that. Very pucker. The Tuan Bessar to the life. Nicholson nodded. I can just see him stuffed to the ears, stewed to the gills and snoring his head off in an armchair in the Bengal Club. But he's a curious bird. Did a good job with the rope in the lifeboat. How phony do you reckon he is? Not much. Findhorn considered for a moment. A little, but not much. A retired army officer for a certainty. Probably upped himself a little bit in rank after his retirement. And what the hell's a man like that doing aboard the Kerry dancer? Nicholson asked curiously. All sorts of people are finding themselves with all sorts of strange bedfellows these days, Findhorn replied. And you're wrong about the Bengal Club, Johnny. He didn't come from Singapore. He's some sort of businessman in Borneo. He was a bit vague about the business. And he joined the Kerry dancer in Banjarmasin, along with a few other Europeans who found the Japanese making things a little too hot for them. She was supposed to be sailing for Bali, and they hoped to find another ship there that would take them to Darwin. But apparently Siran, that's the name of the captain, and a thoroughgoing bad lot, according to old Farnhome, got radio orders from his bosses in Makassar to proceed to Kota Baru. Farnhome bribed him to go to Singapore, and he agreed. Why, heaven only knows, with the Japs more or less knocking at the gates. But there's always opportunity for sufficiently unscrupulous men to exploit a situation such as exists there just now. Or maybe they expected to make a quick fortune by charging the earth for passengers out of Singapore. What they didn't expect, obviously, was what happened, that the army should commandeer the Kerry dancer. Yes, the army, Nicholson murmured. I wonder what happened to the soldiers. Mackinnon says there were at least 24, who went aboard to see that the Kerry dancer did go straight to Darwin and no funny tricks. I wonder. Findhorn was tight-lipped. Farnham says they were quartered in the forecastle, with one of those clever little doors that you can only open from one side, maybe? Maybe. Did you see it? Nicholson shook his head. The whole forecastle was practically underwater by the time you went aboard. I shouldn't be surprised, but it could have been jammed by bomb burst. He swallowed some more of the whiskey and grimaced in distaste, not at the drink, but at his thoughts. A pleasant little alternative, drowning or cremation. I should like to meet Captain Siran some day. I suspect a great number of other people would too. How are the rest of our passengers? They got anything to add? Findhorn shook his head. Nothing. Too sick, too tired, too shocked, or they just don't know anything. All sorted out? Washed up and bedded down for the night, I suppose? More or less. I've got them all over the ship. All the soldiers are together aft. The 2 really sick boys in the hospital, the other 8 in the smoke room, and the 2 spare engineers' cabins on the port side. Farnhome and the priest are together in the engineer's office. Nicholson grinned. That should be worth seeing. The British Raj breathing the same air as the dusky heathen. You'd be surprised, Findhorn grunted. They have a settee each there, a table between them and a bottle of whiskey, almost full, on the table. They're getting along very well indeed. He had a half bottle when I saw him last, Nicholson said thoughtfully. I wonder... Probably drank it without coming up for air once. He's lugging around a great big Gladstone bag, and if you ask me, it's full of nothing but whiskey bottles. And the rest? The what? Oh, yes. The little old lady's in Walter's room. He's taken a mattress into his radio room. The senior nurse, the one that seems to be in charge, Miss Drachman. That's her. She and the child are in the apprentice's cabin. And Vanya and the 5th engineer have doubled up with Barrett and the 4th engineer. 2 nurses in Vanya's cabin, and the last of them in the 5th's. All accounted for. Nicholson sighed, lit a cigarette, and watched the blue smoke drift lazily up to the ceiling. I only hope they haven't exchanged the frying pan for the fire. We having another go at the Caramata Strait, sir? Why not? Where else can we? He broke off as Nicholson stretched out for the ringing telephone and put it to his ear. Yes, captain's cabin. Oh, it's you, Willie. Yes, he's here. Hang on a minute. Nicholson rose easily to his feet, vacating his seat for the captain. The 2nd engineer, sir. Findhorn talked for perhaps half a minute, mostly in monosyllabic grunts. Nicholson wondered idly what Willoughby had wanted. He'd sounded almost bored, but then nobody had ever seen Willoughby excited about anything. Ernest Willoughby never found anything in life worth getting excited about. A crazy, dreaming old coot. He was the oldest man in the ship, with a passion for literature, matched only by his utter contempt for engines, and the means whereby he earned his livelihood. He was the most honest man, and the most completely unselfish that Nicholson had ever met. Willoughby himself took no pride in this, and was probably unaware of it. He was a man who had little, but wanted nothing at all. With him, Nicholson had little in common, superficially at any rate, but almost as if by the attraction of opposites, he had formed the greatest liking and admiration for the old engineer. And Willoughby, unmarried, and with only a threadbare bed-sitting room in the company club in Singapore, had spent a good few evenings in his home. Caroline, he remembered, had thought the world of old Willie, and had usually made a point of seeing that the best meals and the longest, coolest drinks were always waiting for the old engineer. Nicholson stared down at his glass, and his mouth twisted in bitter memory. Suddenly he became aware that Captain Findhorn was on his feet, looking down at him with a peculiar expression on his face. "What's the matter, Johnny? You feel all right?" "Just wandering, sir." Nicholson smiled and waved a hand at the whiskey bottle. "A great help, this, when you're taking a walk around in your mind." "Help yourself. Take another walk round." Findhorn picked up his hat and turned for the door. "Wait here for me, will you? I have to go below." 2 minutes after the captain had gone, the phone rang again. It was Findhorn speaking, asking Nicholson to come below to the dining saloon. He gave no reason. On his way below, Nicholson met the 4th officer coming out of the wireless operator's cabin. Vanya was looking neither happy nor pleased. Nicholson looked at him, an eyebrow raised in interrogation, and Vanya glanced back at the wireless operator's door, his expression a nice mixture of indignation and apprehension. "That old battle-axe in there is in full cry, sir." He kept his voice low. "The what?" "Miss Plenderleith," Vanya explained. "She's in Walter's cabin. I was just dropping off to sleep when she started hammering on the bulkhead between us, and when I ignored that, she went out to the passage and started calling." Vanya paused, then went on feelingly, "She has a very loud voice, sir." "What did she want?" "The captain." Vanya shook his head incredulously. "Young man, I want to see the captain, at once. Tell him to come here." Then she pushed me out the door. "What will I do, sir?" "Exactly what she asked, of course." Nicholson grinned. I want to be there when you tell him. He's below in the saloon. They dropped down one deck and went into the dining saloon together. It was a big room with 2 4-and-a-half tables with seating for 20, but it was almost empty now. There were only 3 people there, and they were all standing. The captain and the second engineer stood side by side, facing aft, giving easily with the rolling of the ship. Findhorn, immaculately correct in uniform as always, was smiling. So was Willoughby. But there all resemblance between the 2 men ended. Tall, stooped, with a brown, wrinkled face and a thick, unkempt shock of grey hair, Willoughby was a tailor's nightmare. He wore a white shirt, what had originally been a white shirt, unpressed, buttonless, and frayed at the collar and half-sleeves. A pair of khaki duck trousers, wrinkled like an elephant's legs and far too short for him, diamond-patterned plaid socks, and unlaced canvas shoes. He hadn't had a shave that day. He probably hadn't had a shave that week. Half standing, half leaning against the buffet table, the girl was facing them, hands gripping the edge of the table to steady herself. Nicholson and Vanier could see only her profile as they went in, but they could see that she too was smiling, the right-hand corner of her mouth curving up and dimpling the olive-tinted peach of her cheek. She had a straight nose, very finely chiselled, a wide, smooth forehead, and long, silky hair gathered in a deep roll round her neck. Hair black, with that intense blackness that reflects blue under the strong sun and gleams like a raven's wing. With her hair, complexion, and rather high cheekbones, she was a typical Eurasian beauty. But after a long, long look, and all men would always give Miss Drachman a long, long look, she was neither typical nor Eurasian. The face was not broad enough. The features were too delicate, and those incredible eyes spoke only of the far north of Europe. They were as Nicholson had first seen them in the harsh light of his torch aboard the Kerry Dancer. An intense, startling blue, very clear, very compelling, the most remarkable features in a remarkable face. And round and beneath these eyes, just then, were the faint blue smudges of exhaustion. She had got rid of her hat and belted bush jacket, Nicholson saw. She wore only her stained khaki skirt and a clean white shirt, several sizes too large for her, with the sleeves rolled far up the slender arms. Vanier's shirt, Nicholson felt sure. He had sat beside her all the way back in the lifeboat, talking in a low voice, and most solicitous for her welfare. Nicholson smiled to himself, sought back in his memory for the days when he too had been an impressionable young rally with a cloak always ready to hand, a knight-errant for any lady in distress. But he couldn't remember the days. There probably hadn't been any. Nicholson ushered Vanier into the room ahead of him. Findhorn's reactions to Miss Plenderleith's request would be worth watching. Closed the door softly behind him, turned round, and checked himself just in time to stop from bumping into Vanier, who had halted suddenly and was standing motionless, rigid, not 3 feet from the door, his clenched fists by his side. All 3 had fallen silent and turned to the door as Nicholson and Vanier had come in. Vanier had no eyes for Findhorn and Willoughby. He was staring at the nurse, his eyes widening, his lips parting in shock. Miss Drachman had turned, so that the lamplight fell full on the left-hand side of her face, and that side of her face was not pretty. A great, long, jagged scar, still raw and livid and puckering up the cheek where it had been roughly, clumsily stitched, ran the whole length of her face, from the hairline of the temple to the corner of the soft round chin. Near the top, just above the cheekbone, it was half an inch wide. On anyone's face it would have looked ghastly. On the smooth loveliness of hers, it had the unreality of a caricature, the shocking impact of the most impious blasphemy. She looked at Vanier in silence for a few seconds. Then she smiled. It wasn't much of a smile, but it was enough to dimple one cheek and to whiten the scar on the other, at the corner of the mouth and behind the eye. She reached up her left hand and touched her cheek lightly. "I'm afraid it's really not very nice, is it?" she asked. There was neither reproach nor condemnation in her voice. It was apologetic, rather, and touched with a queer kind of pity. But the pity was not for herself. Vanya said nothing. His face had turned a shade paler, but when she spoke, the colour returned and began to flood all over his neck and face. He looked away. One could almost see the sheer physical effort it cost him to pull his eyes off that hideous scar, and opened his mouth to speak. But he said nothing. Perhaps there was nothing he could say. Nicholson walked quickly past him, nodded to Willoughby and stopped in front of the girl. Captain Findhorn was watching him closely, but Nicholson was unaware of it. "Good evening, Miss Strachan." His tone was cool but friendly. "All your patients nice and comfortable?" "If you want banal remarks," he thought, "Nicholson's your man." "Yes, thank you, sir." "Don't call me sir," he said irritably. "I've told you that once already." He lifted his hand and gently touched the scarred cheek. She didn't flinch. There was no movement at all, but for a momentary widening of the blue eyes in the expressionless face. "Our little yellow brothers, I take it?" His voice was as gentle as his hand. "Yes," she nodded. "I was caught near Kotobaru." "A bayonet?" "Yes." "One of these notched ceremonial bayonets, wasn't it?" He looked closely at the scar, saw the narrow, deep incision on the chin and the rough tear beneath the temple. "And you were lying on the ground at the time?" "You are very clever," she said slowly. "How did you get away?" Nicholson asked curiously. "A big man came into the room, a bungalow we were using as a field hospital, a very big man with red hair. He said he was an Argyle, some word like that. He took the bayonet away from the man who had stabbed me. He asked me to look away, and when I turned back, the Japanese soldier was lying on the floor dead." "Hooray for the Argyles," Nicholson murmured. "Who stitched it up for you?" "The same man. He said he wasn't very good." "There was room for improvement," Nicholson admitted. "There still is." "It's horrible." Her voice rose sharply on the last word. "I know it's horrible." She looked down at the floor for some seconds, then looked up at Nicholson again and tried to smile. It wasn't a very happy smile. "It's hardly an improvement, is it?" "It all depends." Nicholson jerked a thumb at the second engineer. "On Willie here, it would look good. He's just an old sourpuss anyway. But you're a woman." He paused for a moment, looked at her consideringly, and went on in a quiet voice. "You're more than good-looking, I suppose. Miss Strachan, you're beautiful, and on you it looks bloody awful, if you'll excuse my saying so. You'll have to go to England," he finished abruptly. "England?" The high cheekbones were stained with colour. "I don't understand." "Yes, England. I'm pretty sure that there are no plastic surgeons in this part of the world who are skilled enough. But there are 2 or 3 men in England, I don't think there are any more, who could repair that scar and leave you with a hairline so fine that even a dancing partner wouldn't notice it." Nicholson waved a deprecating hand. "A little bit of powder and the old war paint, naturally." She looked at him in silence, her clear blue eyes empty of expression, then said in a quiet, flat voice, "You forget that I am a nurse myself. I am afraid I don't believe you. Nothing is so firmly believed as what we least know, Willoughby intoned. What? What did you say? The girl looked startled. Pay no attention to him, Miss Drachman. Captain Findhorn took a step towards her, smiling. Mr. Willoughby would have us think that he is always ready with apt quotations. But Mr. Nicholson and I know better. He makes them up as he goes along. Be thou chaste as ice, as pure as snow, thou shalt not escape calumny. Willoughby shook his head sadly. Thou shalt not, Findhorn agreed. But he's right, Miss Drachman, in that you shouldn't be quite so ready with your disbelief. Mr. Nicholson knows what he's talking about. Only 3 men in England, he said, and one of them is his uncle. He waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal. But I didn't bring you here to discuss surgery, or to give me the pleasure of refereeing a slanging match. Mr. Nicholson, we appear to have run out of— He broke off abruptly, fists clenching tightly by his sides, as the klaxon above his head blared into sudden urgent life, drowning his words as the raucous clangour, a harsh, discordant, shocking sound in a confined space, filled the dining cabin. 2 longs and a short. 2 longs and a short. The emergency action station's call. Nicholson was first out of the room, Findhorn only a pace behind him. To the north and east, thunder rumbled dully along the distant horizon. Sheet lightning flickered intermittently all round the Rio Straits, on the inner vortex of the typhoon, and overhead the half-seen clouds were beginning to pile up, rampart upon rampart. The first huge tentative raindrops spattering on the wheelhouse top of the Veroma so heavily, so slowly, that each single one could be heard and counted. But to the south and west there was no rain, no thunder, just an occasional flash of lightning over the islands, half seen, half imagined, far off and feeble flickers that left the darkness more impenetrable than before. But not quite impenetrable. For the 5th time in 2 minutes, the watchers on the bridge of the Veroma, elbows braced against the wind dodger, and night-glasses held hard and motionless against their straining eyes, caught the same signal, winking out of the darkness to the southwest. A series of flashes, about a half-dozen in all, very weak, and not lasting more than 10 seconds altogether. Starboard 25 this time, Nicholson murmured, and opening. I would say it's stationary in the water, sir. As near as makes no difference. Findhorn lowered his binoculars, rubbed aching eyes with the back of his hand, and raised the glasses again, waiting. Let's hear you thinking aloud, Mr. Nicholson. Nicholson grinned in the darkness. Findhorn might have been sitting in the front parlour of his bungalow at home, instead of where he was, in the eye of a typhoon, not knowing which way it would break, with £1 million and 50 lives in his hand, and a new, unknown danger looming up in the darkness. Anything to oblige, sir? He lowered his own binoculars and stared out thoughtfully into the darkness. It might be a lighthouse, buoy, or beacon. But it's not. There are none hereabouts, and none I know of anywhere that have that sequence. It might be wreckers. The gentlemen of Romney, Rye and Penzance had nothing on the lads out here, but it's not. The nearest island is at least 6 miles to the southwest, and that light's not more than 2 miles off. Findhorn walked to the wheelhouse door, called for half speed, then came back beside Nicholson. Go on, he said. It might be a Jap warship, destroyer or something, but again it's not. Only suicide cases like ourselves sit out in the middle of a typhoon instead of running for shelter. And besides, any sensible destroyer commander would sit quiet until he could give us the benefit of his searchlights at minimum range. Findhorn nodded. My own way of thinking exactly. Anything you think it might be? Look, there he goes again. Yes, and still nearer. He's stationary, all right. Could be a sub. Hears us as something big on his hydrophones, not sure of our course and speed, and wants us to answer and give him a line of sight for his tin fish. Well, you don't sound very convinced. I'm not convinced one way or the other, sir. I'm just not worried. On a night like this, any sub would be jumping so much that it couldn't hit the Queen Mary at 100 feet. I agree. It's probably what would be obvious to anyone without our suspicious minds. Someone's adrift, open boat or raft, and needs help badly. But no chances. Get on the intercom to all guns, tell them to line up on that light and keep their fingers on their triggers. And get Vanya to come up here. Ring down for dead slow. Aye, aye, sir. Nicholson went inside the wheelhouse, and Findhorn again raised his night glasses to his eyes, then grunted in irritation as someone jogged his elbow. He lowered his glasses, half-turned, and knew who it was before the man spoke. Even in the open air, the fumes of whisky were almost overpowering. "What the devil's happening, Captain?" Farnham was irate, peevish. "What's all the fuss about? That damn great klaxon of yours just about blasted my ears off." "I'm sorry about that, Brigadier." Findhorn's tone was even polite and disinterested. "Our emergency signal. We've sighted a suspicious light. It may be trouble." His voice changed, subtly. "And I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave. No one is allowed on the bridge without permission. I'm sorry." "What?" Farnham's tone was that of a man being asked to comprehend the incomprehensible. "Surely you can't expect that to apply to me." "I do. I'm sorry." The rain was beginning to fall now, faster and faster, the big fat drops drumming so heavily on his shoulders that he could feel the weight of them through his oilskins. Yet another soaking was inevitable, and he didn't relish the prospect. "You will have to go below, Brigadier." Farnham, strangely, did not protest. He did not even speak, but turned abruptly on his heel and vanished into the darkness. Findhorn felt almost certain that he hadn't gone below, but was standing in the darkness at the back of the wheelhouse. Not that it mattered, there was plenty of room on the bridge. It was just that Findhorn didn't want anyone hanging over his shoulder when he had to move fast and make fast decisions. Even as Findhorn lifted his glasses, the light came on again, nearer this time, much nearer, but fainter. The battery in that torch was dying, but it was more than strong enough to let them see the message being flashed. Not the steady series of flashes of the last few times, but an unmistakable SOS. 3 shorts, 3 longs, 3 shorts. The universal distress signal at sea. "You sent for me, sir?" Findhorn lowered his glasses and looked round. "Ah, it's you, Vanya. Sorry to drag you out into this damn deluge, but I want a fast hand on the signal lamp. See that signal just now?" "Yes, sir. Someone in trouble, I take it?" "I hope so," Findhorn said grimly. "Get the Aldous out. Ask him who he is." He looked round as the screen door opened. "Mr. Nicholson?" "Yes, sir. Ready as we can be, sir. Everybody lined up with their guns, and everybody so damned edgy after the last few days that I'm only afraid that someone may fire too soon. And I've got the boatswain rigging up a couple of flood lamps starboard side, number 3 tank, and a couple of ABs, all we can spare from the guns, getting a scrambling net out over the side." "Thank you, Mr. Nicholson. You think of everything. How about the weather?" "Wet," Nicholson said morosely. He pulled the towel more tightly round his neck, listened to the clack of the Aldous trigger, and watched the beam lancing its way whitely through the sheeting rain. "Wet and stormy. Going to be very soon. What's happening and where it's going to hit us, I haven't a clue. I think Bayes' Ballots Law and the book on tropical storms are about as useful to us here as a match in hell." You're not the only one, Findhorn confessed. We've been an hour and 15 minutes now in the centre of this storm. I was in one about 10 years ago for 25 minutes, and I thought that was a record. He shook his head slowly, scattering raindrops. It's crazy. We're 6 months too early, or too late, for a real hurricane. Anyway, it's not bad enough for that. Not for a real Force 12 job. But it's far out of season, and a complete freak in these waters at any season, and that must be throwing the Book of Rules out of kilter. I'm certain that we're at the point of recurvature of the storm, and I'm almost certain that it will break northeast. But whether we'll find ourselves in the dangerous quadrant or... He broke off abruptly and stared at the tiny pinpoint of yellowing light winking mistily through the pouring rain. Something about sinking? What else does he say, Walters? Van Effen? Sinking. That's all, sir. At least I think it was that. Bad Morse. The Van Effen. Oh, Lord, my lucky night. Again, Findhorn shook his head. Another Kerry dancer. The Van Effen. Who ever heard of the Van Effen? You, Mr. Nicholson? Never. Nicholson turned and shouted through the screen door. Are you there, second? Sir? The voice came from the darkness, only feet away. The register, quickly. The Van Effen. 2 words, Dutch. Fast as you can. Van Effen? Did I hear someone say Van Effen? There was no mistaking the clipped Sandhurst drawl, this time with an overtone of excitement in it. Farnhome's tall shadow detached itself from the gloom at the back of the wheelhouse. That's right. Know any ship by that name? It's not a ship, man. It's a friend of mine. Van Effen, a Dutchman. He was on the Kerry Dancer. Joined her with me at Banjarmasin. He must have got away on her boat after we'd been set on fire. There was only one boat, as far as I can remember. Farnham had pushed his way through the screen door now and was out on the wing of the bridge, peering excitedly over the canvas dodger, oblivious to the rain thumping down on his unprotected back. Pick him up, man! Pick him up! How do we know it's not a trap? The captain's relaxed, matter-of-fact voice came like a cold douche after Farnham's impatient vehemence. Maybe it is this man, Van Effen. Maybe it isn't. Even if it is, how do we know that we can trust him? How do you know? Farnham's tone was that of a man with a tight hold, a very tight hold on himself. Listen, I've just been talking to that young man in there, Vanya, or whatever his name is. Get to the point, please, Findhorn interrupted coldly. That boat, if it is a boat, is only a couple of 100 yards away now. Will you listen? Farnham almost shouted the words, then went on more quietly. Why do you think I'm standing here alive? Why do you think these nurses are alive, these wounded soldiers you took off the Kerry Dancer only an hour ago? Why do you think all of us you picked up, with the exception of Miss Plenderleith and the priest, are alive? For one reason only. When the captain of the Kerry Dancer was scuttling out of Singapore to save his own skin, a man stuck a pistol in his back and forced him to return to Singapore. That man was Van Effen, and he's out in that boat now. We all owe our lives to Van Effen, Captain Findhorn. Thank you, Brigadier. Findhorn was calm, unhurried as ever. Mr. Nicholson, the searchlight. Have the boatswain switch on the 2 floods when I give the word. Slow astern. The searchlight beam stabbed out through the darkness and lit up a heavy rolling sea churned milky white by the torrential rain. For a moment or two, the searchlight stayed stationary. the almost solid curtain of rain sheeting palely through its beam. Then started to probe forward, and almost immediately picked it up. A lifeboat, very close to hand, riding on its sea anchor and plunging violently up and down as it rode the short, steep seas that swept down upon it. But the waves in the heart of a tropical storm have little set pattern, and every so often a twisting cross-sea would curve over and break inboard. There were 7 or 8 men in the boat, stooping and straightening as they bailed for their lives. A losing struggle, for she was already deep in the water, settling by the minute. One man alone seemed indifferent. He was sitting in the stern sheets, facing the tanker, a forearm across his eyes to ward off the glare of the searchlight. Just above the forearm, something white gleamed in the light. A cap, perhaps? But at that distance it was difficult to be sure. Nicholson dropped down the bridge ladder, ran quickly past the lifeboat, down another ladder to the fore and aft gangway, along to a third ladder that led down to the top of number 3 tank, and picked his way surely round valves and over the maze of discharge lines, gas lines and steam smothering pipes, until he came to the starboard side. Farnham followed close behind all the way. Just as Nicholson put his hands on the guardrail and leaned out and over, the 2 floodlights switched on together. 12,000 tons, and only a single screw. But Findhorn was handling the big ship, even in those heavy seas, like a destroyer. The lifeboat was less than 40 yards away now, already caught in the pool of light from the floods, and coming closer every moment. And the men in the boat, safely into the lee of the Viroma, had stopped bailing and were twisted around in their seats, staring up at the men on deck and making ready to jump for the scrambling net. Nicholson looked closely at the man in the stern sheets. He could see now that it was no cap the man was wearing on his head, but a rough bandage, stained and saturated with blood. And then he saw something else too, the stiff and unnatural position of the right arm. Nicholson turned to Farnham and pointed to the man in the stern sheets. "That your friend sitting at the back there?" "That's Van Effen, all right," Farnham said with satisfaction. "What did I tell you?" "You were right." Nicholson paused, then went on. "He seems to have a one-track mind in some things." "Meaning what?" "Meaning that he's still got a gun in his hand. He's got it lined up on his pals in front, and he hasn't taken his eyes off them once while I've been watching." Farnham stared, then whistled softly. "You're dead right. He has." "Why?" "I don't know. I really can't guess at all. But you can take it from me, Mr. Nicholson, that if my friend Van Effen thinks it necessary to have a gun on them, then he has an excellent reason for it." Van Effen had. Leaning against a bulkhead in the dining saloon, a large whisky in his hand and the water pooling from his soaking clothes onto the courtesine at his feet, he told it all quickly, concisely, and convincingly. Their lifeboat had been fitted with an engine, had carried them quickly clear of the Kerry Dancer after she had gone on fire, and they had managed to reach the shelter of a small island miles away to the south, just as the storm broke. They had pulled the boat up onto the shingle on the lee side, huddling there for hours until the wind had suddenly dropped. It was shortly afterwards that they had seen the rockets going up to the northwest. "Those were ours," Findhorn nodded. "So you decided to make a break for us?" "I did." A wintry smile touched the Dutchman's steady brown eyes as he gestured towards the group of men, dark-eyed and swarthy-skinned, standing huddled in one corner. "Siran and his little friends weren't keen. They're not exactly pro-Allied, and they knew there weren't any Jap ships in these waters. Besides, for all we knew, these were distress rockets from a sinking ship." Van Effen downed the rest of his whisky at a gulp and laid the glass carefully on the table beside him. "But I had the gun." "So I saw." It was Nicholson speaking. "And then?" We took off towards the northwest. We ran into a long stretch of confused water, not too rough, and made good time. Then heavy seas hit us and flooded the engine. We just had to sit there, and I thought we were finished, till I saw your phosphorescence. You can see it a long way off on a night as black as this. If the rain had come 5 minutes earlier, we would never have seen you. But we did, and I had my torch. And your gun, Findhorn finished. He looked at Van Effen for a long time, his eyes speculative and cold. It's a great pity you didn't use it earlier, Mr. Van Effen. The Dutchman smiled wryly. It is not difficult to follow your meaning, Captain. He reached up, grimaced, tore the blood-stained strip of linen from his head. A deep gash, purple bruise round the edges, ran from the corner of his forehead to his ear. How do you think I got this? It's not pretty, Nicholson admitted. Siran? One of his men. The Kerry Dancer was on fire. The boat, it was the only boat, was out on the falls, and Siran here and all that were left of his crew were ready to pile into it. Just their sweet little selves, Nicholson interrupted grimly. Just their sweet little selves, Van Effen acknowledged. I had Siran by the throat, bent back over the rail, going to force him to go through the ship. That was a mistake. I should have used my gun. I didn't know then that all his men were, what is the phrase, tarred with the same brush. It must have been a belaying pin. I woke up in the bottom of the boat. You what? Findhorn was incredulous. I know, Van Effen smiled a little tiredly. It doesn't make any kind of sense at all, does it? They should have left me to fry, but there I was, not only alive, but with my head all nicely tied up. Curious, is it not, Captain? Curious is hardly the word. Findhorn's voice was flat, without inflection. You are telling the truth, Mr. Van Effen? A silly question, I suppose. Whether you are or not, you'd still say yes. He is, Captain Findhorn. Farnhome's voice sounded oddly confident, and for that moment, not at all like the voice of Brigadier Farnhome. I am perfectly certain of that. You are? Findhorn turned to look at him, as had everyone, caught by something peculiar in Farnhome's tone. What makes you so sure, Brigadier? Farnhome waved a deprecating hand, like a man who finds himself being taken more seriously than he intended. After all, I know Van Effen better than anybody here, and his story has to be true. If it weren't true, he wouldn't be here now. Something of an Irishism, gentlemen, but perhaps you follow. Findhorn nodded thoughtfully, but made no comment. There was silence for some time in the dining saloon, a silence broken only by the distant crash of bows in the trough in the seas. The indefinable creaking noises the ship makes when it works with the waves in heavy weather, and the shuffling of the feet of the crew of the Kerry Dancer. Then Findhorn looked at his watch and turned to Nicholson. The bridge for us, Mr. Nicholson, I suggest. From the feel of things, we're running into the heavy stuff again. For Captain Siran and his crew, an armed guard for the remainder of the night, I think. Findhorn's eyes were as bleak and cold as his voice. But there's one little point I'd like to clear up first. He walked unhurriedly towards the crew of the Kerry Dancer, balancing himself easily against the heavy rolling of the ship, then halted as Van Effen stretched out his hand. I'd watch them if I were you, the Dutchman said quietly. Half of them carry more than one knife, and they're not slow with them. You have a gun. Findhorn put out his hand and took the automatic which Van Effen had stuck in his waistband. May I? He glanced down at the weapon, saw that the safety catch was still on. A Colt 38, You know guns, yes? A little. Soft-footed, Findhorn walked across to the nearest man in the group in the corner. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a brown, smooth, expressionless face. He looked as if he had got out of the habit of using expressions a long time ago. He wore a hairline moustache, black sideburns that reached 3 inches below his ears, and he had black, empty eyes. "You are Siran?" Findhorn asked, almost indifferently. "Captain Siran, at your service." The insolence lay in the faint emphasis on the captain, the millimetric inclination of the head. The face remained quite expressionless. "Formalities bore me." Findhorn was looking at him with sudden interest. "You are English, aren't you?" "Perhaps." This time the lips curled, less in a smile than in a token of lazy contempt. Perfectly done. "Anglo-Saxon, shall we say?" "It doesn't matter. You are the captain, were the captain of the Kerry Dancer. You abandoned your ship, and abandoned all the people that you left behind to die, locked behind steel doors. Maybe they drowned, maybe they were burnt to death. It doesn't make any difference now. You left them to die." "Such melodramatics." Siran lazily patted a yawn to extinction, a masterpiece of weary insolence. "You forget the traditions of the sea. We did all in our power for those unfortunates." Findhorn nodded slowly and turned away, looking over Siran's 6 companions. None of them seemed at all happy, but one, a thin-faced man with a cast in one eye, was especially nervous and apprehensive. He shuffled his feet constantly, and his hands and fingers seemed to have an independent life of their own. Findhorn walked across and stood in front of him. "Do you speak English?" There was no answer, just a furrowing of brows, the raising of shoulders and outspread palms in the universal gesture of incomprehension. "You picked well, Captain Findhorn," Van Effen drawled slowly. "He speaks English almost as well as you do." Findhorn brought the automatic up quickly, placed it against the man's mouth, and pushed, none too lightly. The man gave way, and Findhorn followed. The second step backward brought the man against the bulkhead, palms of his outstretched hands pressing hard against the wall, his one good eye staring down in terror at the gun that touched his teeth. "Who hammered shut all the clips on the poop deck door?" Findhorn asked softly. "I'll give you 5 seconds." He pressed more heavily on the gun, and the sudden click of the safety catch snicking off was unnaturally loud in the strained silence. 1, 2... I did. His mouth was working, and he was almost gibbering with fear. "I closed the door." "On whose orders?" "The captain. He said that—" "Who shut the forecastle door?" "Yusuf. But Yusuf died." "On whose orders?" Findhorn asked relentlessly. "Captain Siran's orders." The man was looking at Siran now, sick fear in his eye. "I'll die for this." "Probably," Findhorn said carelessly. He pushed the gun into his pocket and walked across to Siran. "Interesting little talk, wasn't it, Captain Siran?" "The man's a fool," Siran said contemptuously. "Any terrified man will say anything with a gun in his face." "There were British soldiers, probably your own countrymen, in the forecastle. 1 score, maybe 24. I don't know, but you couldn't have them clustering up your getaway in the only boat." I don't know what you're talking about. Sirran's brown face was still the same, still without expression. But his voice was wary now, the calculated insolence gone. And there were over 20 people in the after-castle. Sirran might not have spoken for all the attention Findhorn paid to him. Wounded men, dying men, women, and one little child. This time Sirran said nothing. The smooth face was impassive as ever, but his eyes had narrowed just perceptibly. When he spoke, however, his voice still held its insolent indifference. "And just what do you hope to achieve by all this stupid rigmarole, Captain Findhorn?" "I hope for nothing." Findhorn's lined face was grim, the faded eyes bleak and relentless. "It's not a question of hope, Sirran, but of certainty. The certainty of your conviction for murder. In the morning we shall take independent statements from all the members of your own crew and have them signed in the presence of neutral witnesses from my crew. I shall make it my personal responsibility to see to it that you arrive in Australia safely and in good health." Findhorn picked up his hat and prepared to leave. "You will have a fair trial, Captain Sirran, but it shouldn't last long, and the penalty for murder, of course, is known to us all." For the first time, Sirran's mask of impassivity cracked, and the faintest shadow of fear touched the dark eyes. But Findhorn wasn't there to see it. He was already gone, climbing up the companionway to the shrieking bridge of the Viroma. Chapter 6. Dawn. A cloudless, windless dawn with a lightning eastern sky mother of pearl in its opalescent beauty, found the Viroma far to the southeastwards of the Rio Channel, 20 miles due north of the Rifleman Rock and almost halfway towards the Kalamata Straits. The big tanker was travelling under full power, a wisp of hazed blue drifting aft from its funnel, the afterdecks shaking in teeth-rattling vibration as Carradale, the chief engineer, pushed the big engine to its limit, and then a little beyond. The typhoon of that long night was gone. The great winds had vanished as if they had never been. But for the salt-stained decks and upperworks and the long heaving swell that would not die away for many hours yet, it might all have been a dream. But it had been no dream while it had lasted. A nightmare, perhaps, but no dream. Not with Captain Findhorn driving the lurching, staggering tanker through the great quartering seas and cyclonic winds for hour upon endless hour, with no thought for the grievous punishment the Viroma was taking, with no thought for the comfort and welfare of passengers and crew, with no thought for anything but to put as many miles as possible between himself and Singapore before the day broke and the enemy could see them again. The delicately hued pastel shades to the east faded and whitened and vanished, all in a matter of minutes, and the big blurred silhouette of the sun climbed swiftly above the horizon, stretching out a broad shimmering band of dazzling white across the sea, between itself and the Viroma. Not quite an unbroken band, however. Something lay in the water, miles away. A big fishing boat, perhaps, or a small coaster, hull down, black as midnight against the rising sun and steaming steadily east, soon diminished to a little black speck in the distance, and then nothing at all. Captain Findhorn, on the bridge with Barrett, watched and wondered until it was gone. Perhaps it had seen them, perhaps not. Perhaps it was Japanese, or pro-Japanese. Perhaps not. Perhaps it carried a radio. Perhaps it didn't. There was nothing they could do about it anyway. The sun, as it always does in the open sea, seemed to rise straight up into the sky. By 7:30 it was already hot. Hot enough to dry out the rain and sea-soaked decks and upperworks of the Viroma. hot enough for Findhorn to hang up his oilskins and move far out onto the wing of the bridge to bask in its heat and draw in great lungfuls of the fresh morning air. It wouldn't, he knew, be fresh much longer. Findhorn himself felt fresh enough, if a little tired in his bones. About halfway through the middle watch, when the teeth of the typhoon had lost their edge, Nicholson had persuaded him to go to his cabin, and he had slept like a dead man for over 3 hours. "Good morning, sir. Quite a change this, isn't it?" Nicholson's soft voice, directly behind him, jerked Findhorn out of his reverie. He turned round. "Morning, Johnny. What are you doing up at this unearthly hour?" Nicholson, Findhorn knew, couldn't have had much more than a couple of hours' sleep, but he had the rested look of a man with at least 8 solid hours behind him. Not for the first time, Findhorn had to remind himself that where durability and resilience were concerned, John Nicholson was a man apart. "Unearthly hour?" Nicholson glanced at his watch. "It's almost 8 o'clock." He grinned. "Conscience and the calls of duty, sir. I've just been making a quick round of our non-paying guests." "No complaints?" Findhorn asked humorously. "I gather that most of them were a bit under the weather during the night, but otherwise no complaints." "And those who might have know a damn sight better than to make them," Findhorn nodded. "How are the sick nurses?" "The 2 Chinese girls and the elderly ones are much better. A couple of them were down in the hospital and smoke room when I was there, changing bandages. All 5 of the soldiers there were in fine form and hungry as hunters." "An excellent sign," Findhorn interrupted dryly. "How about the 2 boys in the hospital?" "Holding their own, the nurses say. I think that they suffer a good deal of pain, which is more than our worthy brigadier and his pal are doing. You can hear 'em snoring 20 feet away, and the engineer's office smells like a distillery." "And Miss Plenderly?" "Taking her constitutional, of course, from one end of the fore and aft gangway to the other. The English cherish the delusion that they are a nautical race. Miss Plenderleith is enjoying herself thoroughly. And then there are 3 soldiers in the dining saloon, Corporal Fraser and his 2 men. They've got a chair apiece, and they're all sitting very comfortably with their 303s and Brens cradled in their hands. I think they're praying for Siran or one of his men to take an extra deep breath, so that they can have a cast-iron excuse for shooting a lot of big holes through them. Siran and his pals know exactly how these boys are feeling about them. They're only taking very small breaths indeed, and blinking one eye at a time. I tend to share your confidence in the Guards." Findhorn looked sideways at his chief officer, a quizzical expression on his face. "And how is our worthy Captain Siran looking this morning? A trifle worse of the wear, you would say?" "Not he. Anyone can see that he's slept the deep, untroubled sleep of a man with the conscience of a newborn child." Nicholson stared out to sea for a few moments, then said quietly, "I'd appreciate the opportunity of giving the hangman any assistance he may require." "You'd probably be one of the last in a long queue," Findhorn said grimly. "I don't want to sound melodramatic, Johnny, but I think the man's an inhuman fiend and should be shot down the same way as you'd destroy a mad dog." "It'll probably come to that one of these days." Nicholson shook his head. "Mad or not, he's queer enough." "Meaning?" "He's English, or 3 parts English, I'll bet my last penny. He's come up through one of the big public schools, and it's an odds-on guess that he's had a damn sight more education than I ever had. What's a man like that doing in charge of a miniature hell ship like the Kerry Dancer?" Findhorn shrugged. "Lord knows. I could give you a dozen explanations, all different, and with only one thing in common. They'd all be wrong. You'll find half the deadbeats and black sheep of the world within a couple of 100 miles of Singapore, But he wouldn't come in either category, so that still doesn't answer your question. Frankly, I'm at a loss. Findhorn drummed his fingers on the dodger rail. He baffles me, but by Harry, he's not the only one. Van Effen? Our worthy brigadier? Among others. Findhorn shook his head. Our passengers are a strange bunch, but not half as strange as the way they act. Take the brigadier and this Muslim priest, they're thick as thieves. Unusual, you might say. Incredible. The doors of the Bengal and Singapore clubs would be forever shut against him. Not done, in capital letters. Nicholson grinned. Think of the shock and the fearful mortality rate if it were known. In the upper military circles, I mean. All the best bars in the East littered with apoplectic cases, sundowners still clutched in their stiffening hands. Brigadier Farnham is carrying a fearful responsibility. Findhorn smiled faintly. And you still think he's not a phony? No, sir. Neither do you. Colonel Blimp, Grade A, then he does or says something offbeat, completely out of character. He just doesn't classify easily. Inconsiderate of him. Very. Very, Findhorn murmured dryly. Then there's his other pal, Van Effen. Why the devil should Siran show such tender concern for his health? It's difficult, Nicholson admitted, especially when Van Effen didn't show much concern for his, what with threatening to blow holes in his spine and trying to throttle him. But I'm inclined to believe Van Effen. I like him. I believe him too. But Farnham just doesn't believe him. He knows Van Effen is telling the truth. And when I ask him why, he backwaters at high speed and advances piffling reasons that wouldn't convince a 5-year-old. Findhorn sighed wearily. Just about as puerile and unconvincing as the reasons Miss Plenderleith gave me for wanting to see me, when I went to her cabin just after you and Siran had finished your, discussion. So you went after all, Nicholson smiled. I'm sorry I missed that. You knew? Vanya told me. I practically had to drag him to the saloon to get him to give you her message. What did she say? First of all, she denied having sent for me at all, then gave me some nonsense about when would we arrive in port, and could she send a cable to her sister in England? Just something fabricated on the spur of the moment, obviously. She's worried about something, and I think she was going to tell me what it was, then changed her mind. Captain Findhorn shrugged his shoulders, dismissing the problem. Did you know that Miss Plenderleith came from Borneo too? She's been headmistress in a girls' school there, and hung on to the last minute. I know. We had a long conversation on the catwalk this morning. Called me young man all the time, and made me wonder whether I had washed behind the ears. Nicholson looked speculatively at the captain. Just to add to your worries, I'll tell you something else you don't know. Miss Plenderleith had a visitor, a gentleman friend, in her cabin last night. What? Did she tell you this? Good Lord, no. Walters told me. He was just stretching out on his settee after coming off watch last night, when he heard a knock on Miss Plenderleith's door. Pretty soft, but he heard it. His settee in the wireless office is right up against the bulkhead of his cabin. Walters says he was curious enough to listen at the communicating door, but it was shut tight, and he couldn't hear much. It was all very whispery and conspiratorial. But one of the voices was very deep, a man's murmur for certain. He was there almost 10 minutes. Then he left. Midnight assignations in Miss Plenderleith's cabin. Findhorn still hadn't recovered from his astonishment. I would have thought she would have screamed her head off. Not her. Nicholson grinned and shook his head positively. She's a pillar of respectability, all right. But any midnight visitor would have been hauled in, lectured over the old girl's wagging forefinger, and sent on his way a chastened man bent on leading a better life. But this was no lecture, I gathered, but a very hush-hush discussion. Walter's any idea who it was? None at all. Just that it was a man's voice, and that he himself was too damn tired and sleepy to worry about it anyway. Yes, maybe he has the right idea at that. Findhorn took off his cap and mopped his dark head with a handkerchief. Only 8 o'clock, but already the sun was beginning to burn. We've more to do than worry about them anyway. I just can't figure them out. They're a strange bunch. Each one I talk to seems queerer than the last. Including Miss Drachman, Nicholson suggested. Good heavens, no. I'd trade the bunch of them for that girl. Findhorn replaced his cap and shook his head slowly, his eyes distant. A shocking case, Johnny. What a ghastly mess those diabolical little butchers made of her face. His eyes came into focus again, and he looked sharply at Nicholson. How much of what you told her last night was true? About what the surgeons could do for her, you mean? Yes. Not much. I don't know a great deal, but that scar will have stretched and set long before anyone can do anything about it. They can still do something, of course, but they're not miracle workers. None of them claims to be. Then damn it all, mister. You'd no right to give her the impression they are. Findhorn was as near anger as his phlegmatic nature would allow. My God! Think of the disillusionment. Eat, drink, and be merry, Nicholson quoted softly. Do you think you'll ever see England again, sir? Findhorn looked at him for a long moment, craggy brows drawn deep over his eyes, then nodded in slow understanding and turned away. Funny how we keep thinking in terms of peace and normality, he murmured. Sorry, boy, sorry. Yet I'd been thinking about nothing else since the sun came up. Young Peter, the nurses, everyone. Mostly the child and that girl. I don't know why. He was silent for a few moments, eyes quartering the cloudless horizon. Then added with only apparent inconsequence, It's a lovely day, Johnny. It's a lovely day to die, Nicholson said somberly. Then he caught the captain's eye and smiled briefly. It's a long time waiting, but the Japanese are polite little gentlemen. Ask Miss Drachman. They always have been polite little gentlemen. I don't think they'll keep us waiting much longer. But the Japanese did keep them waiting. They kept them waiting a long, long time. Not long, perhaps, as the world reckons seconds and minutes and hours. But when men, despairing men too long on the rack of suspense, momentarily await and expect the inevitable, then the seconds and the minutes and the hours lose any significance as absolute units of time, and instead become relative only to the razor-edged expectancy of the passing moment, to the ever-present anticipation of what must inexorably come. And so the seconds crawled by and became minutes, and the minutes stretched themselves out interminably and lengthened into an hour. And then another hour, and still the skies were empty, and the line of the shimmering horizon remained smooth and still and unbroken. Why the enemy, and Findhorn knew hundreds of ships and planes must be scouring the seas for them, held off so long, was quite beyond his understanding. He could only hazard the guess that they must have swept that area the previous afternoon after they had turned back to the aid of the Kerry Dancer, and were now searching the seas farther to the south. Or perhaps they thought the Viroma had been lost in the typhoon. And even as that explanation crossed his mind, Findhorn dismissed it as wishful thinking. and knew that the Japanese would think nothing of the kind. Whatever the reason, the Veroma was still alone, still rolling southeastwards in a vast expanse of empty sea and sky. Another hour passed, and then another, and it was high noon. A blazing, burning sun riding almost vertically overhead in the oven of the sky. And for the first time, Captain Findhorn was allowing himself the luxury of the first tentative stirrings of hope. The Karimata Straits, and darkness, and the Java Sea, and they might dare begin to think of home again. The sun rolled over its zenith, noon passed, and the minutes crept on again. 5, 10, 15, 20, each minute dragging longer and longer as hope began to rise once more. And then, at 24 minutes past noon, hope had turned to dust, and the long wait was over. A gunner on the forecastle saw it first. A tiny black speck far to the southwest, materializing out of the heat haze high above the horizon. For a few seconds it seemed to remain there, stationary in the sky, a black, meaningless dot suspended in the air. And then, almost at once, it was no longer tiny, but visibly swelling in size with every breath the watchers took. And no longer meaningless, but taking shape, hardening in definition through the shimmering haze, until the outline of fuselage and wings could be clearly seen, so clearly as to be unmistakable. A Japanese Zero fighter, probably fitted with long-range tanks. And even as the watchers on the Veroma recognized it, the muted thunder of the aero engine came at them across the stillness of the sea. The Zero droned in steadily, losing height by the second, and heading straight for them. It seemed at first as if the pilot intended flying straight across the Veroma. But less than a mile away he banked sharply to starboard and started to circle the ship at a height of about 500 feet. He made no move to attack, and not a gun fired aboard the Veroma. Captain Findhorn's orders to his gunners had been explicit: no firing except in self-defence. Their ammunition was limited, and they had to conserve it for the inevitable bombers. Besides, there was always the chance that the pilot might be deceived by the newly painted name of Kyushu Maru, and the large flag of the rising sun, which had taken the place of Resistencia and the flag of the Argentine Republic a couple of days previously. About one chance in 10,000, Findhorn thought grimly. The brazen effrontery and the sheer unexpectedness that had carried the Veroma thus far had outlived their usefulness. For almost 10 minutes, the Zero continued to circle the Veroma, never much more than half a mile away, banking steeply most of the time. Then 2 more planes, Zero fighters also, droned up from the southwest and joined the first. Twice, all 3 of them circled the ship. Then the first pilot broke formation and made 2 fore and aft runs, less than 100 yards away. The canopy of his cockpit pushed right back so that the watchers on the bridge could see his face, or what little of it was visible behind helmet, goggles on forehead, and transmitter mouthpiece, as the pilot took in every detail of the ship. Then he banked away sharply and rejoined the others. Within seconds, they were in line-ahead formation, dipping their wings in mocking salute, and heading northwest, climbing steadily all the time. Nicholson let go his breath in a long, soundless sigh and turned to Findhorn. That bloke will never know how lucky he is. He jerked his thumb upwards towards the Hotchkiss emplacements. Even our popgun merchants up top could have chewed him into little bits. I know. His back against the Dodger screen, Findhorn stared bleakly after the disappearing fighters. And what good would it have done? Just wasted valuable ammunition, that's all. He wasn't doing us any harm. All the harm he could do he'd done long before he came anywhere near us. Our description, right down to the last rivet, our position, course and speed. His command HQ got that over the radio long before he came anywhere near us. Findhorn lowered his glasses and turned round heavily. We can't do anything about our description and position, but we can about our course. 200, Mr. Nicholson, if you please. We'll try for the Macclesfield Channel. Aye, aye, sir. Nicholson hesitated. Think it'll make any difference, sir? None whatsoever. Findhorn's voice was just a little weary. Somewhere within 250 miles from here, laden bombers, altitude bombers, dive bombers, torpedo bombers are already taking off from Japanese airfields. Scores of them. Prestige is vital. If we escaped, Japan would be the laughingstock of their precious Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. And they can't afford to lose anybody's confidence. Findhorn looked directly at Nicholson, his eyes quiet and sad and remote. I'm sorry, Johnny. Sorry for little Peter and the girl and all the rest of them. They'll get us all right. They got the Prince of Wales and the Repulse. They'll massacre us. They'll be here in just over an hour. So why alter corsa? So why do anything? Give us another 10 minutes, perhaps, before they locate us. A gesture, my boy. Empty, I know, but still a gesture. Even the lamb turns and runs before the wolf pack tears him to pieces. Findhorn paused a moment, then smiled. And speaking of lambs, Johnny, you might go below and drive our little flock into the fold. 10 minutes later, Nicholson was back on the bridge. Findhorn looked at him expectantly. All safely corralled, Mr. Nicholson? Afraid not, sir. Nicholson touched the 3 golden bars on his epaulettes. The soldiers of today are singularly unimpressed by authority. Hear anything, sir? Findhorn looked at him in puzzlement, listened, then nodded his head. Footsteps. Sounds like a regiment up above. Nicholson nodded. Corporal Fraser and his 2 merry men. When I told them to get into the pantry and stay there, the corporal asked me to raffle myself. His feelings were hurt, I think. They can muster 3 rifles and a submachine gun between them, and I suspect they'll be 10 times as effective as the 2 characters with the Hotchkisses up there. And the rest? Same story with the other soldiers. Off with their guns right aft. No heroics anywhere. All 4 of them just kind of grim and thoughtful. Just kids. The sick men are still in the hospital. Too sick to be moved, safe there as anywhere, I suppose. There's a couple of nurses with them. 4 of them? Findhorn frowned. But I thought there were 5, Nicholson acknowledged. 5th's a shell shock case, I imagine. Alex something. Don't know his name. He's useless. Nerve shot to ribbons. I dragged him along to join the others in the pantry. All the others accounted for. Old Farnham wasn't too keen on leaving the engineer's office, but when I pointed out that the pantry was the only compartment in the superstructure that didn't open to the outside, that it had steel instead of the usual wooden bulkheads, and that it had a couple of protective bulkheads 4 and aft, and 3 on either side, he was over there like a shot. Findhorn's mouth twisted. Our gallant army. Colonel Blimp to the ramparts. But not when the guns start firing. A bad taste in the mouth, Johnny, and quite out of character. The saving grace of the Blimps of this world is that they don't know what fear is. Neither does Farnham. Nicholson was positive. I'd take very long odds on that. But I think he's worried about something. Badly worried. Nicholson shook his head. He's a queer old bird, sir, and he's some very personal reason for taking shelter. But it's got nothing to do with saving his own skin. Perhaps you're right. Findhorn shrugged. I don't see that it matters anyway, not now. Van Effen with him? In the dining saloon. He thought Serran and his pals might pick an awkward time to start trouble. He has his gun on them. They won't start anything. Nicholson smiled faintly. Van Effen strikes me as a very competent gentleman indeed. You left Serran and his men in the saloon? Findhorn pursed his lips. Our suicide parlour? Wide open to fore and aft strafing attacks, and a cannon shell wouldn't even notice the shuttering on these windows. It was more a question than statement, and Findhorn matched it with his look, half quizzical, half expectant. But Nicholson merely shrugged his shoulders and turned away, the cold blue eyes lost in indifference, and quartering the sun-hazed horizon to the north. The Japanese returned at 12 minutes past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and they came in force. 3 or 4 planes would have been enough. The Japanese sent 50. There were no delays, no tentative skirmishing, no preliminary altitude bombing. Just a long, curving sweep to the southwest, and then that single shattering attack out of the sun. A calculated, precision-engineered attack of dovetailing torpedo bombers, dive bombers, and Zeros. An attack the skill of whose execution was surpassed only by its single-minded savagery and ferocity. From the moment that the first Zero swept in at deck level, shells from its twin cannons smashing into the bridge, until the last torpedo bomber lifted and banked away from the concussive blast of its own detonating torpedo, only 3 minutes passed. But they were 3 minutes that transformed the Viroma from the finest, most modern tanker of the Anglo-Arabian fleet, from 12,000 tons of flawless steel, with all the guns on deck chattering their puny defiance at the incoming enemy, to a battered, blazing, smoke-enshrouded shambles with all the guns fallen silent, the engines gone, and nearly all the crew dying or already dead. Massacre. Ruthless, inhuman massacre, with but one saving grace. The merciless fury of the attack, tempered only by its merciful speed. Massacre. But massacre aimed not at the ship primarily, but at the men who manned the ship. The Japanese, obviously flying under strict orders, had executed these, and brilliantly. They had concentrated their attacks on the engine room, bridge, forecastle and gun positions, the first of these suffering grievously. 2 torpedoes and at least a dozen bombs had entered the machinery space and the decks above. Half the stern was blown away, and in the after part of the ship, there were no survivors at all. Of all the gunners, only 2 survived. Jenkins, an able seaman who had manned a forecastle gun, and Corporal Fraser. Perhaps Corporal Fraser would not be a survivor for long. Half his already crippled left arm had been shot away, and he was too weak, too shocked, to make more than a token attempt to stem the welling arterial blood. On the bridge, crouched flat on the floor behind the armoured steel bulkheads of the wheelhouse, half stunned with the blast and concussion of exploding cannon shells, both Findhorn and Nicholson dimly realised the significance of the plan of attack, the reason for the overwhelming weight of bombers used in the onslaught and the heavy escort of Zero fighters. They realised, too, why the bridge remained miraculously immune from bombs, why no torpedo had as yet smashed into any of the oil cargo tanks, a target impossible to miss, and torn the heart out of the Viroma. The Japanese weren't trying to destroy the Viroma. They were trying to save the Viroma and to destroy the crew. What matter if they blew the stern off the ship? Her 9 great oil tanks, still intact, and the forecastle, had enough reserve buoyancy to keep the ship afloat. Awash, perhaps, but still afloat. And if they could ensure that none of the Veroma's crew lived to blow up or scuttle the shattered ship, 10,000 tons of oil would be theirs for the taking. Millions of gallons of high-grade fuel for their ships and tanks and planes. And then, quite suddenly, the almost continuous roar and teeth-chattering vibration of bursting bombs and torpedoes were at an end. The offbeat drone of heavy bomber engines faded quickly in the distance, and the abrupt comparative silence was almost as hurting to the ear as the clamour that had just ended. Wearily, Nicholson shook his head to clear it of the shock and sound and smoke and choking dust, levered himself groggily to his hands and knees, caught the handle of the screen door and pulled himself to his feet. Then dropped to the deck like a stone as cannon shells whistled evilly through the smashed windows just above his head and exploded against the chart room bulkhead, filling the wheelhouse with a shocking blast of sound and a lethal storm of splintered steel. For a few seconds, Nicholson remained prone on the deck, face down with his hands over his ears and his cradling forearms protecting his head, half-dazed and cursing himself silently for his precipitate, unthinking folly in rising so quickly to his feet. He should have known better than to imagine for a moment that the entire Japanese assault force would withdraw. It had been inevitable that they would leave some planes behind to take care of any survivor who might move out on deck and try to rob them of their prize. And these planes, Zero fighters, would remain to the limit of their long-range tanks. Slowly this time, moving with infinite caution, Nicholson rose to his feet again and peered out over the jagged glass in the bottom of the shattered window frame. Puzzled for a moment, he tried to orientate himself and the ship, then realized from the black bar of shadow from the foremast what had happened. A torpedo must have blown off or jammed the rudder, for the Veroma, losing way rapidly in the water until she was now almost stopped, had swung right round through 180 degrees and was facing in the direction she had come. And then, almost at the same time, Nicholson saw something else again. Something that made the position of the Veroma of no importance at all. Something that made a mockery of the vigil of the planes watching and waiting in the sky. It hadn't been miscalculation on the part of the bomber pilots, just ignorance. When they had attacked the forecastle, destroying guns and gunners, and using armor-piercing cannon shells to penetrate the forecastle deck and kill any of the crew members sheltering beneath, it must have been a reasonable supposition to them that that was all they were doing. But what they did not know, what they could have had no means of knowing, was that the storage space beneath the forecastle deck, the tween-deck cargo hold beneath that, and the even larger hold beneath that, were not empty. They were full, completely, filled to capacity with hundreds of closely stacked barrels, with tens of thousands of gallons of high-octane aircraft fuel. Petrol intended for the shattered, burnt-out wrecks that now littered the Selangar airfield. The flames rose 100, 200 feet into the still, breathless air. A great solid column so white, so intensely hot and free from smoke, that it was all but invisible in the bright glare of the afternoon sun. Not flames, really, but a broad, shimmering band of superheated air that narrowed as it climbed and ended in a twisting, wavering point that reached far up beyond the tip of the foremast and died in a feathery wisp of pale blue smoke. Every now and then, another barrel would explode deep in the hold, and just for a moment, a gout of thick smoke would lace the almost invisible flame, and then as quickly it would be gone. And the fire, Nicholson knew, was only starting. When the flames really got hold, when the barrels started bursting by the dozen, the aviation spirit in the forward fuel tank, number 9, would go up like an exploding ammunition dump. The heat of the flames already fierce on his forehead, he stared at the forecastle a few moments longer, trying to estimate how much time they had left. But it was impossible to know. Impossible even to guess. Perhaps only 2 minutes. Perhaps as long as 20. After 2 years of war, the toughness of tankers, their reluctance to die, had become almost legendary. But certainly not more than 20 minutes. Nicholson's attention was suddenly caught by something moving among the maze of pipes on the deck, just aft of the foremast. It was a man, dressed only in a pair of tattered blue denims, stumbling and falling as he made his way towards a ladder that led up to the catwalk. He seemed dazed and kept rubbing his forearm across his eyes, as if he couldn't see too well. But he managed to reach the foot of the ladder, drag himself to the top, and began at a lurching run to make his way along the catwalk to the bridge superstructure. Nicholson could see him clearly now. Able Seaman Jenkins, trainer of the forecastle pom-pom. And someone else had seen him too. And Nicholson had time only for a desperate shout of warning before he flung himself to the deck and listened with clenched fists to the hammer blows of exploding cannon shells as the Zero pulled out of its short, sudden dive and raked the foredeck from forecastle to bridge. This time, Nicholson didn't get to his feet. Getting to his feet inside that wheelhouse, he realized, was a good way of committing suicide. There could be only one good reason for getting to his feet, and that was to see how Jenkins was. But he didn't have to look to know how Jenkins was. Jenkins should have bided his time and chosen his chance for making his dash. But perhaps he had been too dazed. Or perhaps the only alternative he'd had was between running and being killed and staying and being incinerated. Nicholson shook his head to clear away the fumes and smell of cordite, pushed himself to a sitting position, and looked round the scarred and shattered wheelhouse. There were 4 people in it apart from himself, and there had only been 3 a moment ago. Mackinnon, the boatswain, had just arrived, just as the last shells had exploded inside the bridge. He was half crouched, half lying across the threshold of the chart-room door, propped on one elbow and looking cautiously around him. He was unhurt, but taking no chances before moving any further. "Keep your head down," Nicholson advised him urgently. "Don't stand up, or you'll get it blown off." Even to himself, his voice sounded hoarse and whispery and unreal. Evans, the duty quartermaster, was sitting on his duckboard grill, his back to the wheel and swearing softly, fluently, continuously, in his high-pitched Welsh voice. Blood dripped from a long gash on his forehead onto his knees. But he ignored it and concentrated on wrapping a makeshift bandage around his left forearm. How badly the arm was gashed, Nicholson couldn't tell, but every fresh strip of ragged white linen torn from his shirt became bright red and saturated the moment it touched his arm. Vanier was lying against the deck in the far corner. Nicholson crawled across the deck and lifted his head gently. The 4th officer had a cut and bruised temple, but seemed otherwise unharmed. He was quite unconscious, but breathing quietly and evenly. Carefully, Nicholson lowered his head to the deck and turned to look at Findhorn. The captain was sitting watching him on the other side of the bridge, back against the bulkhead, palms and splayed fingers resting on the deck beside him. The old man looks a bit pale, Nicholson thought. He's not a kid any longer, not fit for it, especially this kind of fun and games. He gestured at Vanier. "Just knocked out, sir. He's as lucky as the rest of us. All alive, if not exactly kicking." Nicholson made his voice sound more cheerful than he felt. Even as he stopped speaking, he saw Findhorn bending forward to get up, his fingernails whitening as he put pressure on his hands. "Easy does it, sir," Nicholson called out sharply. "Stay where you are. There are some characters snooping around outside just begging for a sight of you." Findhorn nodded and relaxed, leaning back against the bulkhead. He said nothing. Nicholson looked at him sharply. "You all right, sir?" Findhorn nodded again and made to speak, But no words came, only a strange gravelly cough, and suddenly his lips were flecked with bright bubbles of blood that trickled down his chin and dripped slowly onto the fresh, white crispness of his tunic shirt. Nicholson was on his feet in a moment, crossed the wheelhouse in a stumbling run, and fell on his knees in front of the captain. Findhorn smiled at him and tried to speak, but again there was only the bubbling cough and more blood at his mouth, bright arterial blood that contrasted pitifully with the whiteness of the lips. His eyes were sick and glazed. Quickly, urgently, Nicholson searched body and head for evidence of a wound. At first he could see nothing. Then, all at once, he had it. He'd mistaken it for one of the drops of blood soaking into Findhorn's shirt. But this was no blood drip, but a hole. A small, insignificant-looking hole, quite circular and reddening at the edges. That was Nicholson's first shocked reaction. How small a hole it was, and how harmless! Almost in the centre of the captain's chest, but not quite. It was perhaps an inch or so to the left of the breastbone, and 2 inches above the heart. Chapter 7. Gently, carefully, Nicholson caught the captain by the shoulders, eased his back off the bulkhead, and turned to look for the boatswain. But Mackinnon was already kneeling by his side, and one glance at Mackinnon's studiously expressionless face told Nicholson that the stain on the captain's shirt front must be spreading. Quickly, without any word from Nicholson, Mackinnon had his knife out, and the back of the captain's shirt slit open in one neat movement. Then he closed the knife, caught the edges of the cut cloth in his hands, and ripped the shirt apart. For a moment he scanned the captain's back. Then he closed the tear together, looked up at Nicholson, and shook his head. As carefully as before, Nicholson eased the captain back against the bulkhead. "No success, gentlemen, eh?" Findhorn's voice was only a husky, strained murmur, a fight against the blood welling up in his throat. "It's bad enough. Not all that bad, though." Nicholson picked his words with care. "Does it hurt much, sir?" "No." Findhorn closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. "Please answer my question. Did it go right through?" Nicholson's voice was detached, almost clinical. "No, sir. Must have nicked the lung, I think, and lodged in the ribs at the back. We'll have to dig for it, sir." "Thank you." Nicked was a flagrant meiosis, and only a fully equipped hospital theatre could hope to cope with surgery within the chest wall. But if Findhorn appreciated these things, he gave no sign by either tone or expression. He coughed painfully, then tried to smile. "The excavations will have to wait. How is the ship, Mr. Nicholson?" "Going," Nicholson said bluntly. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "You can see the flames, sir. 15 minutes if we're lucky. Permission to go below, sir?" "Of course. Of course. What am I thinking of?" Findhorn struggled to rise to his feet, but Mackinnon held him down, talking to him in his soft Highland voice, looking at Nicholson for guidance. But the guidance came not from Nicholson, but in the shape of a crescendoing roar of an aircraft engine, the trip-hammer thudding of aircraft cannon, and a shell that screamed through the smashed window above their heads and blasted the top of the chart-room door off its hinges. Findhorn ceased to struggle and leaned back tiredly against the bulkhead, looking up at Mackinnon and half-smiling. Then he turned to speak to Nicholson, but Nicholson was already gone, the chart-room door half-closing behind him, swinging crazily on its shattered hinges. Nicholson dropped down the centre ladder, turned forward, and went in the starboard door of the dining saloon. Van Effen was sitting on the deck by the door as he went in, his gun in his hand, unhurt. He looked up as the door opened. "A great deal of noise indeed, Mr. Nicholson. Finished?" "More or less. I'm afraid the ship is. Still 2 or 3 zeros outside looking for the last drop of blood." "Any trouble?" "With them." Van Effen waved a contemptuous pistol barrel at the crew of the Kerry Dancer. 5 of them lay huddled fearfully on the deck at the foot of the forward settees. 2 more were prostrate under the tables. "Too worried about their own precious skins." "Anyone hurt?" Van Effen shook his head regretfully. "The devil is good to his own kind, Mr. Nicholson." "Pity." Nicholson was already on his way across to the port door of the dining saloon. "The ship's going. We haven't long. Herd our little friends up to the deck above. Keep 'em in the passageway for the time being. Don't open the screen doors." Nicholson broke off suddenly, halted in mid-stride. The wooden serving hatch into the pantry was riddled and smashed in a dozen places. From the other side, he could hear the thin, quavering sobbing of a little child. Within 3 seconds, Nicholson was out in the passage, wrestling with the handle of the pantry door. The handle turned, but the door refused to open. Locked, perhaps, more probably jammed and buckled. A providential fire-axe hung on the bulkhead outside the 5th Engineer's cabin, and Nicholson swung it viciously against the lock of the pantry door. On the 3rd blow, the lock sprang open, and the door crashed back on its hinges. Nicholson's first confused impressions were of smoke, burning, a sea of smashed crockery, and an almost overpowering reek of whiskey. Then the rush of fresh air quickly cleared the air, and he could see the 2 nurses sitting on the deck, almost at his feet. Lena, the young Malayan girl with her dark, sooty eyes wide and shadowed with terror, and Miss Drachman beside her, her face pale and strained, but calm. Nicholson dropped on his knees beside her. "The little boy?" he asked harshly. "Do not worry. Little Peter is safe." She smiled at him gravely, eased back the heavy metal door of the hot press, already ajar. The child was inside, snugly wrapped in a heavy blanket, staring out at him with wide, fearful eyes. Nicholson reached in a hand, gently ruffled the blonde hair, then rose abruptly to his feet and let his breath go in a long sigh. "Thank God for that, anyway." He smiled down at the girl. "And thank you too, Miss Drachman. Damned clever idea. Take him outside in the passage, will you? It's stifling in here." He swung round, then halted and stared down in disbelief at the tableau at his feet. The young soldier, Alex, and the priest were stretched out on the deck, side by side, both obviously unconscious, at least. Farnham was just straightening up from examining the priest's head. The smell of whiskey from him was so powerful that his clothes might have been saturated in it. "What the hell's been going on here?" Nicholson demanded icily. "Can't you keep off the bottle for even 5 minutes, Farnham?" "You're a headstrong young man, The voice came from the far corner of the pantry. "You mustn't jump to conclusions, especially wrong conclusions." Nicholson peered through the gloom. With the dynamos and lighting gone, the windowless pantry was half shrouded in darkness. He could barely distinguish the slight form of Miss Plenderleith, sitting straight backed against the icebox. Her head was bent over her hands, and the busy click-click, click-click of needles seemed unnaturally loud. Nicholson stared at her in utter disbelief. "What are you doing, Miss Plenderleith?" Even to himself, Nicholson's voice sounded strained, incredulous. "Knitting, of course. Have you never seen anyone knitting before?" "Knitting," Nicholson murmured in awe. "Knitting, of course. 2 lumps or 3, Vicar?" Nicholson shook his head in wonder. "If the Japs knew this, they'd demand an armistice tomorrow." "What on earth are you talking about?" Miss Plenderleith demanded crisply. "Don't tell me that you've lost your senses too." "Too?" "This unfortunate young man here." She pointed at the young soldier. "We jammed some trays against the serving hatch when we came in. It's only wood, you know. The Brigadier thought it might give protection from bullets." Miss Plenderleith was talking very rapidly, very concisely, her knitting now laid aside. "When the first bombs hit, this young man tried to get out. The Brigadier locked the door, and very quick he was about it too. Then he started to pull the trays down. Going to go out the hatch, I suppose. The priest here was trying to pull him back when the bullets came through the hatch." Nicholson turned away quickly, looked at Farnham, and then nodded down at the Muslim priest. "My apologies, Brigadier. Is he dead?" "Thank God, no." Farnham straightened on his knees, his Sandhurst drawl temporarily in abeyance. "Crazed, concussed, that's all." He looked down at the young soldier and shook his head in anger. "Bloody young fool." "And what's the matter with him?" "Laid him out with a whisky bottle," Farnham said succinctly. "Bottle broke. Must have been floored. Shocking waste. Shocking." "Get him outside, will you? The rest of you outside too." Nicholson turned round as someone entered the door behind him. "Walters! I'd forgotten all about you. Are you all right?" "All right, sir. Wireless room's a bit of a shambles, I'm afraid." Walters looked pale and sick, but purposeful as ever. "Doesn't matter now." Nicholson was grateful for Walter's presence, his solidity and competence. "Get these people up to the boat deck, in the passage. Better still, in your office or cabin. Don't let them out on deck. If there's anything they want to get from their cabins, give them a couple of minutes." Walters smiled wryly. "We're taking a little trip, sir?" "Very shortly, just to be on the safe side." It would hardly benefit the morale of the passengers, Nicholson reflected, by adding what Walters himself must have been aware of, that the only alternatives were cremation or disintegration when the ship went up. He went out the door quickly, then staggered and almost fell as a tremendous detonation, right aft, seemed to lift the stern of the Veroma out of the water and sent a shuddering, convulsive shock through her every plate and rivet. Instinctively, Nicholson reached out and caught the lintel of the door. Caught and held Miss Drachman and Peter as the nurse fell against him. Steadied her, and turned quickly to Walters. "Belay that last order. No one to go to their cabins, just get them up there and see that they stay there." In 4 strides he was at the after-screen door, opening it cautiously. Seconds later he was outside on deck, standing at the top of the iron ladder that led down to the main deck, and staring aft. The heat struck at him almost with the physical impact of a blow, and brought tears of pain to his eyes. No complaints that he couldn't see this fire, he thought grimly. Billowing, convoluted clouds of oily black smoke stretched up hundreds of feet into the sky, reaching higher and higher with the passing of every second, not tailing off to a peak, but spreading out at the top in a great black anvil head, spreading over the ship like a pall. At the base, however, just at deck level, there was hardly any smoke at all, only a solid wall of flame, perhaps 60 feet in diameter. A wall that rose 40 feet, then broke into a dozen separate pillars of fire. Fiery, twisting tongues of flame that reached hungrily upwards, their flickering points swallowed up in the rolling darkness of the smoke. In spite of the intense heat, Nicholson's first reaction was to cover not his face, but his ears. Even at 150 feet, the roaring of the flames was all but intolerable. Another miscalculation on the part of the Japs, he thought grimly. A bomb, meant for the engine room, had exploded in the diesel oil bunkers, blowing aft through the engine room bulkhead and forward clear through both walls of the cofferdam into number 1 cargo tank. And it was almost certainly number 1 tank that was on fire. Its 250,000 gallons of fuel oil ignited and fanned by the fierce downdraft of air through the wrecked cofferdam. Even if they had had firefighting apparatus left, and the men to man the apparatus, tackling that inferno, an inferno that would have engulfed and destroyed any man before he could have come within 50 feet of it, would only have been the suicidal gesture of an imbecile. And then, above the deep, steady roar of the flames, Nicholson heard another, more deadly sound. The high-pitched, snarling howl of an aero-engine under maximum boost. Caught a momentary glimpse of a Zero arrowing in off the starboard beam at mast-top height. Flung himself convulsively backward through the open door behind him as cannon shells struck and exploded where he had been only 2 seconds before. Cursing himself for his forgetfulness, Nicholson pushed himself to his feet, clipped the door shut, and looked around him. Already both pantry and passage were quite empty. Walters was not a man to waste time. Quickly, Nicholson made his way along the passage, through the dining saloon to the foot of the companionway, leading up to the boat deck. Farnham was there, struggling to carry the young soldier up the stairs. Nicholson helped him in silence, and at the top, Walters met him and relieved him of his share of the burden. Nicholson glanced along the passage towards the wireless office. "All safely corralled, Sparks?" "Yes, sir. The Arab Johnny's just coming to, and Miss Plenderlith's packing a bag as if she were off to Bournemouth for a fortnight." "Yes, I've noticed. The worrying kind." Nicholson looked along to the forward end of the passage. Siran and his men were huddled round the ladder that led up to the chart-room, fearful and unhappy. All, that is, except Siran himself. Despite its cuts and bruises, the brown face still held its expressionless calm. Nicholson looked sharply at Walters. "Where's Van Effen?" "No idea, sir. Haven't seen him." Nicholson walked to face Siran. "Where's Van Effen?" Siran shrugged his shoulders, twisted his lips into a smile, and said nothing. Nicholson jammed a pistol into Siran's solar plexus, and the smile faded from the brown face. "I'd just as soon you died," Nicholson said pleasantly. "He went above." Siran nodded at the ladder. "A minute ago." Nicholson swung round. "Got a gun, Sparks?" "In the office, sir." "Get it. Van Effen had no right to leave this lot." He waited till Walters returned. "No reasons required for shooting this bunch. Any flimsy excuse will do." He went up the stairs 3 at a time, passed through the chart-room and into the wheelhouse. Vanier was conscious now, still shaking his head to free it from muzziness, but recovered enough to help Evans bind his arm. Mackinnon and the captain were still together. "Seen Van Effen, bosun?" "Here a minute ago, sir. He's gone up top." "Up top? What in heaven's name—" Nicholson checked himself. Time was too short as it was. "How do you feel, Evans?" "Bloody well mad, sir," Evans said, and looked it. "If I could get my hands on those murdering—" All right. Nicholson smiled briefly. "I can see you'll live. Stay here with the captain." "How are you, Forth?" "OK now, sir." Vanier was very pale. "Just a crack on the head." "Good. Take the bosun with you and check the boats. Just numbers 1 and 2, 3 and 4 are finished." He broke off and looked at the captain. "You said something, sir?" Yes." Findhorn's voice was still weak, but clearer than it had been. 3 and 4 gone?" "Bombed to bits and then burnt to a cinder," Nicholson said without bitterness. "A very thorough job. Number 1 tank's on fire, sir." Findhorn shook his head. "What hope, boy?" "None. Just none at all." Nicholson turned back to Vanier. If they're both serviceable, we'll take them both. He glanced at Findhorn, raised eyebrows seeking confirmation. We don't want Siran and his cutthroat pals in the same open boat as us when night falls. Findhorn nodded silently, and Nicholson went on. As many spare blankets, food, water, arms and ammunition as you can find, and first aid kits. All these in the better boat, ours. That clear? Fourth? All clear, sir. One other thing. When you're finished, a strap stretcher for the captain. Don't get yourselves shot full of cannon holes. They nearly got me a couple of minutes ago. And for God's sake, hurry. 5 minutes for the lot. Nicholson moved just outside the wheelhouse starboard door and stood there for 2 or 3 seconds taking stock. The blast of fiery heat struck at him, fore and aft, like the scorching incandescence of an opened furnace door. But he ignored it. The heat wouldn't kill him. Not yet. But the Zeros would if they were given any chance at all. But the Zeros were half a mile away. Line ahead and port wings dipped as they circled the Veroma, watching and waiting. 5 steps, running, took him to the foot of the wheelhouse top ladder. He took the first 3 steps in a stride, then checked so abruptly that only a swiftly bent arm cushioned the shock as he fell forward against the rungs. Van Effen, face and shirt streaked with blood, was just beginning to descend, half supporting, half carrying Corporal Fraser. The soldier was in a very bad way, a man obviously willing himself to hang on to the last shreds of consciousness. Beneath the dark tan, the pain-twisted face was drained of blood, and with his right arm he supported what was left of his left forearm, torn and shredded and horribly maimed. Only an exploding cannon shell could have worked that savage injury. He seemed to be losing only a little blood. Van Effen had knotted a tourniquet just above the elbow. Nicholson met them halfway up the ladder, caught the soldier, and took some of the almost dead weight off Van Effen. And then, before he realized what was happening, he had all the weight, and Van Effen was on his way back up to the wheelhouse top. "Where are you going, man?" Nicholson had to shout to make himself heard over the roar of the flames. "Damn all anybody can do up there now. We're abandoning ship. Come on." "Must see if there's anyone else alive," Van Effen yelled. He shouted something else, and Nicholson thought he heard him mention guns, but couldn't be sure. His voice didn't carry too well above the roar of the 2 great fires, and Nicholson's attention was already elsewhere. The Zeros, there were only 3 of them, were no longer circling the ship, but banking steeply, altering formation to line abreast and heading straight for the midship superstructure. It needed no imagination at all to realize what tempting and completely exposed targets they must be, perched high on top of the ship. Nicholson tightened his hold on Corporal Fraser and pointed urgently out to sea with his free hand. "You haven't a chance, you crazy fool," he shouted. Van Effen was now at the top of the ladder. "Are you blind or mad?" "Look to yourself, my friend," Van Effen called, and was gone. Nicholson waited no longer. He would have to look to himself, and with a vengeance. Only a few steps, only a few seconds to the door of the wheelhouse, but Fraser was now only a limp, powerless weight in his arms, and it would take a Zero perhaps 6 seconds, no more, to cover the intervening distance. Already he could hear the thin, high snarl of the engines, muted but menacing over the steady roar of the flames. But he didn't dare look. He knew where they were anyway. 200 yards away, and with the gun sights lined up on his unprotected back. The wheelhouse sliding door was jammed. He could get only a minimal purchase on it with his left hand. Then it was suddenly jerked open. The boatswain was dragging Corporal Fraser inside, and Nicholson was catapulting himself forward onto the deck, wincing involuntarily as he waited for the numbing shock of cannon shells smashing into his back. And then he had rolled and twisted his way into shelter and safety, There was a brief crescendoing thunder of sound, and the planes had swept by, only feet above the wheelhouse. Not a gun had been fired. Nicholson shook his head in dazed incredulity and rose slowly to his feet. Maybe the smoke and the flame had blinded the pilots. Perhaps even they had exhausted their ammunition. The number of cannon shells a fighter could carry was limited. Not that it mattered anyway, not any more. Farnham was on the bridge now, Nicholson saw, helping Mackinnon to carry the soldier below. Vanier was gone, but Evans was still there with the captain. Then the chart-room door swung open on its shattered hinges, and once again Nicholson's face tightened in disbelief. The man who stood before him was almost naked, clad only in the charred tatters of what had been a pair of blue trousers. They were still smoking, smouldering at the edges. Eyebrows and hair were singed and frizzled, and the chest and arms red and scorched. The chest rose and fell very quickly in small, shallow breaths, like a man whose lungs have been so long starved of air that he cannot find time to breathe deeply. His face was very pale. "Jenkins!" Nicholson had advanced, seized the man by the shoulders, then dropped his hands quickly as the other winced with pain. "How on earth—" "I saw the planes—" "Somebody trapped, sir," Jenkins interrupted. "Forward, pump room." He spoke hurriedly, urgently but jerkily, only a word or two for every breath. "Dived off the catwalk, landed on the hatch. Heard knocking, sir." "So you got the hell out of it, is that it?" Nicholson asked softly. "No, sir. Clips jammed." Jenkins shook his head tiredly. "Couldn't open them, sir." "There's a pipe clipped to the hatch," Nicholson said savagely. "You know that as well as I do." Jenkins said nothing, turned his palms up for inspection. Nicholson winced. There was no skin left. None at all, just red, raw flesh and the gleam of white bone. Good God! Nicholson stared at the hands for a moment, then looked up at the pain-filled eyes. "My apologies, Jenkins. Go below. Wait outside the wireless office." He turned round quickly as someone touched him on the shoulder. "Van Effen, I suppose you know that apart from being a bloody fool, you're the luckiest man alive." The tall Dutchman dropped 2 rifles, an automatic carbine and ammunition on the deck, and straightened up. "You were right," he said quietly. "I was wasting my time. All dead." He nodded at Jenkins retreating back. "I heard him. That's the small deckhouse just forward of the bridge, isn't it? I'll go." Nicholson looked at the calm grey eyes for a moment, then nodded. "Come with me, if you like. Might need help to get him out, whoever he is." In the passage below, they bumped into Vanier, staggering under the weight of an armful of blankets. "How are the boats, Forth?" Nicholson asked quickly. "Remarkable, sir. They're hardly scratched. You'd think the Japs had left them alone on purpose." "Both of them?" Nicholson asked in astonishment. "Yes, sir." "Gift horses," Nicholson muttered. "Carry on, Forth. Don't forget the stretcher for the captain." Down on the main deck, the heat was almost suffocating, and both men were gasping for oxygen before 10 seconds had passed. The petrol fire in the cargo holds was 3 times as fierce as it had been 5 minutes ago, and dimly, through the roar of the flames, they could hear an almost continuous rumble of explosions as the metal fuel barrels ruptured and burst in the intense heat. But Nicholson noticed these things with only a corner of his mind. He was standing by the watertight steel door of the entrance house to the hatch, rapping on the surface with the end of a 2-foot length of pipe that served as clip levers for these doors. As he waited for a reply, bent low over the hatch, He could see the sweat from his forehead dripping onto the hatch in an almost continuous trickle. The air was so dry and parched, the metal so hot. They could feel the heat of the deck even through the soles of their shoes, that the drips of perspiration evaporated and vanished almost as they touched the deck. And then, so suddenly that both men started, in spite of their tense expectation, there came an answering rap from inside, very faint but quite unmistakable, and Nicholson waited no longer. The clips were very stiff indeed. Some explosive shock must have warped or shifted the metal, and it took a dozen powerful strokes from the sledge he carried to free the two jammed clips. The last retaining clip sheared at the first blow. A gust of hot, fetid air swept up from the gloomy depths of the pump room. But Nicholson and Van Effen ignored it and peered into the darkness. Then Van Effen had switched on his torch, and they could clearly see the oil-streaked grey hair of a man climbing up towards the top of the ladder. And then two long arms reached down, and a moment later the man was standing on deck beside him. A forearm flung up in reflex instinct to shield himself from the heat of the flames. He was drenched in oil from head to foot, the whites of his eyes almost comically prominent in the black, smeared face. Nicholson peered at him for a moment, and then said in astonishment, "Willie!" "Even so," Willoughby intoned. "None other. Good old Willie. Golden lads and lasses must, etc., but not superannuated second engineers. No ordinary mortals we." He wiped some oil from his face. "Sing no sad songs for Willoughby." "But what the hell were you doing?" "Oh, never mind, it can wait. Come on, Willie. No time to lose. We're leaving." Willoughby panted for air as they climbed up to the bridge. "Dived in for shelter, my boy. Almost cut off in my prime. Where are we going?" "As far away from this ship as possible," Nicholson said grimly. "She's due to go up any moment now." Willoughby turned round, shielding his eyes with his hand. "Only a petrol fire, Johnny. Always a chance that it'll burn itself out. Number 1 cargo tank's gone up." "The boats, and with all speed," Willoughby said hastily. "Old Willie would live and fight another day." Within 5 minutes, both boats had been provisioned and lowered for embarkation. All the survivors, including the wounded, were gathered together, waiting. Nicholson looked at the captain. "Ready when you give the word, sir?" Findhorn smiled faintly. Even that seemed an effort, for the smile ended in a grimace of pain. "A late hour for this modesty, Mr. Nicholson. You're in charge, my boy." He coughed. Scrooge shut his eyes, then looked up thoughtfully. "The planes, Mr. Nicholson, they could cut us to ribbons when we're lowering into the water." "Why should they bother, when they can have a far better go at us once we're in the water?" Nicholson shrugged his shoulders. "We've no option, sir." "Of course. Forgive a foolish objection." Findhorn leaned back and closed his eyes. "There will be no trouble from the planes." It was Van Effen speaking, and he seemed oddly sure of himself. He smiled at Nicholson. "You and I could have been dead twice over. They either cannot fire or do not wish to fire. There are other reasons too, but time is short, Mr. Nicholson." "Time is short." Nicholson nodded, then clenched his fists as a deep rumbling roar reverberated throughout the ship. A heavy, prolonged shudder ran through the superstructure of the Veroma, a shudder that culminated in a sudden sickening lurch as the deck dropped away under their feet towards the stern. Nicholson smiled faintly at Van Effen. "Time is indeed short, Van Effen. Must you illustrate your points quite so thoroughly?" he raised his voice. "Right, everybody, into the boats." The need for speed had been urgent before. It was desperate now. The bulkheads of number 2 tank had ruptured, and one of the tanks, possibly both, were open to the sea. The Viroma was already settling by the stern. But speed was a double-edged weapon, and Nicholson only too clearly realized that undue haste and pressure would only drive the untrained passengers into panic, or, at best, and equally delaying, confusion. Mackinnon and Van Effen were invaluable, shepherding the passengers to their positions, carrying the wounded and laying them down between the thwarts, talking quietly, encouragingly all the time. Inside, that is. Outside, they had to shout to make themselves heard above the sound of the flames. A weird, terrifying noise, compounded of a thin, high-pitched hissing noise that set teeth and nerves on edge, and a deep, continuous tearing sound, like the ripping of calico, only magnified 1,000 times. The heat was no longer uncomfortable. It was intense, and the 2 great curtains of flame were beginning to sweep irresistibly together. The pale blue transparent gauze, shimmering and unreal, of the petrol fire from the bows, and the blood-red smoke-shot flames from the stern. Breathing became a rasping, throat-tearing agony, and Jenkins especially suffered terribly as the superheated air laid agonizing fingers on his scorched skin and raw, bleeding hands. Of them all, young Peter Talon suffered the least discomfort. Mackinnon had dipped a large, fleecy blanket in the pantry sink and wrapped it round the little boy, covering him from head to toe. Within 3 minutes of giving the order, both boats were in the water. The port lifeboat, manned only by Siran and his 6 men, was first away. With fewer men, and none of these injured, it had taken less time to embark them. But, from the glimpse Nicholson had of them before he ran back to the starboard lifeboat, it was going to take them a long time to get clear of the burning ship. They were having difficulty in clearing the falls, although Nicholson had given instructions about the patent release gear. 2 of them were swinging fear-maddened blows at one another, and all of them gesticulating and shouting at the tops of their voices. Nicholson turned away, heedless, indifferent. Let them sort it out themselves, and if they failed, the world would be the better for their failure. He had given them what they had denied the little boy, a chance to live. Less than a minute later, Nicholson, the last man to leave, was sliding down the knotted lifeline into the waterborne number 1 lifeboat. He could see the lifeboat beneath him, jammed with passengers and equipment, and realized how difficult it would be to ship the oars and pull away, especially with only 3 or 4 people fit or able to use an oar. But even as his feet touched a thwart, the engine coughed, sputtered, coughed again, caught, and settled down to a gentle murmur he could barely hear above the flames. Within a minute, they were well away from the Viroma's side, circling anti-clockwise round the bows. Abreast the forecastle, with 200 feet of intervening sea, the heat from the flames still stung their eyes and caught at their throats. But Nicholson still held the lifeboat in, rounding the bows as closely as they dared. And then, all at once, the long length of the port side of the Viroma opened up, and they could see number 2 lifeboat. 3 minutes at least had passed since she had been launched. She was still less than 20 yards from the side of the ship. Siran had finally succeeded in restoring order with the lash of his tongue and the heavy and indiscriminate use of the boat hook. But with 2 men lying groaning on the bottom boards, and a 3rd nursing a numbed and, for the moment, useless arm, Siran had only 3 men left to man the heavy sweeps. On board number 1 boat, Nicholson compressed his lips and looked at Findhorn. The captain interpreted the look correctly and nodded heavily and reluctantly. Half a minute later, Mackinnon sent a coil of rope snaking expertly over the water. Sirran himself caught it and made it fast to the mast thwart. And almost at once the motorboat took up the slack and started towing Sirran and his men clear of the ship's side. This time, Nicholson made no attempt to circle the ship, but moved straight out to sea, intent on putting the maximum possible distance between themselves and the Veroma in the least possible time. 5 minutes and 500 yards passed, and still nothing happened. The motorboat, with the other lifeboat in tow, was making a top speed of perhaps 3.5 knots. But every foot covered was a foot nearer safety. The fighters still cruised overhead, but aimlessly. They had made no move to attack since the embarkation had begun, and obviously had no intention of making any now. 2 more minutes passed, and the Veroma was burning more fiercely than ever. The flames from the forecastle were now clearly visible, no longer swallowed up by the brilliance of the sunlight. The dense pall of smoke from the 2 after cargo tanks now spread over half a square mile of sea, and not even the fierce tropical sun could penetrate its black intensity. Under this dark canopy, the 2 great pillars of flame swept more and more closely together, remorseless, majestic in the splendor of their inexorable progress. The tips of the 2 great fires leaned in towards one another, some curious freak of the superheated atmosphere. And Findhorn twisted round in his seat and watched his ship die. Knew with sudden certainty that when these 2 flames touched, the end would come. And so it was. After the barbaric magnificence of the dying, the death was strangely subdued and unspectacular. A column of white flame streaked upwards just abaft the bridge, climbing 200, 300, 400 feet, then vanishing as suddenly as it had come. Even as it vanished, a low, deep, prolonged rumble came to them across the stillness of the sea. By and by, the echoes vanished away in the empty distance, and there was only then the silence. The end came quietly and without any fuss, even with a certain grace and dignity. The Veroma slipping gently under the surface of the sea on an even, steady keel. A tired and dreadfully wounded ship that had taken all it could and was glad to go to rest. The watchers in the lifeboats could hear the gentle hissing, quickly extinguished, of water pouring into red-hot holes. Could see the tips of the 2 slender masts sliding down vertically into the sea. Then a few bubbles, and then nothing at all. No floating wood or flotsam on the oily waters. Just nothing at all. It was as if the Veroma had never been. Captain Findhorn turned to Nicholson, his face like a stone, his eyes drained and empty of all expression. Almost everybody in the lifeboat was looking at him, openly or covertly, but he seemed completely unaware of it. A man sunk in a vast and heedless indifference. "Unaltered course, Mr. Nicholson, if you please." His voice was low and husky, but only from weakness and blood. 200, as I remember. Our objective remains. We should reach the Macclesfield Channel in 12 hours. Chapter 8. Hours passed. Interminable, breathless hours under a blue, windless sky and the fierce glare of the tropical sun. And still, number 1 lifeboat chugged steadily south, towing the other boat behind it. Normally, a lifeboat carries a fuel supply good only for 100 miles steaming at about 4 knots, and is used solely for emergencies, such as towing other boats clear of a sinking ship, cruising around for survivors, going for immediate help, or keeping the boat itself hove to in heavy seas. But Mackinnon had had the foresight to throw in extra cans of petrol. And even allowing for the possibility of bad weather, they had enough, and more than enough, to carry them to Leppard, an island about the size of the Isle of Sheppey, on the starboard hand as they passed through the Macclesfield Channel. Captain Findhorn, with 15 years in the archipelago behind him, knew where he could find petrol on Leopard, and plenty of it. The only unknown quantity was the Japanese. They might have already taken over the island. But with their land forces already so widespread and thinly stretched, it seemed unlikely that they could yet have had the time or sufficient reason to garrison so small a place. And with plenty of petrol and fresh water, there was no saying how far they might go. The Sunda Straits between Sumatra and Java was not impossible, especially when the northeast trade started up again and helped them on their way. But there were no trades just now, not even the lightest zephyr of a breeze. It was absolutely still and airless and suffocatingly hot, and the tiny movement of air from their slow passage through the water was only a mockery of coolness, and worse than nothing at all. The blazing sun was falling now, slipping far to the west, but still burning hot. Nicholson had both sails stretched as awnings, the jib for the fore end, and the lug sail, its yard lashed halfway up the mast, stretched aft as far as it would go. But even beneath the shelter of these, the heat was still oppressive, somewhere between 80 and 90 degrees, with a relative humidity of over 85%. It was seldom enough in the East Indies, at any time of the year, that the temperature dropped below 80 degrees. Nor was there any relief to be obtained, any chance of cooling off, by plunging over the side into the water, the temperature of which lay somewhere between 80 degrees and 85. All the passengers could do was to recline limply and listlessly in the shade of awnings, to sit and suffer and sweat and pray for the sun to go down. The passengers. Nicholson, sitting in the stern sheets with the tiller in his hand, looked slowly round the people in the boat, took in their condition and lifeless inertia, and tightened his lips. If he had to be afloat in an open boat in the tropics, hundreds, thousands of miles from help, and surrounded by the enemy and enemy-held islands, he could hardly have picked a boatload of passengers less well-equipped for handling a boat, with a poorer chance of survival. There were exceptions, of course. Men like Mackinnon and Van Effen would always be exceptions, but as for the remainder... Excluding himself, there were 17 people aboard. Of these, as far as sailing and fighting the boat were concerned, only 2 were definite assets. Mackinnon, imperturbable, competent, infinitely resourceful, was worth any 2 men. And Van Effen, an otherwise unknown quantity, had already proved his courage and value in an emergency. About Vanier, it was difficult to say. No more than a boy, he might possibly stand up to prolonged strain and hardship, but time alone would show. Walters, still looking sick and shaken, would be a useful man to have around when he had recovered. And that, on the credit side, was just about all. Gordon, the second steward, a thin-faced, watery-eyed and incurably furtive individual, a known thief, who had been conspicuously and mysteriously absent from his action stations that afternoon, was no seaman, no fighter, and could be trusted to do nothing whatsoever that didn't contribute to the immediate safety and benefit of himself. Neither the Muslim priest nor the baffling, enigmatic Farnhome, they were seated together on the same thwart, conversing in low murmurs, had shown up too well that afternoon either. There was no more kindly nor better-meaning man than Willoughby, but outside his engine room, and deprived of his beloved books, and for all his rather pathetic eagerness to be of assistance, there was no more ineffectual and helpless person alive than the gentle second engineer. The captain, Evans, the quartermaster, Fraser and Jenkins, the young able seaman, were too badly hurt to give any more than token assistance. Alex, the young soldier, Nicholson had discovered that his name was Sinclair, was as jittery and unstable as ever. his wide, staring eyes darting restlessly, ceaselessly, from one member of the boat's company to the next, the palms of his hands rubbing constantly up and down the thighs of his trousers, as if desperately seeking to rub off some contamination. That left only the 3 women and young Peter. And if anyone wanted to stack the odds even higher, Nicholson thought bitterly, there was always Siran and his 6 cutthroat friends not 20 feet away. The prospects, overall, were not good. The one happy, carefree person in the 2 boats was young Peter Talon, clad only in a haltered pair of white, very short shorts. He seemed entirely unaffected by the heat or anything else, bouncing incessantly up and down on the stern sheets and having to be rescued from falling overboard a dozen times a minute. Familiarity breeding trust, he had quite lost his earlier fear of the other members of the crew, but had not yet given him his unquestioning confidence. Whenever Nicholson, whose seat by the tiller was nearest to the youngster, offered him a piece of ship's biscuit, or a mug with some watered-down sweet condensed milk, he would smile at him shyly, lean forward, snatch the offering, retreat, and eat or drink it, head bent and looking suspiciously at Nicholson under lowered eyelids. But if Nicholson reached out a hand to touch or catch him, he would fling himself against Miss Drachman, who sat on the starboard side of the stern sheets, entwine one chubby hand in the shining black hair, often with a force that brought a wince and an involuntary ouch from the girl, twist his head around and regard him gravely through the spread fingers of his left hand. It was a favourite trick of his, this peeping from behind his fingers, one which he seemed to imagine made him invisible. For long moments at a time, Nicholson forgot the war, the wounded men, and their own near-hopeless situation, absorbed in the antics of the little boy. But always he came back to the bitter present, to an even keener despair, to a redoubled fear of what would happen to the child when the Japanese finally caught up with them. And they would catch up with them. Nicholson had known that, known it beyond any shadow of doubt, known that Captain Findhorn knew it also, despite his encouraging talk of sailing for Lepar and the Sunda Straits. The Japanese had their position to within a few miles, could find them and pick them off whenever they wished. The only mystery was why they had not already done so. Nicholson wondered if the others knew that their hours of freedom and safety were limited, that the cat was playing with the mouse. If they did, it was impossible to tell by their behaviour and appearance. A helpless, useless bunch in many ways, a crushing liability to any man who hoped to sail his boat to freedom. But Nicholson had to concede them one saving grace. Gordon and the shocked Sinclair apart, their morale was magnificent. They had worked hard and uncomplainingly to get all the blankets and provisions stowed away as neatly as possible, had cleared spaces at the expense of their own comfort for the wounded men, who themselves, in spite of obvious agony, had never complained once, and accepted all Nicholson's orders and their own cramped positions cheerfully and willingly. The 2 nurses, surprisingly and skillfully assisted by Brigadier Farnholme, had worked for almost 2 hours over the wounded men and done a splendid job. Never had the Ministry of Transport's insistence that all lifeboats carry a comprehensive first aid kit been more fully justified, and seldom could it have been put to better use. Collapse revivers, omnipon, sulfanilamide powder, codeine compounds, dressings, bandages, gauze, cotton wool and jelly for burns. They were all there, and they were all used. Surgical kit Miss Drachman carried herself. And with the lifeboat's hatchet and his own knife, Mackinnon had perfectly adequate splints improvised from the bottom boards for Corporal Fraser's shattered arm within 10 minutes of being asked for them. And Miss Plenderleith was magnificent. There was no other word for it. She had a genius for reducing circumstances and situations to reassuring normality, and might well have spent her entire life in an open boat. She accepted things as they were, made the very best of them, and had more than sufficient authority to induce others to do the same. It was she who wrapped the wounded in blankets and pillowed their heads on lifebelts, scolding them like unruly and recalcitrant little children if they showed any signs of disobeying. Miss Plenderleith never had to scold anyone twice. It was she who had taken over the commissariat and watched over the wounded until they had eaten the last crumb and drunk the last drop of what she had offered them. It was she who had snatched Farnham's Gladstone bag from him, stowed it beneath her side bench, picked up the hatchet Mackinnon had laid down, and informed the seething brigadier, with the light of battle in her eyes, that his drinking days were over, and that the contents of the bag, which he had been on the point of broaching, would be in future reserved for medicinal use only. And thereafter, incredibly, had produced needles and wool from the depths of her own capacious bag, and calmly carried on with her knitting. And it was she who was now sitting with a board across her knees, carefully slicing bully beef and bread, doling out biscuits, barley sugar and thinned-down condensed milk, and ordering around a grave and carefully unsmiling Mackinnon, whom she had pressed into service as her waiter, as if he were one of her more reliable but none too bright schoolchildren. Magnificent, Nicholson thought, trying hard to match his boatswain's deadpan expression. Just magnificent. There was no other word for her. Suddenly her voice sharpened, rose almost an octave. "Mr. Mackinnon, what on earth are you doing?" The boatswain had dropped his latest cargo of bread and corned beef to the bottom boards and sunk down on his knees beside her, peering out below the awning, ignoring Miss Plenderleith as she repeated her question. She repeated it a third time, received no answer, tightened her lips, and jabbed him ferociously in the ribs with the haft of her knife. This time she got a reaction. "Will you look what you've done, you clumsy idiot?" She pointed her knife angrily at Mackinnon's knee. Between it and the side bench, 1/2 pound of meat was squashed almost flat. "Sorry, Miss Plenderleith, sorry." The boatswain stood up, absently rubbing shreds of beef off his trousers, and turned to Nicholson. "Plane approaching, sir. Green 90, near enough." Nicholson glanced at him out of suddenly narrowed eyes, stopped and stared out to the west under the awning. He saw the plane almost at once, not more than 2 miles away at about 2,000 feet. Walters, the lookout in the bows, had missed it, but not surprisingly. It was coming at them straight out of the eye of the sun. Mackinnon's sensitive ears must have picked up the faraway drone of the engine. How he had managed to detect it above the constant flow of Miss Plenderleith's talk and the steady put-put of their own engine, Nicholson couldn't imagine. Even now, he himself could hear nothing. Nicholson drew back, glanced over at the captain. Findhorn was lying on his side, either asleep or in a coma. There was no time to waste finding out which. "Get the sail down, boatswain," he said quickly. "Gordon, give him a hand. Quickly now. Fourth." "Sir?" Fanny was pale, but looked eager and steady enough. "The guns. 1 each for yourself, the brigadier, the boatswain, Verneffen, Walters, and myself." He looked at Farnham. "There's some sort of automatic carbine there, sir. You know how to handle it?" "I certainly do." Pale blue eyes positively gleaming, Farnham stretched out a hand for the carbine, cocked the bolt with one expert flick of his fingers, and cradled the gun in his arms, glaring hopefully at the approaching plane. The old warhorse sniffing the scent of battle and loving it. Even in that moment of haste, Nicholson found time to marvel at the complete transformation from the early afternoon. The man who had scuttled thankfully into the safe refuge of the pantry might never have existed. It was incredible, but there it was. Far back in his mind, Nicholson had a vague suspicion that the brigadier was just too consistent in his inconsistencies. that a purposeful but well-concealed pattern lay at the root of all his odd behaviour. But it was only a suspicion. He couldn't make sense of it, and maybe he was reading into Farnham's strange seesaw conduct something that didn't exist. Whatever the explanation, now was not the time to seek it. "Get your gun down," Nicholson said urgently. "All of you. Keep them hidden. The rest of you flat on the boards as low down as you can get." He heard the boy's outraged wail of protest as he was pulled down beside the nurse, and deliberately forced all thought of him out of his mind. The aircraft, a curious-looking seaplane of a type he'd never seen before, was still heading straight for them, perhaps half a mile distant now. Losing height all the time, it was coming in very slowly. That type of plane was not built for speed. It was banking now, beginning to circle the lifeboats, and Nicholson watched it through his binoculars. On the fuselage, the emblem of the rising sun glinted as the plane swung first to the south and then to the east. A lumbering, clumsy plane, Nicholson thought. Good enough for low-speed reconnaissance, but that was about all. And then Nicholson remembered the 3 Zeros that had circled indifferently overhead as they had abandoned the burning Veroma. And all at once, he had a conviction that amounted to complete certainty. "You can put your guns away," he said quietly, "and you can all sit up. This character isn't after our lives. The Japs have plenty of bombers and fighters to make a neat, quick job of us. If they wanted to finish us off, they wouldn't have sent an old cart horse of a seaplane that has more than an even chance of being shot down itself. They'd have sent the fighters and bombers." "I'm not so sure about that." Farnham's blood was roused, and he was reluctant to abandon the idea of lining the Japanese plane up over the sights of his carbine. "I wouldn't trust the beggars an inch." "Who would?" Nicholson agreed. "But I doubt whether this fellow has more than a machine gun." The seaplane was still circling, still at the same circumspect distance. "My guess is they want us. But they want us alive, Lord only knows why. This bloke here, as the Americans would say, is just keeping us on ice." Nicholson had spent too many years in the Far East not to have heard in grisly detail of Japanese atrocities and barbaric cruelties during the Chinese War, and knew that for an enemy civilian, death was a pleasant, a desirable end compared to being taken prisoner by them. Why we should be all that important to them, I can't even begin to guess. Just let's count our blessings and stay alive a little longer. "I agree with the chief officer." Van Effen had already stowed away his gun. "This plane is just, how do you say, keeping tabs on us. He'll leave us alone, Brigadier. Don't you worry about that." "Maybe he will, and maybe he won't." Farnham brought his carbine into plain view. "No reason, then, why I shouldn't have a pot at him. Damn it all, he's an enemy, isn't he?" Farnham was breathing hard. "A bullet in his engine? You'll do no such thing, Foster Farnham." Miss Plenderleith's voice was cold, incisive, and imperious. "You're behaving like an idiot, an irresponsible child. Put that gun down at once." Farnham was already wilting under her glare and the lash of her tongue. "Why kick a wasp's nest? You fire at him, and the next thing you know, he loses his temper and fires at us, and half of us are dead. Unfortunately, there's no way of guaranteeing that you'll be among that half." Nicholson struggled to keep his face straight. Where their journey would end, he had no idea. But as long as it lasted, the violent antipathy between Farnham and Miss Plenderleith promised to provide plenty of light entertainment. No one had yet heard them speak a civil word to each other. "Now then, Constance," the Brigadier's voice was half truculent, half placating, "you've no right." "Don't you Constance me," she said icily. "Just put that gun away." None of us wishes to be sacrificed on the altar of your belated valor and misplaced martial ardor." She gave him the benefit of a cold, level stare, then turned ostentatiously away. The subject was closed, and Farnham suitably crushed. "You and the Brigadier, you've known each other for some time," Nicholson ventured. For a moment she transferred her glacial stare to Nicholson, and he thought he had gone too far. Then she pressed her lips together and nodded. "A long time. For me, far too long. He had his own regiment in Singapore years before the war, but I doubt whether they ever saw him. He practically lived in the Bengal Club, drunk, of course, all the time." "By heaven, madam!" Farnham shouted. His bristly white eyebrows were twitching furiously. "If you were a man—" "Oh, do be quiet," she interrupted wearily. "When you repeat yourself so often, Foster, it becomes downright nauseating." Farnham muttered angrily to himself, but everybody's attention was suddenly transferred to the plane. The engine note had deepened, and for one brief moment Nicholson thought it was coming into attack, but realized almost at once that its circle around the boats was widening, if anything. The seaplane had cut its engine booster, but only for extra power for climb. It was still circling, but rising steadily all the time, making a laborious job of it, but nonetheless climbing. At about 5,000 feet it levelled off, and began to cruise round in great circles, 4 or 5 miles in diameter. "Now what do you think he's done that for?" It was Findhorn talking, his voice stronger and clearer than it had been at any time since he had been wounded. "Very curious, don't you think, Mr. Nicholson?" Nicholson smiled at him. "Thought you were still asleep, sir. How do you feel now?" "Hungry. And thirsty. Ha! Thank you, Miss Plenderleith." He stretched out his hand for a cup, winced at the sudden pain the movement caused him, then looked again at Nicholson. "You haven't answered my question." Sorry, sir. Difficult to say. I suspect he's bringing some of his pals along to see us, and he's giving himself a spot of elevation, probably to act as a marker. Only a guess, of course." "Your guesses have an unfortunate habit of being too damned accurate for my liking." Findhorn lapsed into silence and sank his teeth into a corned beef sandwich. Half an hour passed, and still the scout seaplane stayed in the same relative position. It was all rather nerve-wracking, and necks began to ache from staring up so fixedly into the sky. But at least it was obvious now that the plane had no directly hostile intentions towards them. Another half hour passed, and the blood-red sun was slipping swiftly, vertically down towards the rim of the sea. A mirror-smooth sea that faded darkly towards the blurred horizon to the east, but a great motionless plain of vermilion to the west, stretching far away into the eye of the setting sun. Not quite mirror-smooth on this side. 1 or 2 tiny islets dimpled the red sheen of the water, standing out black against the level rays of the sun. And away to the left, just off the starboard bow, and maybe 4 miles to the south-southwest, a larger, low-lying island was beginning to climb imperceptibly above the tranquil surface of the sea. It was soon after sighting this last island that they saw the seaplane begin to lose height and move off to the east in a long, shallow dive. Vanier looked hopefully at Nicholson. "Knocking off time for the watchdog, sir?" "Off home to bed, likely enough." "Afraid not, Forth." Nicholson nodded in the direction of the retreating plane. Nothing but hundreds of miles of sea in that direction, and then Borneo. And that's not where our friend's home is. He spotted a pal 100 to 1. He looked to the captain. "What do you think, sir?" "You're probably right again, damn you." Findhorn's smile robbed the words of any offence. And then the smile slowly vanished, and the eyes became bleak as the seaplane levelled off about 1,000 feet and began to circle. "You are right, Mr. Nicholson," he added softly. He twisted painfully in his seat and stared ahead. "How far off would you say that island there is?" 2.5 miles, sir. Maybe 3. "Near enough, 3. Findhorn turned to look at Willoughby, then nodded at the engine. "Can you get any more revs out of that sewing machine of yours, Second?" "Another knot, sir, if I'm lucky." Willoughby laid a hand on the tow rope that stretched back to Siran's boat. 2, if I cut this." "Don't tempt me, Second. Give her all you can, will you?" He jerked his head at Nicholson, who handed over the tiller to Vanya and moved over beside the captain. "What's your guess, Johnny?" Findhorn murmured. "What do you mean, sir? Kind of ship it is, or what's going to happen?" "Both." "No idea about the first. Destroyer, MTB, fishing boat, anything. As to the other, well, it's clear now that they want us, and not our blood." Nicholson grimaced. "The blood will come later. Meantime, they take us prisoner. Then the old green bamboo torture, the toenails and teeth, the water treatment, the silos, and all the usual refinements." Nicholson's mouth was only a white gash in his face, and his eyes were gazing at the stern sheets where Peter and Miss Drackman were playing together, laughing at each other, the girl as if she hadn't a care in the world. Findhorn followed his gaze and nodded slowly. "Yes, me too, Johnny. It hurts. Just to look at them hurts. They go well together." He rubbed his grey grizzled chin thoughtfully. "Translucent amber. That was the phrase some writing Johnny used once about his heroine's complexion. Blasted fool. Or that was what I thought then. I'd like to apologise to him someday. Really incredible, isn't it?" He grinned. "Imagine the traffic jam if you brought her back to Piccadilly." Nicholson smiled in turn. "It's just the sunset, sir, and your bloodshot eyes." He was grateful to the older man for deliberately diverting his train of thought. And remembering, he quickly became serious again. "That bloody awful gash. Our yellow brethren. I think there should be some payment on account." Findhorn nodded slowly. "We should, postpone our capture, perhaps? Let the thumb screws rust a while longer. The idea is not without its attractions, Johnny." He paused, then went on quietly. "I think I can see something." Nicholson had his glasses to his eyes at once. He stared through them for a moment, caught a glimpse of a craft hull down on the horizon, with the golden gleams of the setting sun striking highlights of its superstructure. Lowered the glasses, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. Seconds passed. Then he lowered the binoculars, his face expressionless, and handed them in silence to the captain. Findhorn took them, held them steady to his eyes, then handed them back to Nicholson. "No signs of our luck turning, is there? Tell them, will you? Trying to raise my voice above that damned engine is like having a set of fishhooks dragged up my throat." Nicholson nodded and turned round. "Sorry, everybody, but, well, I'm afraid there's some more trouble coming along. It's a Jap submarine, and it's overtaking us as if we were standing still. If he'd appeared 15 minutes later, we might have made that island there." He nodded forward over the starboard bow. "As it is, he'll be up on us before we're much more than halfway there." "And what do you think will happen then, Mr. Nicholson?" Miss Plenderleith's voice was composed almost to the level of indifference. "Captain Findhorn thinks, and I agree with him, that they will probably try to take us prisoner. Nicholson smiled wryly. All I can say just now, Miss Blenderlith, is that we'll try not to be taken prisoner. It will be difficult. It will be impossible. Van Effen spoke from his seat in the bows, and his voice was cold. It's a submarine, man. What can our little pop guns do against a pressure hull? Our bullets will just bounce off. You propose that we give ourselves up? Nicholson could see the logic of Van Effen's words and knew that the man was without fear. Nevertheless, he felt vaguely disappointed. Why commit outright suicide, which is what you suggest we do? Van Effen was pounding the heel of his fist gently on the gunwale, emphasizing his point. We can always find a better chance to escape later. You obviously don't know the Japs, Nicholson said wearily. This is not only the best chance we'll ever have, it's also the last. And I say you're talking nonsense. There was hostility now in every line in Van Effen's face. Let us put it to the vote, Mr. Nicholson. He looked round the boat. How many of you are in favor of shut up and don't talk like a fool? Nicholson said roughly. You're not attending a political meeting, Van Effen. You're aboard a vessel of the British Mercantile Marine, and such vessels are not run by committees, but by the authority of one man only, the captain. Captain Findhorn says we offer resistance, and that's that. The captain is absolutely determined on that. He is. My apologies. Van Effen bowed. I bow to the authority of the captain. Thank you. Feeling vaguely uncomfortable, Nicholson transferred his gaze to the submarine. It was clearly visible now in all its major details, less than a mile distant. The seaplane was still circling overhead. I wish that damn snoop would go on home, he muttered. He does complicate things rather, Findhorn agreed. Time is running out, Johnny. He'll be up with us in 5 minutes. Nicholson nodded absently. We've seen that type of sub before, sir. I rather think we have, Findhorn said slowly. We have. Nicholson was certain now. Light AA gun aft, machine gun on the bridge, and a heavy gun forward. 3.7 or 4-inch, something like that, I'm not sure. If they want to take us aboard, we'll have to go right alongside the hull. Beneath the conning tower, probably. Neither of the two guns can depress that far. He bit his lip and stared ahead. It'll be dark in 20 minutes, and that island won't be much more than half a mile away by the time he stops us. It's a chance. A damn poor chance at that, but still. He raised the glasses again and stared at the submarine, then shook his head slowly. Yes, I thought I remembered that. That 3.7, or whatever it is, has a big armoured shield for its gun crew. Some sort of hinged, collapsible thing, probably. His voice trailed off and his fingers beat an urgent tattoo on the rim of the gun. He looked absently at the captain. Complicates things rather, doesn't it, sir? I'm not with you, Johnny. Findhorn was beginning to sound tired again. Afraid my head's not at its best for this sort of thing. If you've got any idea at all... I have. Crazy, but it might work. Nicholson explained rapidly, then beckoned to Vanier, who handed the tiller to the boatswain and moved across. Don't smoke, do you, Forth? No, sir. Vanier looked at Nicholson as if he'd gone off his head. You're starting tonight. Nicholson dug into his pocket, fished out a flat tin of Benson and Hedges and a box of matches. He gave them to him, along with a few quick instructions. Right up in the bows, past Van Effen. Don't forget, Everything depends on you. Brigadier, a moment, if you please." Farnham looked up in surprise, lumbered over a couple of thwarts, and sat down beside them. Nicholson looked at him for a second or two in silence, and then said seriously, "You really know how to use that automatic carbine, Brigadier?" "Good God, man, yes," the Brigadier snorted. "I practically invented the bloody thing." "How accurate are you?" Nicholson persisted quietly. "Bisley," Farnham answered briefly. "Champion. As good as that, Mr. Nicholson." "Bisley?" Nicholson's eyebrows reflected his astonishment. "King's marksman." Farnham's voice was completely out of character now, as quiet as Nicholson's own. "Chuck a tin over the side, let it go 100 feet, and I'll give you a demonstration. Riddle it with this carbine in 2 seconds. The tone was matter-of-fact. More, it was convincing. "No demonstration," Nicholson said hastily. "That's the last thing we want. As far as Brother Jap is concerned, we haven't even a firecracker between us. This is what I want you to do." His instructions to Farnham were rapid and concise, as were those given immediately afterwards to the rest of the boat's company. There was no time to waste on lengthier explanations. To make sure he was fully understood, the enemy was almost on them. The sky to the west was still alive and glowing, a kaleidoscopic radiance of red and orange and gold, the barred clouds on the horizon ablaze with fire. But the sun was gone. The east was grey, and the sudden darkness of the tropical night was rushing across the sea. The submarine was angling in on their starboard quarter, grim and black and menacing in the gathering twilight. The glassy sea piling up in phosphorescent whiteness on either side of its bows. The diesels dying away to a muted murmur. The dark, evil mouth of the big forward gun dipping and moving slowly aft as it matched the relative movement of the little lifeboat, foot by remorseless foot. And then there had come some sharp, unintelligible command from the conning tower of the submarine. Mackinnon cut the engine at a gesture from Nicholson, and the iron hull of the submarine scraped harshly along the rubbing piece of the lifeboat. Nicholson craned his neck and looked swiftly along the deck and conning tower of the submarine. The big gun forward was pointing in their direction, but over their heads, as he had guessed it would. It had already reached maximum depression. The light AA gun aft was also lined up at them. Lined up into the heart of their boat. He had miscalculated about that one, but it was a chance they had to take. There were 3 men in the conning tower, 2 of them armed, an officer with a pistol and a sailor with what looked like a submachine gun, and 5 or 6 sailors at the foot of the conning tower, only one of them armed. As a reception committee, it was dismaying enough, but less than what he had expected. He had thought that the lifeboat's abrupt last-minute alteration of course to port, of movement calculated to bring them alongside the port side of the submarine, leaving them half-shadowed in the gloom to the east, while the Japanese were silhouetted against the afterglow of sunset, might have aroused lively suspicion. But it must have been almost inevitably interpreted as a panic-stricken attempt to escape, an attempt no sooner made than its futility realized. A lifeboat offered no threat to anyone, and the submarine commander must have thought that he had already taken far more than ample precautions against such puny resistance as they could possibly offer. The 3 craft, the submarine and the 2 lifeboats, were still moving ahead at about 2 knots when a rope came spinning down from the deck of the submarine and fell across the bows of number 1 lifeboat. Automatically, Vanier caught it and looked back at Nicholson. "Might as well make fast, Forth." Nicholson's tone was resigned, bitter. "What good's fists and a couple of jackknives against this lot?" "Sensible! So sensible!" The officer leaned over the conning tower, his arms folded, the barrel of the gun lying along his upper left arm. The English was good, the tone self-satisfied, and the teeth a white gleaming smirk in the dark smudge of the face. "Resistance would be so unpleasant for all of us, would it not?" "Go to hell," Nicholson muttered. "Such incivility! Such lack of courtesy! The true Anglo-Saxon!" The officer shook his head sadly, vastly enjoying himself. Then he suddenly straightened, looked sharply at Nicholson over the barrel of his gun. "Be very careful." His voice was like the crack of a whip. Slowly, unhurriedly, Nicholson completed his movement of extracting a cigarette from the packet Willoughby had offered him. As slowly struck a match, lit his own and Willoughby's cigarettes, and sent the match spinning over the side. "Oh, so, of course." The officer's laugh was brief, contemptuous. "The phlegmatic Englishman. Even though his teeth chatter with fear, he must maintain his reputation, especially in front of his crew. And another of them." Up in the bows of the lifeboat, Vanier's bent head, a cigarette clipped between his lips, was highlit by the flaring match in his hand. "By all the gods, it's pathetic. Really pathetic." The tone of his voice changed abruptly. "But enough of this foolery. Aboard at once, all of you." He jabbed his gun at Nicholson. "You first." Nicholson stood up, one arm propping himself against the hull of the submarine, the other pressed close by his side. "What do you intend to do with us, damn you?" His voice was loud, almost a shout, with a nicely induced tremor in it. "Kill us all? Torture us? Drag us to those damned prison camps in Japan?" He was shouting in earnest now, fear and anger in the voice. Vanier's match hadn't gone over the side, and the hissing from the bows was even louder than he had expected. "Why, in the name of God, don't you shoot us all now instead of—" With breathtaking suddenness, there came a hissing roar from the bows of the lifeboat. Twin streaks of sparks and smoke and flame lancing upwards into the darkening sky across the submarine's deck, and at an angle of about 30 degrees off the vertical. And then 2 incandescent balls of flame burst into life hundreds of feet above the water, as both the lifeboat's rocket parachute flares ignited almost at the same instant. A man would have had to be far less than human to check the involuntary, quite irresistible impulse to look at the 2 rockets exploding into flame far up in the skies. And the Japanese crew of the submarine were only human. To a man, like dolls in the hands of a puppet master, they twisted round to look, and to a man, they died that way. Their backs half turned to the lifeboat, and their necks craned back as they stared up into the sky. The crash of automatic carbines, rifles, and pistols died away. The echoes rolled off into distant silence across the glassy sea, and Nicholson was shouting at everyone to lie flat in the boat. Even as he was shouting, 2 dead sailors rolled off the sloping deck of the submarine and crashed into the stern of the lifeboat, one of them almost pinning him against the gunwale. The other, lifeless arms and legs flailing, was heading straight for little Peter and the 2 nurses. But Mackinnon got there first. The 2 heavy splashes sounded almost like one. 1 second passed. 2. Then 3. Nicholson was on his knees, staring upwards, fists clenched as he waited in tense expectation. At first he could hear the shuffle of feet and the fast, low-pitched murmur of voices behind the shield of the big gun. Another second passed, and then another. His eyes moved along the submarine deck. Perhaps there was someone still alive, still seeking a glorious death for his emperor. Nicholson had no illusions about the fanatical courage of the Japanese. But now everything was still as death. The officer hanging tiredly over the conning tower, gun still locked in a dangling hand. Nicholson's pistol had got him. And the other 2 had fallen inside. 4 shapeless forms lay in a grotesque huddle about the foot of the conning tower. Of the 2 men who had manned the light AA gun, There was no sign. Farnham's automatic carbine had blasted them over the side. The tension was becoming intolerable. The big gun, Nicholson knew, couldn't depress far enough to reach the boat. But he had vague memories of stories told him by naval officers of the almost decapitating effects of a naval gun fired just above one's head. Perhaps the blast of the concussion would be fatal to those directly beneath. There was no way of knowing. Suddenly, silently, he began to curse his own stupidity and turned quickly to Mackinnon. "Start the engine up, bosun. Then reverse, fast as you can. The conning tower can block off that gun if we—" The words were lost, obliterated in the roar of the firing gun. It wasn't a roar, really, but a flat, violent whiplash crack that stabbed savagely at the eardrums and almost stunned in its intensity. A long red tongue of flame flickered evilly out of the mouth of the barrel, reaching down almost to the boat itself. The shell smashed into the sea, throwing up a fine curtain of spray and a spout of water that reached 50 feet up into the sky. And then the sound had died, the smoke had cleared, and Nicholson, desperately shaking a dazed head, knew that they were alive. That the Japanese were frantically trying to load again, knew that the time had come. "Right, Brigadier." He could see Farnham heaving himself to his feet. "Wait till I give the word." He looked up swiftly towards the bows as a rifle boomed. "Missed him." Van Effen was disgusted. "An officer looked over the edge of the conning tower just now." "Keep your gun lined up," Nicholson ordered. He could hear the boy wailing with fear and knew that the blast of the big gun must have terrified him. His face twisted savagely as he shouted to Vanya, "Fourth! The signal's set. A couple of red-hand flares and heave them into the conning tower. That'll keep 'em busy." He was listening all the time to the movements of the gun crew. "All of you, watch the tower and the fore and aft hatches." Perhaps another 5 seconds passed, and then Nicholson heard the sound he had been waiting for. The scrape of a shell in the breach and the block swinging solidly home. "Now!" he called sharply. Farnham didn't even bother to raise the gun to his shoulder, but fired with the stock under his arm, seemingly without taking any aim whatsoever. He didn't need to. He was even better than he had claimed to be. He ripped off perhaps 5 shots, no more, deflected them all down the barrel of the big gun, then dropped to the bottom of the lifeboat like a stone, as the last bullet found the percussion nose of the shell and triggered off the detonation. Severe enough in sound and shock at such close range, the explosion of the bursting shell inside the breach was curiously muffled, although the effects were spectacular enough. The whole big gun lifted off its mounting, and flying pieces of the shattered metal clanged viciously against the conning tower and went whistling over the sea, ringing the submarine in an erratic circle of splashes. The gun crew must have died unknowing. Enough TNT to blow up a bridge had exploded within arm's length of their faces. "Thank you, Brigadier." Nicholson was on his feet again, forcing his voice to steadiness. "My apologies for all I ever said about you." "Full ahead, bosun." A couple of sputtering crimson hand flares went arching through the air and landed safely inside the conning tower, silhouetting the combing against a fierce red glow. "Well done, Fourth. You've saved the day today." "Mr. Nicholson." "Sir." Nicholson glanced down at the captain. "Wouldn't it be better, perhaps, if we stayed here a little longer? No one dare show his head through the hatches or over the tower. In 10 or 15 minutes, it'll be dark enough for us to reach that island there without the beggars taking pot shots at us all the time." "Afraid that wouldn't do, sir." Nicholson was apologetic. "Right now, the lads inside there are shocked and stunned, but pretty soon someone's going to start thinking. And as soon as he does, we can look for a shower of hand grenades. They can shuck them into the boat without having to show a finger. And even one would finish us." "Of course. Of course." Findhorn sank back wearily on his bench. "Carry on, Mr. Nicholson." Nicholson took the tiller, came hard round with both lifeboats through 180 degrees, circled round the slender fishtail stern of the submarine, while 4 men with guns in their hands watched the decks unblinkingly, and slowed down just abaft the submarine's bridge to allow Farnham to smash the AA gun's delicate firing mechanism with a long, accurate burst from his automatic carbine. Captain Findhorn nodded in slow realization. "Exit their siege gun. You think of everything, Mr. Nicholson." "I hope so, sir." Nicholson shook his head. "I hope to God I do." The island was perhaps half a mile distant from the submarine. A quarter of the way there, Nicholson stooped, brought up one of the lifeboat's 2 standard Wessex distress signal floats, ripped away the top disc seal, ignited it by tearing off the release fork, and immediately threw it over the stern, just wide enough to clear Siran's boat. As soon as it hit the water, it began to give off a dense cloud of orange-coloured smoke. Smoke that hung almost without moving in the windless twilight, an impenetrable screen against the enemy. A minute or 2 later, bullets from the submarine began to cut through the orange smoke, whistling overhead or splashing into the water around them, but none came near enough to do any damage. The Japanese were firing at random and in blind anger. 4 minutes after the first smoke float, now fizzling to extinction, had been thrown overboard, the second one followed it. And long before it, too, had burnt out, they had beached their boats and landed safely on the island.